Hello and welcome back to the Wasteland, everybody. Welcome to the Capital Wasteland in Fallout 3, where we're going to be going over the weapons in Fallout 3. I kind of wanted to do Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 sort of at the same time, and that's why we're doing this now. There's also another reason, that's because I have Fallout London already downloaded on my Fallout 4, and I don't really want to take it off just so I can do some of the weapon reviews. So we're going to be doing Fallout 3's weapons now. And first up, what other to start with than the 10mm pistol, the staple of pretty much every Fallout game, ever since the start, and probably to the end of time because it's so synonymous with this game. So the 10mm pistol is going to be the second gun that you're given in Fallout 3. The first one that you get is the BB gun, which is pretty much just there to teach you how to shoot, and you shoot a rad roach and that's it. The 10mm pistol you're given right at the very start, and this is what your primary weapon is more than likely going to be, unless you're going with a melee or an unarmed character, in which case then you don't really need to use this. If you're going with anything else, it's still probably going to be this. The 10mm can be found all throughout the Wasteland. All manner of people have this. Raiders, settlers, traders. Everybody has a 10mm pistol. Everybody has 10mm ammo, which is very good for you. And this is actually a very solid weapon in Fallout 3. So for the stats, the 10mm pistol has 9 damage per shot, which is actually pretty good for a handgun in Fallout 3. That's decent. It has 54 damage per second. This one does shoot very fast, and it is very easy to control. It also has a very low sound for some reason in this game. I think it's the same sound in New Vegas. Maybe it's a little bit chunkier in New Vegas, but it seems kind of small for the gun that you're shooting. This has a 1x crit modifier on it, which is normal. This does 9 crit damage, same as normal damage. This costs 17 action points, so not very many action points to be using in VATS. This has 0.5 spread, so it's actually quite accurate for a handgun too, at least compared to some of the other weapons that we're going to be talking about in these videos. This one has a magazine of 12, it weighs 3, and item health is defined by how many shots are shot in this one. So I couldn't find actual regular item health on really any site that I checked. So the total amount of shots you can shoot with the 10mm is 556, which is a decent amount of ammo, and you're more than likely going to find a 10mm to fix up your 10mm with before you start breaking this. For the pros of the 10mm pistol, this one is a very early game weapon. You actually get a fully 100% quality one right at the very start. They are pretty easy to find throughout the game too, so fixing your 10mm up is not going to be that big of a deal, and it has really good damage per second in the early game. The 10mm actually really shines in the early game, especially compared to a lot of the weapons that you can potentially get, whether it be because the ammo is difficult to find for them or they're just not very common, so fixing them up becomes an issue. The 10mm pistol really doesn't have those issues. The only real con to the 10mm pistol is that it is going to fall off later. Not super late, but it is going to fall off later, mostly because something like the 10mm submachine gun kind of does the same job that it does, but a little bit better, and you will accumulate a lot of ammo. There is also the problem of the lever action rifle in Point Lookout also taking 10mm, and that one is going to be a lot stronger per shot, so you might just switch over to that one. But that isn't necessarily a terrible con to have. For an overall rating for the 10mm pistol, since there isn't any ammo or really perks to talk about with this one I'd put up into B tier. It's actually pretty solid and can carry you throughout most of the game. It could carry you all the way throughout the base game in Fallout 3. Once you start seeing the stronger enemies show up and DLC enemies show up, it might not be as good, but it's still going to be okay, so that's why I'm going to put it there. There is also 2 unique versions, or sort of unique versions, of the 10mm. First up is Colonel Autumn's pistol, which is the only real unique 10mm pistol. The other one is the silenced 10mm. You can find multiple of those. But Colonel Autumn's pistol is the pistol that he carries on him. And normally you can't really get this because it's always on Autumn, and by the time that you're actually killing Autumn in the regular game, then you get his laser pistol, not his 10mm pistol. There is a way to get this in the base game even if you're not playing with spawning this in like I did for the footage here. During the first interaction with him at Project Purity, when he gets knocked down, you can actually press your face against the wall, go into third person there, and spin your camera around. You can then actually loot his body if you get the right angle for this. It's kind of funny. You can take his pistol from this, and his pistol is a little bit better than the regular 10mm. So for the stats, this one does 13 damage per shot, 78 damage per second, has a 1x crit modifier, does 13 crit damage, costs 17 action points, has 0.1 spread, still holds 12 rounds, weighs 3, has slightly better item health though for some reason, where this one can fire 577 shots. So this is just a straight upgrade to the 10mm. It's not a massive upgrade, and this is coming about the halfway point in the game. So it may start to fall off around there when you can get 10mm submachine guns if you're playing the regular game, or if you want to run to Point Lookout and get a lever action rifle. It might be falling off there, but I'm still going to put this in a B tier. It's still a solid pistol. Nothing way crazy, but still decent enough if you want to grab it. It's not really mandatory to grab it, but it is kind of cool that you can grab that, and you can also grab your dad's outfit during that same cutscene there. So you can't have two unique things, even though neither of those unique things is really all that good. Let's talk about the silent 10mm now, which you can find just throughout the wasteland. Certain enemies might be carrying these around. They're not very common. Most of the time you just find them in boxes, and they are kind of an interesting pistol. The suppressor does seem to make it so enemies are less likely to find you when you're stealthing around, although I'm not sure how much that actually affects it, since this is one of the few silent weapons in this game. So the silent 10mm does 8 damage per shot, slightly less than the regular pistol. Still has the same rate of fire, so it has 48 damage per second. This one has a 2x crit modifier though, so it's twice as likely to hit crits as the standard one, although it does half the crit damage, doing only 5, which is weird. I don't know why that is. I don't think upping it to 8 would have really mattered all that much, but okay. This one also costs more action points, costing 21. This one has the same spread at 0.5, has the same magazine at 12, weighs 3 weight, and this one has much less item health, coming in at only 333 shots shot before this one breaks, which is kind of a downside. There's not really that much of a reason to go for the silent 10mm over the regular 10mm in the game. The suppressor is pretty cool, and if you just like the look of it, then by all means use that, because it isn't really that much of a downgrade from the regular 10mm, but it does feel like a little bit of one, even though it does have that double crit modifier on there. I wish it had more crit damage, maybe just double its crit damage over the other one, and that would make it more usable, since then you have one for sneaking around and getting crits with, and then the other one that you just have for going loud. For this one, I would also put it into B tier. I think it's fine. It is probably lower than the other pistols, but it's okay. There is also one other 10mm that we should probably gloss over quickly, and that is the 10mm pistol that's available in Operation Anchorage. Now, you do get a silent one in that, but that one gets taken away by the time you can actually do the glitch. So we're going to be talking about the glitched version of it, where you can actually get an unbreakable 10mm pistol, and pretty much infinite ammo for the 10mm. There is a certain bug or exploit that you can do in Operation Anchorage where you shove a body into the pod before you get in, or multiple bodies into the pod before you get in, and then once you're leaving that DLC you can just spam click, and you're very likely to actually grab onto one of the bodies there and then throw everything that you had in the simulator into the body, leave as it takes away whatever else is in your inventory, and then you can search that body and take all of your stuff. And pretty much all the weapons in Anchorage are nearly unbreakable. They do decay over time, but they decay incredibly slow, so it's functionally unbreakable. They also look a little bit nicer, as these are the guns that you could get before the war, so there is that too. And that one is quite a bit better because it is just an upgraded 10mm pistol. Overall, the 10mm in Fallout is actually a very solid weapon that you start out with, and doesn't fall off too bad until you're getting towards the end game, which is really nice. Today we're going to be taking a look at the 10mm submachine gun, the only submachine gun in Fallout 3. They only added this one and no other ones, which is a little bit disappointing. I was kind of hoping we could get some other ones, like maybe a Chinese submachine gun, a homemade submachine gun, something like that, but this is the only one. So the 10mm submachine gun appears in another Fallout game. It's appeared in a couple. It's appeared in the first one and the second Fallout game. It wasn't in Tactics, but it is in this game, and it's also in New Vegas. That's all pretty cool to see, and I guess it's technically in Fallout 4 where you can convert the 10mm pistol into a submachine gun. So the 10mm submachine gun is probably going to be a mid-game weapon that you're going to be finding. Raiders can have this, quite a few enemies can have this, so picking these up isn't super uncommon, but it is generally just human enemies that are using this. You're not going to be finding super mutants having submachine gun. For the stats of the 10mm submachine gun, this one does 7 damage per shot, which is pretty decent. It's a little bit less than like the 10mm handgun. This one does 70 damage per second, which is quite good. It is a submachine gun, so it shoots fairly fast. This one does have a low crit chance at 0.1, so not a great crit modifier there. Does 7 crit damage, same as its regular damage. Costs 20 action points to use. This one has 1.5 spread, same as the assault rifle. This has a 30-round magazine, which is pretty good. That's actually really nice. You don't go through ammo with this. Well, you can go through ammo with this pretty quick, but at least you have a decent magazine size to be spraying this out. This weighs 5 weight, which is not super heavy. That's kind of what you'd expect from a submachine gun like this size. At least I would kind of assume so in the Fallout game. We don't really have anything that's a 10mm submachine gun, at least like this in real life that I'm aware of. There are some that kind of look like it, but whatever. And this one can fire 1,190 rounds before it breaks. It can break kind of fast because you can go through that many bullets fairly quick. For the general pros of the 10mm submachine gun, this one has really good damage per second. It's very good for a close quarters weapon, very good for clearing out buildings, and this also uses a very common ammo. 10mm is one of the most common ammos that you're going to find around the wasteland, and traders tend to always have it, so if you need to buy a bunch of ammo, you absolutely can. This makes for a pretty good close range weapon if you want something for it. The major cons to the 10mm is that it does low damage per shot, as you kind of expect for a submachine gun, so tankier enemies this might not be the best for, since we don't have any armor-piercing rounds in this, and it does have fairly short to medium range. Long range can work, similar to how it can work with the assault rifle, but it's not consistent. It's not way great to be trying to fire the submachine gun at longer ranges and hope that you hit something. You mostly want to be using this at closer ranges than using a rifle for actually engaging at longer ranges. For an overall rating for the 10mm submachine gun, this one's actually pretty solid, and I think I'd put the regular one up into A tier. It makes for a pretty good upgrade over the 10mm pistol. By the time you're getting these, you probably have a lot more bullets saved up, unless you've just been spamming it at everything, and this will probably replace your 10mm pistol most of the time, unless you just really like the handgun, or you are running low on ammo, and you kind of want to get more value out of it. This one generally is going to be better than the pistol in pretty much all the same situations that you would use the pistol in, just because of the higher DPS. There's also a unique version of this too that's called Sydney's Ultra SMG 10mm, and this one you can get during a quest. You can actually get this a couple different ways. If Sydney dies, you can pick this up. I don't really like getting that ending because there is another way that you can get this if you complete the quest with her and then you go to a different location. It's one where it's related to Riley's Rangers. I don't remember the place's name, but if you go there and get a holotape of her dad, you can bring that back to her and then she will give you this as a reward. And this submachine gun's pretty cool. This one does 9 damage per shot and 90 damage per second, so a bit more than the regular 10mm. This one still has a low crit chance at 0.1. This does 9 crit damage, which is okay. This one also costs 20 action points, has the same spread at 1.5, has a much bigger magazine though. Instead of a 30 round mag, this is a 50 round mag, which is a huge upgrade to the regular 10mm. This one still weighs 5 weight, same as the regular one. This one does have less item health though. This one breaks in 926 shots. So you're going to be trading off durability for this one compared to the regular one for more damage per second, and a larger magazine, so more sustained fire for that. I think Sydney's 10mm submachine gun is one of the best handgun or close range weapons in the game. That's not going to be in our broken or problematic tier like some of the other ones. So I'm going to put this one all the way up into S tier. I think this one is really solid for Fallout 3. And it's a really good gun, especially if you have a lot of bullets. If you don't have a lot of bullets, maybe this one would go down to A tier because you can run through bullets with it fairly quick. But assuming you've packed up a bunch of 10mm, this one is a really good option. This one will get you the most DPS out of any of the 10mm, and it's a pretty decent weapon for just clearing up short range areas. Today we're going to be taking a look at the Chinese pistol, a Mauser C96 pistol, which is a very cool gun. It's appeared in multiple Fallout games. It was in the very first one. I don't remember if it was in Fallout 2. It's in Fallout 3, and it's technically in Fallout New Vegas. It's just a display in Fallout New Vegas where it's behind the counter of Mick and Ralph's place. You can see that and a Chinese assault rifle there, as well as the railway rifle from Fallout 3 all in the back. You can't actually get those, but they are at least technically sort of in the game, and it's a pretty cool gun. This was the official pistol of the Chinese military before the war. So the Chinese had this where the Americans had the 10mm handgun. Kind of big differences there into which one picked which, but okay. The Chinese pistol is a very early game weapon that you can find throughout Fallout 3. Raiders tend to carry this around a lot. You can buy it from vendors. I don't know of anybody that it's like their signature weapon, because even the Chinese troopers, the Chinese ghouls that you can fight, tend to use the Chinese assault rifle, not the Chinese handgun. So this is more of like a raider gun than anything. This shoots the 10mm round, which is the same as the 10mm pistol, which is kind of an issue because let's go over the stats of the Chinese pistol. So the stats of the Chinese pistol, this one does 4 damage per shot, which is pretty low. It's one of the lowest damages in the game out of any weapon. This does 24 damage per second, which is also fairly low. Even though this can shoot fairly fast, it doesn't really matter when your damage is so low, and this isn't a fully automatic weapon with a huge magazine. This one has a 1x crit modifier with 4 damage, so same as its regular damage and normal crits. This one only costs 17 action points, same as the 10mm pistol. This one has 1.0 spread, so more spread than most of the handguns. This holds 10 rounds in its magazine. It is a stripper clip magazine, although you just see the character drop the whole stripper clip into the gun and then slide it forward. That's not really how the stripper clip should work. The stripper clip should work by, you pushing down all of it and then knocking the actual clip out of the way when it closes. I get it for restrictions of the time. It's still a decent model of the C96, although it's missing a firing pin too, which is a little bit weird. This weighs 2 weight, so it's very lightweight, and this has actually really high item durability, where it can go through 1,250 shots of 10mm before it breaks. So it is a pretty durable handgun. It's actually about twice as durable as the 10mm handgun. And sadly, that's kind of the only thing it has going for it against the 10mm handgun. So compared to the 10mm does more damage, has higher DPS, has higher crit damage, has the same action points, has better accuracy, has a larger magazine, only weighs slightly more, and it's just not as durable as this one. The problem is 10mm pistols are about as common as Chinese pistols are, so fixing it is not really that big of a deal. And when they both use the same ammo, it's pretty fair to compare the two of them, and the Chinese pistol is pretty much always going to lose against the 10mm pistol when it just goes head to head with it. For the pros of the Chinese pistol, this does use common ammo. 10mm is really common, so if you're not interested in using the 10mm pistol for whatever reason, and you really like the look of the Chinese pistol and you're just going to be using it for small enemies, it could be a pretty decent option for that. It's similar to like the 32 pistol for the same role, although that one uses different ammo. It's also a very early game weapon, so finding Chinese pistols and getting an upgraded one isn't that hard overall. The major con to the Chinese pistol, though, is its stats. It has very low stats across the board besides its item durability, where it won't break very quickly, which I guess under certain mod conditions could be really good, but if you're just playing the game normally, that's not really going to come up all that often. And this doesn't really have any perks associated with it, which is strange given that the unique one uses fire ammunition. And you would think Pyromaniac would work for this one, but it doesn't. Pyromaniac actually doesn't affect the unique version of this at all, not even the burning effect, which is very, very bizarre. I wish that it did, because at least that would give it some sort of a niche. For an overall rating for the regular Chinese pistol, I'd put this one into D tier. I think it's one of the worst handguns in the game. It's not unusable, because at least it still does some damage, but it is definitely on the weaker end of guns in Fallout. Let's talk about the unique version now, which is called, and I'm probably going to mispronounce this, the Zhurong V418. I probably butchered that name, but this is the unique pistol, and it does have something very different about it compared to other guns, and that is that it fires out fire bullets. So every bullet from this is incendiary ammunition, which is rather interesting. This gun actually isn't too difficult to get. You just have to go to the south part of the map and go to the LOB Studios, and then you need a key in order to get into the safe or the desk that it's in. I don't remember. There's a safe and a desk right next to one another on the top floor. Either way, you need a key or 100 lockpicking to get it. And I would not rush 100 lockpicking in order to get this. It kind of makes sense if you do that in Fallout New Vegas, if you want to go for the Gobi Scout Rifle, or if you want to go with Lucky. Both of those options are actually really good. This pistol is not really that great. So this one, for stats, does 4 damage on hit, as well as it does 2 fire damage, and this fire damage ticks for 5 seconds. So you can get a bit more damage and a bit more damage per second out of this. There's also a really weird bug with this pistol, and that is that sometimes the first bullet that hits an enemy does not actually count as damage, but it will still inflict a fire status to them. It's kind of hard to tell if that's the case or not, because with such low damage, and if you're fighting a tankier enemy, you might not actually do all that much damage. You might do like 1 damage, and then the fire's actually doing the majority of the damage there. So it might not actually matter all that much if that bug actually exists in the game, or if you got that bug on certain enemy types. I don't know what causes that bug. I've tried using this gun plenty of times, and it's kind of awkward regardless. This one does 20 damage per second, plus the 2 fire damage for 5 seconds. So its DPS is actually a little bit higher than this. It's not going to be as high as like a weapon that we talked about recently with the dart gun, where the poison over time actually does matter with this. The fire still matters to some extent for this pistol, because you can spam it pretty quick, but it's not as impactful as something like the venom from the dart gun. That just does more. This has a 2x crit modifier, so it's twice as likely to hit crits. Still does 4 crit damage though, so crit damage doesn't really matter because your crit damage isn't going to add up to that much. It's better than nothing though, so if you are going to the crit character, this one will at least be okay in that role if you really want to use it. This one costs 17 action points just like the regular one, has 1.0 spread, so not the greatest for a handgun, but okay enough. Holds 10 rounds in it, weighs 2 weight. This one does have higher item durability, where this one can go through 1,667 shots before it breaks. So it is quite a bit more durable than the Chinese pistol, and I think it's the most durable out of any of the 10mm weapons in the entire game. But most of the 10mm weapons aren't particularly hard to get more of them, because it's the 10mm, the Chinese pistol, the submachine gun, and the lever action rifle. Lever action rifle could be a little bit more difficult to get because it is DLC only, but you can always come and go from that DLC, and there's a shop right at the very front of that DLC, so getting more lever actions honestly isn't that difficult either. Breaking any of these weapons isn't really much of a concern to me, And this weapon, it is a little bit quirky. It has a little bit more going for it than the regular Chinese pistol, but it's really not that much better than the regular one. If this could use Pyromaniac, it would be slightly better. Honestly, even then it wouldn't be that great, because with 4 base damage and getting 50% more damage, you're only going up to 6 damage per shot, which the regular 10mm has a base of 9 damage per shot, so it's still getting outcompeted even by just a standard 10mm pistol. I mean, it's kind of cool, but it's just not really worth having unless you're just using it to kill small things, because you don't really want to use your 10mm for anything else. Then I guess it's okay. I would put this one on the very, very low end of C tier, but it's just barely squeaking in there, and honestly, if you wanted to put it in D tier, I would totally understand. It's not really that great of a gun. It is a little bit unique, though, so that's why I'm putting it up there. I'm being a little bit generous with this. Tell me your thoughts on the Chinese pistol and its unique variant down in the comments below. There isn't a Anchorage version of this that you can get. Unlike a lot of the other weapons, you never actually get access to a Chinese pistol during that DLC. You think you would at some point, but there just isn't any loadout and nobody that you can loot that actually has a Chinese pistol. I don't even remember any of the soldiers actually using a Chinese pistol. Today we're going to be taking a look at some interesting pistols. Today we're going to be taking a look at the 32 pistol, its unique variant, and the dart gun. Dart gun doesn't really fit into either one of those because it has nothing to do with them, but it's just kind of a one-off pistol that I don't know where else to put it. So it was either going to be with this or it was going to be with the Chinese pistols, and it got put with this. So let's start out with the 32 pistol. The 32 caliber pistol is probably one of the very first pistols that you can find in the game. It's not the first, which is kind of a problem because the 10mm comes before it, and you'll see why that's kind of an issue here in just 1 second. This is a pretty common weapon for traders, raiders, settlers to have. It's not super uncommon to find laying around either. There's a lot of 32 revolvers and a lot of cases of ammunition for it too, so finding ammo for this thing can be pretty nice. This is a 5-shot revolver rather than a 6-shot revolver. Why it's that way, I don't know. I'm assuming it's because it's based off of the model of revolver that they used in this game, and that one might have had a 5-shot cylinder rather than a 6-shot cylinder. It is a very small revolver, although that doesn't really matter in this game since you can't really sneak it anywhere. Sort of. This one and a switchblade you can actually sneak into one particular mission, so it's kind of nice for that. Let's go over the stats of the 32 revolver, though. So the 32 revolver does 6 damage per shot. This is not the highest amount of damage. It's one of the lowest amounts of damage out of any of the handguns, so it doesn't have great damage per shot. This one does 18 damage per second, although the rate of fire with this is very strange, because the rate of fire for the 32 revolver is just super inconsistent, and I don't know why that is. Sometimes it feels like you can spam this out as fast as you can pull the trigger, which makes it so it seems like the DPS should be higher, but then other times it seems to be locked, but it's not locked consistently. Sometimes it'll fire 2 times fast and then fire slow a 3rd time, then fire another time slow, and then fire the last shot a little bit quicker. It just feels really weird, and I don't know why it's that way. This one has a 1x crit modifier, so regular crits. Does 6 crit damage, so also not the highest crit damage. This one costs 20 action points to be using in VATS. For some reason, it's worse than the 10mm. I don't know why. This one has a 0.5 spread, so pretty average for most of the handguns. This one has a magazine of 5, or a cylinder of 5 rounds. It weighs 2 weight, so it is very lightweight. And this one can shoot 556 shots before it breaks. There's a lot of problems with the 32, and the major problem is that you're just going to be comparing this to the 10mm that you get at the very start of this game, which has higher damage, higher DPS, the same crit chance, higher crit damage. It costs less action points, it has the same spread, it holds more than twice the amount of ammo in it. It weighs about the same, and it has about the same amount of durability, as well as this ammo and the 10mm ammo are among 2 of the most common ammos. So there's not really a reason to be using the 32 outside of the fact that it uses a different ammunition from the 10mm, so you could use both these, but one of them is going to be substantially stronger than the other one. For the general pros of the 32 revolver, this one can shoot pretty quick, its DPS is okay, and like I said, it's sometimes inconsistent, which is a little bit weird. Ammo is also very easy to get, and this gun is really easy to get too. Raiders often carry this, so finding 32 revolvers is not going to be an issue to fix this one up. The major con to the 32 is that it has low stats. Like I said, it's pretty much lower than the 10mm at everything. The 10mm just beats it flat out. So there's not really a reason to swap off of this if you're going to be using the 10mm, assuming that you got plenty of 10mm, and assuming you're not just doing a pistol-only run. The other problem with this one is that it also takes the same ammo as the hunting rifle. Now, you do get an abundance of it, and you could argue that the hunting rifle is not going to go through ammo quickly. This way you could at least spam out some of the rounds, which, fair enough, and if you're doing a pistol-only run, then this one makes perfect sense to take. But that's kind of about it, because the hunting rifle does pretty much everything better than this one too, besides having a slower rate of fire, as you would kind of expect from the bolt action. Why the hunting rifle is 32 in this game? I don't know. We'll talk about that when we get to the hunting rifle video. This one also doesn't really have any perks associated with it. If this was New Vegas and this could have the cowboy perk, as well as if it had an uncapped rate of fire and a faster reload speed, I think this one could potentially do decently well at a game like that. It would still need its stats buffed up quite a bit because New Vegas stats are quite a bit higher than 3 stats. But I could see it being a little bit useful there. Since it's in Fallout 3, not so much because there's not really any perks that go to it to give it extra damage. For an overall rating for the 32 pistol, I'd put this one into D tier. I really don't think it's one of the best handguns in the game. I think it's actually one of the weakest handguns in the game. And kind of sad with how early on you get it, especially compared to the 10mm. It's kind of the same story with the Chinese pistol, which we'll also talk about in a later video too. There is a unique version of this though, and the unique version is unique to the pit. And speaking of the 32 revolver that you can sneak in, it's actually at the pit. If you talk to Mercer when you first go to the pit, then you can either sneak in a switchblade or into a 32 revolver. These are okay weapons to be sneaking into the area, however, they're really not the best for the pit, simply because the switchblade gets out-damaged immediately. Whenever you talk to the slaves, or workers, whatever you'd like to call them, and they give you an auto axe, that's just going to be way better than the switchblade is. The 32 revolver is okay then, because at least it's not really competing with anything, and ammo is pretty scarce around the pit, at least for that area where you kind of need to go. There is still guns around there, and there's some ammo that you can get, so you should still be okay. Melee and Unarmed is definitely going to be king in that DLC though. This one is one that you can get actually going into that area, so rather than using that 32 revolver, it also kind of gets beat out because there's the unique 32 revolver there. This is Wild Bill's sidearm. And you just find this on Wild Bill's corpse. He's about halfway through the area of the pit where you got to go pick up the steel ingots. You can search his body and you get this revolver. This one does 10 damage per shot, so quite a bit more than the regular one, and actually doing decent damage for a handgun in Fallout 3. This one does 30 damage a second. It still has the weird, inconsistent rate of fire to it. I don't know why that is. This one has a 1x crit modifier. This one does 15 damage on crit, so it actually does more damage on crit, which is kind of nice. This one still costs 20 action points, still has 0.5 spread. This one still has the 5-round cylinder, weighs 2, and it has a lot more item health at 833. So this one takes much longer to break than the regular 32 pistol, almost twice as long. So that's actually a pretty nice upgrade over the 32 pistol. This still isn't going to be a fantastic handgun. I guess if you were going to go into the pit completely naked, you didn't take anything with you, this would probably be the best handgun, because I don't think you can get any other handguns in that DLC. And this one is a decent one overall. It's still not going to be way great, especially when you consider other DLC weapons, and if you're taking this back to the Commonwealth, and you have some other handgun options. The 44 is pretty much just going to outcompete this. Even the standard 44 is going to outcompete Wild Bill's sidearm, at least in terms of damage, although they are using different ammos. So again, if you argue that at least you'll have a bunch of bullets for the 32 and you want something to spam, Wild Bill's sidearm can actually be a decent handgun overall. I would move this up a tier from D tier to C tier. I think it's decent, and it's kind of nice if you just want to be carrying around to pick off small enemies. Then I can definitely see it being something that you put in your arsenal if you want to be running around with it, because it doesn't really weigh much. Both the 32 revolvers have issues, but they do kind of have a little bit of a niche. Now let's talk about something that also has a bit of a niche, that being the dart gun. And the dart gun is one of the few weapons that you have to craft in Fallout 3. There is no shop that sells the dart gun, and no NPCs can have the dart gun, which thank goodness they can't, because this thing is kind of crazy. So the dart gun you have to get a schematic for. There's 3 schematics in total. One of these you get from completing a quest with Hannibal, where you have to side with the slaves and with Hannibal himself, and then he will give it to you at the very end of the quest. That one can take a little while unless you just want to rush that quest, but even so, there's a lot of walking involved with that one. There is one that you can get at Tenpenny Tower. You have to buy this one, so it can be a little bit expensive, as well as you might have to buy your way into Tenpenny Tower. So you're probably looking at something like 600 to 800 caps, depending on barter level or speech check. And then the last one you can get just by finding at a substation. It's found all the way to the northeast. It's up near the Enclave base, so it's quite a trek up there. And that is where generally higher leveled enemies are going to be spawning to. So if you want to rush it, it can be a little bit dicey. You might run into some Deathclaws or something, you might just have to outrun them, but it could be worth it to get the dart gun. Luckily, the materials to make the dart gun are substantially easier to get than the actual schematics of them. You can also get these multiple schematics, and each one that you get makes it so whenever you craft a dart gun or any of the crafting weapons, it actually crafts a better version of it. You can do this at any workbench that you find. There's one in Megaton, so if you want to make one there, you absolutely can. You can probably buy all of the components from Moira there, besides maybe one of them. Another way that you could get this is with the perk Warmonger. Warmonger's not really a perk that affects it, but is a perk that gives you it. So if for some reason you don't have any of these by the time you're level 26, I think, then you can get Warmonger and take it. You also need like 7 intelligence to get that perk. I don't think it's a worthwhile investment, since there is a guaranteed schematic that you can't screw up that's up near the Enclave base. You just have to go and pick it up. The other two you can potentially screw up, because if you lock yourself out of Hannibal's quest by betraying the slaves, also if you side with the ghouls during the 10 Penny Tower quest, then you also can't get it. Or I guess if you just kill the shopkeeper, then you can't get the dart gun schematic either. To make the dart gun, you need 1 paint gun, 1 surgical tubing, 1 toy car, and 1 rad scorpion gland. These are all really basic things to find. The junk items like paint guns, surgical tubing, and toy cars can be found all over the place, and you might just want to check vendors for them if you don't have them. The rad scorpion poison gland is going to be the only thing that you may not be able to get right away, but even so, there are places where just regular rad scorpions spawn, and rad scorpions are not super rare. They also pretty much always drop rad scorpion poison glands, so getting one of these shouldn't be very difficult at all. And you realistically will probably only need 1 dart gun. Let's go over the stats of the dart gun and kind of go over why this thing is sort of crazy. So for the damage, the dart gun does 6 damage on direct hit. This is from the dart actually hitting, and then that dart does 8 damage for 8 seconds because it has the poison damage. So this lingers over time, and you can stack multiple poisons onto an enemy, assuming that you can shoot this fast enough. The dart gun is a single shot gun, so it doesn't shoot very fast, but you can do it to where the DPS will keep creeping up on an enemy. This makes it so you have 44 damage per second. This is mostly thanks to the poison. The actual damage per second from the dart shooting is not really that great because it doesn't shoot quick. This has a 2.5 times crit modifier. It actually has the highest out of any handgun in this game, which is a little bit strange because it doesn't really matter if you hit crits with the dart gun or not. The poison damage and the bonus damage are going to be nice from this, but just hitting more crits doesn't really matter because of its effect. This one has 12 crit damage, which is higher than its regular damage, which is kind of nice. This one costs 25 action points to be using in VATS, which is kind of high for a pistol, but you really only need to hit 1 shot, and it doesn't matter where you hit, so the action point cost also doesn't really matter here. This has 0 spread. This is actually the most accurate handgun in the game, to where the dart will fly exactly where you point it, but it still has travel time. It actually doesn't have any sort of drop. The dart doesn't drop off at all, so you just have to aim where an enemy's going to be and just shoot it at them. This holds 1 round in its magazine because it's a single shot crossbow pretty much. This weighs 3 weight, which is kind of weird because it actually weighs less than all of the stuff combined for your dart gun. And this can shoot 883 darts before it breaks. That's a lot of darts, and you probably won't need that many to play through the entire game. Just having 1 dart gun that's at full condition will probably last you the whole game, or at least most of the game, and the dart gun has its own unique effect on it, where this one instantly cripples the legs of anything that it hits. That is really, really, really strong in a game like this, because if the enemy doesn't have any sort of ranged attack, they can't catch up to you. You can outpace them. This makes it so any melee enemy is basically at your mercy. They can't catch up to you if you shoot them with the dart gun. And most of the strongest enemies in Fallout 3 are enemies that don't have ranged attacks. Deathclaws, Yaoguais, giant rad scorpions, albino rad scorpions, ghoul reavers, super mutant behemoths, none of them use any sort of ranged attack. So if you tag them with this, you can easily just keep walking backwards and shooting darts into them to kill them if you would like, or swap off to a weapon and comfortably sit at medium range and just empty that into them. Something like the Chinese assault rifle or the combat shotgun works just fine. This trivializes a huge portion of the enemies. This doesn't make it so all strong enemies are useless towards you, because things like sentry bots can still be pretty strong. Super mutant overlords are one of the strongest things in the game, and they have range, so they can still attack back. But a lot of the strongest enemies in the game just can't do anything to you once you stick them with the dart. So the dart gun is probably the strongest handgun in the game just for the utility of it. So it's going to go all the way up into S tier. It is one of the best handguns, and it's definitely worth rushing if you want to do that, because if you ever want to go and explore anywhere, even if you're low level, it doesn't really matter if a Deathclaw shows up. If you tag him with this, you can just keep running the opposite direction and he can't catch up to you. Today we're going to be taking a look at the 44 Magnum and its unique variants. You're going to kind of have to ignore the black screen behind me right now. I kind of screwed up my footage a little bit by recording my blank webcam over it, so now I'm recording this one over that one. Let's talk about the 44 though, and this is one of the coolest handguns in Fallout 3, and probably one of the coolest handguns just in any game really. The 44 Magnum is always super fun to use, and usually quite powerful. Fallout 3, it's no exception for it. And the 44 Magnum has been a staple in pretty much every Fallout game since, well, Fallout was Fallout. So it makes a return in Fallout 3, and this one's a little bit different because this one has a scope permanently attached to it. At least most of them do, which does make it a rather unique gun because that makes it the only handgun that you can actually aim down sights with. All the other handguns, you just have to do the weird sort of aim down sights, but also kind of look off to the side. That's kind of cool, as well as the 44 does have some pretty impressive stats. Let's go over this. The standard 44 Magnum does 35 damage per shot. That's definitely among the high side of handguns. It's also pretty high for rifles. So that's good. This one does 79 damage per second. You can shoot out the 44 pretty fast. It kind of looks like it does when you're firing it in third person where you really see it recoiling, but when you're actually aiming down sights, it really doesn't bounce around all that much. 44 has a 2x crit modifier, which makes it twice as likely to hit crits, which is pretty awesome. Does 35 crit damage, same as the regular damage, so that's pretty normal. Costs 32 action points. It's kind of on the high side for action points, but it sort of makes sense for a high damage weapon like this. This one has 0.3 spread. It is one of the most accurate handguns in the game, which you would kind of expect. It's not the most accurate handgun, because I think the dart gun actually holds that crown, but it is still quite accurate. This holds 6 shots like a standard revolver. This one weighs 4 weight, so it's not super heavy, and you can shoot this one 229 times before it breaks. 44s can break kinda quick, but 44 rounds aren't super common, and you likely don't need to shoot things very much with a 44 to actually take them down, so that's not such a big deal to have low item health. For the major pros of the 44, this one has high damage, it also has pretty good DPS, and it has long range, at least for a handgun. It's not the best at range. Something like a sniper rifle is going to be better than this, as you would kind of hope, but it's still quite good at range, and it's still quite good at close range because you can shoot this fairly fast. The major con to the 44s, though, is just simply that it's rare. You're probably not going to be finding a whole lot of them early on. They do spawn in set locations, though, so there are some that you can run and pick up right away, but you still might not get high-quality revolvers, so they might be breaking pretty quick, and you just might not find a whole lot of 44s in the early game. Later on, it's not going to be such a big deal, especially once you have access to, like, the Pits Foundry to where you can make your own ammo there. If you want to make a bunch of 44s, then it's not going to be too hard to find them. For the standard 44 Magnum, I'd probably put this up into B tier. It's pretty solid. It works pretty well in most situations. It's definitely a good mid to late game handgun, so that's nice to see. Let's move on to the unique variants of it, of which we have 3 of them. There is one in the base game. This is called the Blackhawk, and the Blackhawk, you have to do a particular quest. You have to do Agatha's song, and you have to complete the optional version of it, as well as you have to answer correctly when she tells you that she has a reward. You have to then accept the reward. If you tell her not to, then you can't get the Blackhawk any other way. So this quest isn't super difficult to do, although it is kind of out of the way since you have to go about the middle of the map, find Agatha's place, talk to her, and then she'll want you to go pick up a violin. And if you pick up some sheet music, which you can actually do right at the very start of the game, the school that you see right as you leave Vault 101 actually has one of the sheets of music, as well as there are other sheets of music throughout the wasteland, so there's a couple places you can get it. This one used to be her husband's revolver, and she gives it to you. So for the stats of the Blackhawk, this one does 55 damage per hit, which is pretty substantial over the regular 44. This one has 124 damage per second, still has that 2x crit modifier. This one, weirdly enough, does a little bit less crit damage at 45. It's still more than the regular one, but not quite as much as the Blackhawk's base damage. This one still has 32 action points, still has the 0.3 spread, still holds 6 shots, still weighs 4 weight, and this one shoots slightly less shots before it breaks. This is 218 shots before it fully breaks. So the Blackhawk is a little bit more fragile, but it does hit quite a bit harder, and that does make it a pretty tempting option to get. There is kind of an issue with getting like really any of these unique versions of the 44 Magnum, and that's simply that you can go and get Lincoln's repeater pretty much right away at the start of the game. Even if you're just following the main quest line, it's fairly close to part of the main quest, so you can actually just run over there and get it. And generally that one has better stats than these, but still, if you just want a handgun that's a 44, the Blackhawk's a pretty good option, and I would put this one up into A tier. I think it's pretty solid overall. The next revolver is kind of a weird one because this is Callahan's Magnum, which is a direct reference to the Dirty Harry movies. This one you can't get until the very, very end of the game. You can't get it any other way because you have to get to the very end of Broken Steel, which means that you have to complete the entire base game story as well as complete all of Broken Steel's story. And then at the very end of that, when you're at the Enclave base, you have to choose to launch launch nukes at the Brotherhood, or launch the missiles at the Brotherhood. I don't think they're actually nukes. Then go back there, which will make it so the Brotherhood hates you, and you have to get into the safe at the bottom of the Brotherhood's, the Citadel that blew up. And then in that safe, you can get Callahan's Magnum, as well as you can get, I believe, another Tesla cannon. This is a lot just to get a gun that is just slightly better than the Blackhawk. For stats, this one does do 65 damage per shot, a little bit more than the Blackhawk, 146 damage per second, so it still shoots pretty fast. This one has a 2x crit modifier. This one does cost quite a bit less action points at only 25, so it is better for a VATS build. Still has 0.3 spread, still holds 6 shots, weighs 4 weight, and this one you can shoot 205 times before it breaks. This one, I mean, it is the best of these handguns, not counting the next one that we're going to talk about, but this is the best practical handgun out of these ones, but you do have to go way out of your way to get it, or you have to wait until the very end of the game to get it. So by the time I'm getting this gun, I usually don't really have much more to shoot at, because I usually don't have a whole bunch of side quests to do, and it's basically just use this to shoot the Brotherhood, and that's about it, which it's pretty good for that, so I'm going to put it up into the S tier, but it's still not that much better than the Blackhawk, and the Blackhawk is substantially easier to get, and even that one's kind of out of your way to get. You do have one more revolver, which is on the Mothership Zeta, and this one is Poulsen's revolver. So this is the cowboy that you can help out on the Mothership, and if he dies, you can loot his body, or if you kill him, you can loot his body. And Poulsen's revolver is the strongest of these handguns. It is a shotgun style weapon, which we've talked about the shotgun style weapons in Fallout 3, and this one is really ridiculous. This one does 45 damage per hit, which isn't as much, as well as this is spread over multiple shots, so it doesn't do as well against armor. That doesn't really matter though when you start hitting crits with this. This one has 101 damage per second, but that can jump up quite a bit because this one still has a 2x crit modifier, which is pretty crazy. And this one, if you hit a crit, does 315 damage because every pellet can hit a crit from it. So this one can outdamage all of the other handguns very easily, especially if you're going with a high luck build. If you're going with a low luck build, you could argue that something like Callahan's Magnum would be better in the long run, but even on a low crit build, I mean, as soon as you take like finesse, then I'm pretty sure it already outcompetes it, just with having like, if you had 1 luck for 1% and then that for another 5%, you went up to 6%, I still think that would outdo it. And you could still get like the luck bobblehead to go up to 7%. You could still get the Wasteland Guru to go up to 10%. You could, even at just 1 luck, you could still manage to get this up to 20%. You could, of course, get that even higher with like the Lucky Shades and the Lucky 8 Ball. So even on a non-luck crit build, this one is still going to be pretty much top tier. Poulsen's revolver also has 3 spread, quite a bit more than the regular one because it is a shotgun. Holds 6 shots, weighs 4, and it only shoots 178 shots before it breaks. Not that that really matters, since if you get a crit, you're probably going to kill whatever you hit anyway. If it's a sneak crit, doubly so that's a huge bonus for this weapon. Poulsen's revolver is going to go all the way up to the broken tier. This one also doesn't have a scope on it, which is kind of cool. I kind of like the look of that, especially since it's a shotgun. You don't really need to be aiming down the sights with it. So this one is the strongest handgun in the game. The only exception to that might be the dart gun, but that's usually because the dart gun is really strong in combination with weapons like this, because you could cripple something, then switch to this, stay safely out of range, and just keep shooting it until you hit a crit, and then you one-shot it. This one's really, really good. It's a really good weapon. The only kind of downside to this is that you do need to have Poulsen die, which kind of sucks, and I wouldn't even say that this is the strongest shotgun-style weapon. I would still say something like the Metal Blaster or the Terrible Shotgun are better than this, so you don't really have to go out of your way in order to get Poulsen to die. Just if you want a really cool handgun, or if he happens to die on the Mothership, then you can pick this one up, so yeah, this one's pretty good. Today we're going to be taking a look at the hunting rifle and its unique variant, as well as we're going to be taking a look at the railway rifle as well, since that one doesn't really fit with any other weapon, and it would be kind of weird to have its own video since it is just kind of a one-off weapon. So the hunting rifle is probably going to be your very first rifle that you find, assuming you don't find an assault rifle right away. Not counting the BB gun, I guess. I guess technically that one is your first rifle overall, but the hunting rifle is your first real rifle that you're going to be finding across the wasteland. This is a very common weapon for pretty much everybody to have. It's really common for settlers to have this, hunters to have this. It's kind of the go-to weapon for them. Raiders have these all the time. Super mutants carry them a lot in the early game. So finding hunting rifles is not going to be super difficult overall for you. They also take probably the most common or second most common round in the wasteland, and that is the 32 round. That's pretty useful since it's only the 32 revolver and the hunting rifle that actually use that round. So there is no real competition there. The The hunting rifle is just going to outdamage the 32 revolver. 32 revolver does have a higher rate of fire, and I believe it can do higher DPS overall, but it does do quite a bit less damage per shot. So the hunting rifle tends to be the better option out of the two. The hunting rifle is also a whole lot more accurate. They both hold the same amount of shots. They both have about the same reload speed. There's a lot of similarities between the two, which is a little bit strange. For the stats of the hunting rifle, this one does 25 damage per hit, which is pretty good, especially for the early game. And with you being able to fix these up, you're going to have pretty decent damage with them. This has 19 damage per second. The bolt action is a bit slow, so it takes a little while to fire that. That's okay though, because at least in the early game, these can do pretty well against most enemies, especially if you have some range. This has a 1x crit chance, so standard crits, 25 crit damage, same as the regular damage. This costs 25 action points, which is fine. It's not super high, it's not super low. It's kind of the average for a lot of weapons like this. This has 0.3 spread, so it is quite accurate. It's one of the more accurate. I think it's actually one of the most accurate rifles in the game. This one and like the sniper rifle tend to be the most accurate. And as well as like Lincoln's repeater is quite accurate too, and the lever actions in general. Pretty much any of the manual action guns, with the exception of like the sniper rifle being a semi-auto. This one holds 5 rounds in the magazine, same as the revolver. This one only weighs 6 weight. It's actually not very heavy, so carrying around hunting rifles isn't going to weigh you down too much. And this one can shoot 667 shots before it breaks. That's pretty good. Makes it so its item HP actually goes a pretty decent ways, especially because this is a bolt action. You're not going to be firing those rounds super quick, so 600 rounds is perfectly fine. For the pros of the hunting rifle, super common ammo. You can find 32 rounds everywhere. Pretty much everybody has hunting rifles too, so that is really good. You can always fix these up. It is a pretty good early game weapon, although it will fall off later, but in the early game it's quite nice. And it has long range, which is good. So you can actually initiate fights from quite a ways away. Major cons are kind of what you would expect for this. It falls off later. Sniper rifles just outcompete the hunting rifle. They actually have a scope on them so you can more accurately aim them, and they just have higher stats overall. So once you start getting a whole lot of 308 rounds, you can just go to that. And since it is a bolt action, it does have a slow rate of fire, so follow-up shots aren't the fastest. Although if you're shooting at pretty long range, you should get in a couple shots before enemies are getting close to you to potentially attack you with melee. For an overall rating for the hunting rifle, I think I'd put this into B tier. It seems like a pretty solid weapon overall. It's better than average, and it tends to be one of the go-to weapons for quite a lot of people in the early to mid game. It is also good into the late game if you just want something to pick off stuff at a distance, pick off medium and weaker enemies. That way you don't have to worry about them as much, and 32 rounds are super common. This doesn't go through them very quick. So the hunting rifle is a decent overall rifle. Let's talk about the unique version, which is called Old Painless. Old Painless can be obtained if you go to the Republic of Dave, so you do have to go all the way to the very corner of the map, pretty much the furthest away part from where you start. And then you have to steal a key from Dave, and then you can open up his safe and steal this rifle. That's about the only way you're actually going to be getting this rifle, unless you're okay with killing Dave, in which case then you can take his key and open up the safe and get this too. So this one is going to be stolen regardless. But this gun is pretty interesting. This one does 30 damage per shot, which is higher than the regular one, so that's nice. Quite a bit faster rate of fire, as this one does 34 damage per second. This one does shoot noticeably faster. This still has the same 1x crit modifier, still does 30 damage with crits, which is good. Costs 23 action points, so slightly less, but not too much there. This one has a big old 0 for spread, so it is very accurate. It still can go off a little ways, similar to how like the lasers kind of work that way. And I'm not entirely certain why that is, but this gun is extremely accurate. This one holds 5 rounds, weighs 6, and this one has a little bit less item health, being able to fire 556 shots before it breaks. Still, that's perfectly fine. The Old Painless is actually one of the best weapons you can run and get right away, since 32s are all over the place and hunting rifles are all over the place. So if you just want to go and grab that, you're going to be set for pretty much the whole early to mid game and even into the late game until you want to swap this out for something else. So Old Painless is actually a pretty solid option, and I would bump it up a tier. I'd put this one up into A tier. It's solid enough. It still gets outcompeted by some of the sniper rifles, at least the unique ones. Gets outcompeted by a couple other rifles, but for the most part it is one of the better rifles in the game, especially if you just want something for general purpose or for walking around with. And even into the late game, it can be useful for just picking off smaller enemies. Let's move over to the railway rifle now, which this one's a little bit different because this is another schematic weapon, and you do need the schematics to get it. So once you have acquired a schematic for the railway rifle, then you need all the parts for it. and you can go and make this at a workbench. For the stats of the railway rifle, this one does 30 damage per shot, which is just as much as Old Painless, so that's actually pretty good. 60 damage per second. This one does shoot very fast, which is nice. It's got a good rate of fire. This one has a 3 times crit chance, so it is very likely to hit crits, which is really good. This one still does 30 crit damage, but you are more likely to hit those crits, so that is really good. This one costs 24 action points. Kind of weird that we got a gun that actually goes in between the hunting rifles, but okay on action points. This one has more spread than the hunting rifles at 0.75, so it's a little bit less consistent than them. It's still fairly accurate, though. It's not one of the worst in terms of accuracy. The spikes also have travel time as well, similar to how like the dart gun has travel time. So you will need to be aiming this a little bit in front of enemies if you want to hit them, assuming that they're moving. If they're not, then you can kind of just aim directly at them and keep shooting, but it will take a second for your shots to actually register on them. This one holds 8 rounds in the magazine, which is pretty good. This one's using the railway spikes. It's the only weapon that uses that, so it's kind of got a monopoly on that particular weapon, or that particular ammo. And you can find those in tunnels and pretty much all over the Commonwealth. You usually find bundles of 20 of them, which is pretty nice. This one weighs 9, so it is fairly heavy, but not too bad overall. And this one does have low item health at 222, so it does break pretty fast. That's pretty much the only major problem I have with the railway rifle. There is also a unique effect that this one has on it though too, where it has a 3 times extra limb damage. So anytime you're shooting anything, you're more likely to cripple its limbs with this than others. You can also pin enemies to walls with it, which is kind of cool. And kind of a side note with this one in particular is that this one does seem to be one of the more buggy weapons, and it can cause crashes, or at least I've had more crashes with the railway rifle than I have using pretty much any other weapon. So it's a little bit weird in that regard, and that's why I don't tend to use this one very much, because I have used this one quite a bit, and it just seems to cause more crashes than other weapons. That could just be Fallout 3 being more janky. I imagine it probably has something to do with like the collision of the spikes and the actual spread, as well as the drop of the spikes as well. I would just assume that it's something like that. It also kind of makes a funny noise when you shoot it, doing a choo-choo sound, so that's kind of cool. As for a rating for the railway rifle, I'd probably put this thing up into A tier on the very high end. It's a really good weapon. You could argue it into S tier. Personally, I don't like how fast it breaks, and the fact that it causes crashes is what makes me put it like a tier lower than that. But if you haven't had the same crashing issues I have, especially if you have mods that fix a lot of those, then that probably won't be such an issue for you. And if you don't mind fixing this up with other railway rifles, getting people to fix it, or potentially just using your alien epoxy on it, then it could be a very, very strong weapon overall. So the railway rifle is actually quite solid. We should also talk about the schematics that you can find for this and how to actually build one of these. So there's 3 schematics for the railway rifle that you can get, although you can get a railway rifle from a unique encounter. There is a guy that actually has this. It's one of the few NPCs that carries one of the schematic weapons. The random encounters in Fallout 3 are truly random, to where they have set spawns where random encounters can take place, but it is random as to which encounter you get. So if you play 3 separate games of Fallout 3, you're probably not going to get the same random encounter at any of the locations that you got previous ones from. So you could find this guy really early on and take it off of him, or you could find this really later on and end up getting it there. That is the only railway rifle that you can actually just naturally find in the game as well. So it's similar to like the shish kebab, where that's Vance's weapon, and you can get it if you either steal it or kill Vance for it. But those are pretty much the exceptions to the unique weapons or the schematic weapons. There are only a few of them. Otherwise, you need to get the schematics, which you can get 3 of these. The first one you can buy from Tulip in the Underworld. This one's pretty easy because you're probably going to run there really early on. If you're doing the main story, it's right across the way from the Museum of Technology. You go over to the Museum of History and you can grab this as well, assuming you have enough money. You can grab this from Underworld, as well as you can grab all of the Lincoln gear, so you can get Lincoln's repeater, which is really good too. There's one in a substation on a workbench. This substation is MDPL 13 power station. This one's just kind of out in the middle of nowhere. You're probably going to be able to get this one pretty easy too, since part of the Wasteland Survival Guide quest does have you go pretty much right. You don't go right to this location, but you go very close to it. So finding it isn't going to be that difficult if you're willing to explore around like the trapped town. And then the last one that you get is from Abraham, Washington, which is a reward if you complete the quest Stealing Independence. This is where you have to go find the Declaration of Independence and either get that or get the forgery of it. Either way, and then bring it back to Abraham. He will give this as a reward. You can also get Sydney's submachine gun from this quest, or at least partially from this quest, as well as Riley's Ranger's quest, so you can actually get like 2 unique weapons there. This does make it so the railway rifle can be fairly easy obtained if you really want to go out and get it. And if you want to make a railway rifle, you're going to need 4 components, and these are all 4 pretty heavy components. You're going to need a crutch. This is the lightest at only 2. Crutches are fairly easy to find, and you generally find them in pairs, which does make sense. You can get the steam gauge assembly. This one is heavy. This one weighs 10. These ones you can usually find in the underground, so that's kind of nice whenever you're searching metros. Pressure cookers, which are some weight. They're not as heavy as some of the items, like the steam gauge assembly and the next one we're going to talk about. You usually find them all around houses and towns and stuff. Those ones are pretty easy to find. And then fission batteries are the last one. These ones are heavy too, because these ones also weigh 10, so you need to be carrying around a decent amount of weight just to make a railway rifle, which makes it a little bit awkward. I'm not going to lie, especially in the early game if you want to be rushing these, just because you have to pick up some heavy gear. You can, of course, get the house in Megaton and just hoard a bunch of stuff in there and you'll be good to go. But if you don't have that, and maybe you're going all the way to like Tenpenny Tower for the house, then it can take a little bit longer if you want to get this and be able to make it there. Today we're going to be taking a look at the assault rifle and its unique variants. And this is before the assault rifle got really cursed in Fallout 4. So this one definitely looks a whole lot better than the Fallout 4 assault rifle. It is a little bit strange that the US has a G3 as their rifle, but I don't hate it. I actually really like the G3. It's a cool looking gun, and it's modeled the same way as a G3, which is pretty cool, although this one is chambered in 5.56, where most G3s, as far as I'm aware, were chambered in 308, which would have been really cool to get one like this, especially if it was full auto, but it does make sense for this one to be in 5.56 and for that round to be here, so I'm not going to complain. The assault rifle is probably going to be one of the very first guns that you get in Fallout 3. You can actually get one right away if you would like, if you just go up and around the vault. There's an old farm up there that actually has a hunting rifle and some bullets. Usually I grab that, and then there's a damaged truck nearby that usually has robots near it, so it's a little bit scary to go to right away. At least it has a Mr. Gutsy there, and he's a little bit scary at the beginning, but it always has an assault rifle there that you can pick up. It's not a great conditioned assault rifle, and these aren't super difficult to find throughout the wasteland. You can find them laying around. Super mutants tend to carry them around quite a bit. Raiders carry them around quite a bit. This is probably going to be one of the more common weapons that you find around the wasteland. For the stats of the assault rifle, this one does 8 damage per shot, which is okay. This is a full auto only gun, and 8 damage is perfectly fine for that. This does 64 damage per second, which is pretty good damage per second. This has a very low crit chance. Like a lot of full auto weapons in these games, they tend to give them really low crits. This has a multiplier of 0.125. So very unlikely to hit crits even once you've maxed out your total luck. The highest luck that you can actually get, or the highest crit chance you can get in Fallout 3, is actually 18%. So then you would multiply that by the crit chance, and this one isn't going to be hitting crits super often, unless they're sneak crits, because then they're guaranteed crits. This one is 8 crit damage, which is fine. That's the same as its regular damage. You're going to get a little bit more if you are hitting crits, so that's cool. This one costs 23 action points to use in VATS. Actually not a whole lot, and this one does fire and burst in VATS, so it's not terrible for a VATS build. This one has 1.5 spread, which is kind of a decent amount. It's not that bad for a full auto weapon like this, and if you only want to be using it at close and medium range, you'll be fine. But out to longer ranges, it's not going to be as reliable. This one holds 24 rounds in the magazine, which is perfectly fine. This one weighs 7 weight, and this one can shoot 1,250 shots before it breaks, which is decent enough. It's not a ton, just because this is full auto, but it's okay, and with the abundance of assault rifles laying around, it's not going to be hard to fix this one up. For the general pros of this weapon, it does have really good damage per second. The assault rifle is really nice for just killing things fairly quickly. And the second major pro is the ammo is actually really common. 5.56 is one of the more common rounds you can find in Fallout 3. It's also one that you can actively farm, which is cool, because if you go down to the Brotherhood Outcasts, and you talk to them, they'll want to get new armor. So this could be Enclave armor, this could be Brotherhood power armor, other power armors that you can find, and other technologies that you can give them. And typically, at least for me, I find the best rewards to either be exchanging the armor and the technology for stim packs or for 5.56 ammo. 5.56 ammo is pretty good because it can go to this and it can go to the Chinese assault rifle, which are pretty good weapons all throughout the game. It's really nice to farm that, and you can do it really early on if you do the main quest, since part of that involves going with the Brotherhood, and a lot of them are going to be dead outside of the Galaxy Radio studio. So you can just pick up their stuff, go to the Brotherhood Outcast, drop it off, go back there, pick up whatever you couldn't carry and bring it back. You'll have plenty of stim packs and 5.56 ammo, which should get you through the early and mid game of Fallout 3 without too much trouble. The major cons to the assault rifle is that it does have low damage per shot, so against tankier enemies it's not going to be as good, but that isn't such a big deal, especially if the enemy doesn't have armor. And this does have short to medium range. It's not really great out to long range. We kind of already talked about that, but just spraying this at enemies at a far distance, it can work, but it's not going to work consistently against those enemies as compared to just using a more accurate rifle. For an overall rating for the assault rifle, I think I'd put this one up into B tier. It's pretty solid for the early game. It's pretty solid for the mid game. It does fall off a bit later into the end game, and it is always going to be competing with the Chinese assault rifle as well as its unique variants, which I think the Chinese assault rifle is a little bit better than the regular assault rifle since they have very similar stats. The Chinese assault rifle just does more damage per shot, so you get a little bit more mileage out of it. Now there is 2 unique variants of this, or sort of 2 unique variants. There is the Infiltrator and the Perforator. Both these can be found in the Pit DLC. The Infiltrator is kind of limited because I think there's only like 4 people that actually carry this around. I could be wrong about that. This is a bit of a unique gun because it's the same as the assault rifle. However, it now has a suppressor on it, a scope, and it has the stock chopped off, which is a little bit weird to put a scope on a rifle and then cut the stock off of it. I don't know why you would want to do that. I feel like if this thing had a stock, it would look so much better. It would just look so much more aesthetically pleasing, but okay. For the stats, the Infiltrator does 7 damage per shot, so actually a little bit lower than the regular assault rifle. I'm assuming they did this because it had a suppressor on it, and they kind of did the same thing with the regular 10mm, and as opposed to the silenced version of it, so you can kind of use this more in a sneaky role. This does 56 damage per second, so still pretty good DPS. Has the same crit modifier at 0.125. Has 10 crit damage, so it actually does more damage than the regular assault rifle. Costs 23 action points. Has the same spread at 1.5, which seems weird because it seems still strange to have a scope on a gun that's still not very accurate at longer ranges. Like, if I took the scope off of this and had a stock on it, and then you just put the scope onto the Perforator, I feel like that would make the most sense, but whatever. This holds 24 rounds in the magazine, weighs 7, and has slightly better health than the regular assault rifle at 1,429 shots fired before it breaks. This one's pretty decent. It's not really that much of an upgrade over the standard assault rifle in terms of stats. In terms of looks, you could argue it looking better, because I do like the blacked out gun. This one's pretty cool, and you can get a couple of them at the pit. You just have to kill some raiders, or pickpocket some raiders, depending on who you want to side with. And you can get this. For an overall rating for this one, I'd also probably put it up into B tier. It's a decent gun. I don't know if it's really worth rushing the pit just for this one. It could be worth rushing the pit because there is a lot of really good weapons and armor from that. But this one I don't think is a real big standout compared to just the standard assault rifle. Now, there is also the Perforator, which you get from the pit as well, but you do need to earn this one. The only way that you can get the Perforator is if you go out to the scrapyard and you find at least 90 steel ingots. There's 100 in total, so you have to get the majority of them in order to get this as a reward. And the Perforator is pretty awesome. This one has a slower rate of fire than the standard assault rifle or from the Infiltrator, but it does more damage per shot. So the Perforator does 10 damage per shot, which is decent. 60 damage per second, which is also pretty good. This one has a better crit modifier at 0.33. It's still not great. You're still not going to be hitting crits super often with this, but you will be hitting them a lot more often than the assault rifle or the Infiltrator. This one does 14 crit damage, so also pretty decent crit damage, at least for a full auto gun. This one does cost more action points at 27, which is a little bit interesting. This one has a lot less spread at 0.5, so long range is actually fairly achievable with this one. It's still not the best at long range, but it's pretty decent. This one still has the magazine of 24, still weighs 7, and this one has less item health than the Infiltrator and less than the assault rifle, interestingly enough, being able to shoot just 1,000 rounds before it breaks. So you're kind of trading off the rate of fire for more damage and better accuracy. The Perforator, I would say, is an upgrade over the assault rifle and over the Infiltrator. It's also just a very nice reward to get for actually going through the pit and collecting so many of the steel ingots, because some of them can be kind of difficult to find. And the pit is probably the most buggy DLC, where sometimes you do just fall through the floor, which is a little bit annoying, or the game just crashes, or both. The Perforator, I would move up a tier from the other assault rifles, and I'd put it high up into A tier. I think it's actually a pretty solid assault rifle and a pretty solid gun for most instances, and it can be a worthwhile thing to rush for the pit. As well as if you go through and get the 90 ingots, you're getting arguably one of the best weapons in the game, not the Perforator, but the Metal Blaster. That one might actually be the strongest weapon in the game. And you're also getting several really good armors throughout that, so you can just be wearing those and you'll be pretty set for the rest of the game. There is still one other assault rifle that we should probably talk about, and that is the Anchorage assault rifle. because this one comes on certain classes in Anchorage, and you can actually sneak it out of Anchorage or cheat it out of Anchorage, even on console. The way that you do this is shove a body or multiple bodies into the pod with you. Once you climb in to go to the Anchorage DLC, there is one body that is always guaranteed to be there. It's one of the Gary bodies. You can come up with your own way of putting more bodies into that pod if you would like, and then you just run through the DLC normally. At the end of the DLC, once you're coming out, you just spam click until you eventually grab hold of one of the bodies. Before the thing fully loads, put all of your gear into that body, get out of the pod. It should take all your gear away, which you won't have any because you put it all in that body. Once you're out, you can grab the assault rifle. The assault rifle has the exact same stats as the regular assault rifle then, but it has basically infinite item durability. So that is a way that you can do it if you really like the assault rifle and you just really don't want it breaking. If you'd like to do that, you absolutely can. Today we're going to be taking a look at the Chinese assault rifle, our counterpart to the presumably American assault rifle, even though the American one is a German one. Regardless, this is the Chinese assault rifle, the AK, kind of. It's mostly an AK with like an RPK grip, which is interesting. This is likely going to be one of the very first assault rifles that you get in the game, since it's just this one and the regular assault rifle. This one is a little bit less common, at least to start out with, but it gets about as common as the regular assault rifle throughout most of the game. There are places where you can run and get a Chinese assault rifle right at the very start of the game, so that can be really nice. And it is just this weapon and the assault rifle that are actually using the 5.56 rounds. So you really only have to pick between one of these two depending on which one you like, assuming that you're going with small guns in general. For the stats of the Chinese assault rifle, this one does 11 damage on hit, which is pretty good for the assault rifle. This one does 88 damage per second, which is pretty good. It actually shoots fairly fast. That's nice to see. This one has a very low crit chance, like a lot of the automatic weapons. This is a 0.125 times chance, so not very likely to hit crits, but if you do hit crits, it's a nice little bonus in terms of damage. This one, weirdly enough, does 10 damage on crit rather than 11, so it's slightly lower than its base damage for some odd reason, although this is still additive to the regular damage, so you're still going to be doing more damage when you do hit a crit. It's just most of the time it's the same as its regular damage, and then it's just effectively doubled. This one costs 23 action points using VATS. Not too bad. This one has 1.5 spread, same as the regular assault rifle, so not the greatest at long range, but pretty acceptable at medium and close range. Holds 24 rounds in the magazine, weighs 7 weight, and this one has 1,212 shots that it can shoot before it breaks. That's pretty good. It's pretty comparable to the assault rifle. This one is just kind of better than it though, where it has more base damage and more DPS. Aside from that, they're very, very similar. They have the same amount of spread. They have the same mag size. They're about the same weight. They're about the same in terms of durability. So this one tends to be kind of the go-to assault rifle early on. For the general pros of this weapon, it does have pretty good damage per second, which is nice, and it does have a high rate of fire. Both those are pretty good. It also has pretty common ammo. 5.56 ammo is actually really easy to get, especially if you want to go and talk to the outcast down south. If you do that and you get them technology, you can trade in any of the technology for 5.56 rounds, so it actually becomes a really convenient round to be using throughout most of the early and mid game. The major con to this is kind of the same as the regular assault rifle, where it lacks range. It's not going to be way great for spraying at enemies at a really long distance. It just isn't really that good for it, but you can do it if you would like. You're mostly going to want to use this at close to medium range though. Overall, the Chinese assault rifle is quite good. It's a good early to mid to even late game weapon for the most part, so I'd put this one up into our A tier. Now let's talk about the unique version of it, which is called the... I always called it a Zulong rifle, but I think it's a Xiaolong rifle. I could be wrong. I don't really know the correct pronunciation of this. This is the unique Chinese assault rifle, and this one is probably one of the more obscure unique weapons that's ever been in Fallout, because you have to go out of your way in order to do an unmarked quest in order to get this. It's very similar to like this machine in Fallout New Vegas, where whenever I bring this one up, or this machine in New Vegas, some people don't even realize that it's actually in the game, in the base game. It's not even in a DLC or anything. In order to get this one, you have to go to the Museum of Technology. You have to find 3 separate terminals, access them, and then pick the correct numbers on them. I actually do remember the sequence. The first terminal is the second number, the second terminal is the third number, and the third terminal is the fourth number. You select all of those, then you have to go and find the secret stash, which isn't really that secret, inside of the museum. Once you open up the safe, you'll get a holotape. This will give you the location of the Zulong assault rifle, which you can actually go to the area before this if you would like, but the body will not be spawned there that actually has it on them. So once you get this, you have to go all the way back to about the middle of the map, just past Vault 101, heading to the west. And if you just keep heading there, you should run across a diner. Inside of this diner, there is a dead body that has the assault rifle on them. This will only spawn if you do the quest, though. If you don't do it, then that body does not spawn there. So this weapon can be really easy to miss. Like I said, it's probably one of the more obscure weapons in Fallout history. So for stats, this does 12 damage per shot, which is pretty good. This has 96 damage per second, also really good. Same crit modifier at 0.125, so not really likely to hit crits. This one does do the same amount of crit damage as it does regular damage at 12, though, so that's pretty nice. This one costs 23 action points to use in VATS, which isn't too bad. This one has 1.5 spread, same as the regular assault rifle. This one does have a much larger magazine though. Rather than holding 24 rounds, this one holds 36 rounds. So you do get more sustained fire with this rifle, which is really good. Still weighs 7 and has slightly less item HP at 1111. So it is a little bit more likely to break. But again, Chinese assault rifles aren't super hard to find. They're not super hard to buy. So getting this one is going to be pretty worthwhile in my opinion. It's a pretty nice upgrade. And I think it is probably the best assault rifle and one of the best assault style weapons in the game. I would probably put this one up a tier higher into S tier. It's probably on the low end of S tier because it's not a crazy weapon by any means, but it is a pretty consistent weapon. You could argue whether or not this one or the Perforator are the better option. I think this one personally kind of is for the role of an assault rifle, since the Perforator kind of sits in a weird spot, since that one does good damage and has good range, so you can get more value per shot from it. But if you're going for that, something like a sniper rifle kind of outcompetes it. And for this, it's more for close range, high damage, which the only thing that's kind of competing with this would be something else like an assault rifle or like the 10mm submachine gun, which you could argue Sydney's 10mm SMG might be better than this one too, depending on how much ammo you have and depending on what weapons you're using. So tell me your thoughts on the Chinese assault rifle. I'm really curious because this one has been requested quite a bit, which is understandable. It's a pretty iconic weapon for Fallout, and it's kind of cool to see an AK in Fallout. We've had them before. There's AKs in Fallout Tactics. This one and also Fallout 4 as well as Fallout 76, so you do have AKs in all of them. I don't think there was in the first one, and I don't remember if there was in 2. I know there was an FAL in 2, but I don't think there was AKs in like 1. Today we're going to be taking a look at all of the lever action guns in Fallout 3, of which we have 4 of. So let's talk about each of these and kind of go over the pros and cons to them. And these are going to be kind of all over the place, since at least one of these is definitely an outlier compared to the others. And we're starting off with that one, which is the BB gun. This is actually the very first weapon that you get to use in Fallout 3, and this one is pretty weak, as you would kind of expect. BB guns, actually in Fallout tend not to be very weak, at least the unique versions, but there is no unique version of the BB gun here. So BB guns are actually not very common, they're fairly rare, and BBs are also kind of rare, although you can buy them from shops, and they're usually not that expensive. The BB gun for stats does a whopping 4 damage per shot, which is very low, although if you do go and get the point lookout perks right away, it will jump it up to 14 damage, and that's actually decent. It's not incredible, but it is decent. This one does 3 damage per second, not the most. 1 times crit modifier, has 4 crit damage, so also not really high stats there. For some reason, this one requires 28 action points to use in VATS. I don't know why the BB gun actually has that much. You'd think it would be pretty low, just so that it had something going for it, but that's pretty equivalent to pretty much all the other lever actions. This one has 0.5 spread, so it is actually quite accurate, although the BBs do have travel time just like they do in New Vegas. So if you're shooting at a long distance, you're going to have to potentially aim in front of the enemy. This one holds 100 rounds in it, which is pretty cool. It does hold the most ammo out of any of the rifles, and it makes it so you won't have to really reload this in the middle of combat probably. This weighs 2 weight, so it is very lightweight, and this has 417 shots, or 417 BBs fired through it before you actually break it. That's pretty decent. Its HP is pretty good, especially considering it holds 100 rounds. So for the general pros of these weapons, kind of excluding the BB gun since that's the first one we're talking about, they do have high damage, again besides the BB gun, and they do have long range. Even the BB gun actually has pretty good long range, assuming that you're willing to lead the shots. BB gun also, I guess, has the bonus of it being silent, so that's kind of cool. The cons to all of these, though, are that they all have a slow rate of fire. None of the lever actions shoot very quickly, which can be a little bit awkward overall. For an overall rating for the BB gun, this one is going to have to go into D tier. It's just not very strong. It is kind of a fun early game weapon, and it can be decent for picking off things like rad roaches, mole rats, and like bloat flies. They're really common, easy to kill enemies. And like I said, if you want to run to point lookout and get those 2 perks, it can be decent because at least then it's 14 base damage, which isn't too bad. It's still not amazing, but it's not too bad then. Move on from the BB gun to the second rifle that we're going to take a look at, which is the lever action. So the lever action rifle is unique to point lookout. You can get these pretty much all over the place. The hillbillies and the tribals tend to carry them around a lot. You can also buy them from the stores there. And this one has a pretty big advantage because if you want to rush this, it actually uses a super common ammo just using the 10mm rounds. And this does have the highest amount of damage for 10mm out of any of the guns. So the lever action rifle does 40 damage per shot, which is quite good. 30 damage per second, still doesn't shoot very fast. This one has a massive 5x crit modifier though, so it is very, very likely to hit crits. This one does 40 crit damage, which is also pretty good. This one costs 30 action points to be using, and that's kind of what you'd expect for a rifle like this. This has 0.25 spread, so it is extremely accurate. This one holds 10 rounds in it, and you do reload all the rounds at once, which is kind of cool. I wish the animation was a little bit better for this one, like the reloading animations are for New Vegas, but it's whatever. The lever action weighs 8 weight, so it is kind of heavy for a rifle, but not too bad. And you can shoot 250 shots to this before it breaks. This one is pretty good, besides having kind of low item health, but assuming that you can stock up on a couple lever actions, it uses a super common ammo and it does really high damage. It's also really, really good on a crit build. So this one is going to go all the way up into A tier. I think it's a very strong rifle. Let's talk about the unique version of it called the Backwater Rifle, which you get this from completing a quest. This is finding the Chinese spy, and this is basically your reward, or at least your good reward at the end of that quest, since you kind of get another reward and that one's not so good. This one is just an upgrade to the lever action rifle. This one does 45 damage per shot, so that's quite good. This does 34 damage per second, which is alright. Has a 5x crit modifier, does 45 crit damage. Costs 30 action points, has a big old 0.25 for spread, so it is very accurate. Still holds 10 rounds, weighs slightly less than a lever action at 7 weight, and this one has double the item health, or a little bit above double the item health at 519 shots before it breaks. This one is fantastic, and it's pretty much the best 10mm gun besides maybe Sydney's SMG. There's an argument to be made for either of those, because Sydney's will beat this one in DPS, and if you have a bunch of bullets, which you likely will, you can justify using that. The Backwater Rifle is better per shot, though. So I'm going to put this one all the way up into S tier. And then finally we move on to the big boy of the lever actions. This is Lincoln's Repeater. And Lincoln's Repeater is pretty awesome. You can actually get this really easy. This is found in the Museum of History, and this one is pretty awesome. This one uses the 44 round, which is probably the most rare round that we're going to talk about today, because BBs are kind of rare, but you can buy them. 44s you can buy them, but they're kind of expensive, and 10mm are super common. Lincoln's Repeater can also be repaired with hunting rifles, which is interesting. So you don't need other lever actions to fix this up, or you don't need like a merchant to actually fix these up, making it a pretty reliable option to have at pretty high health, since so many enemies carry around hunting rifles like raiders and super mutants. Lincoln's Repeater does 50 damage per shot, the highest out of these lever actions. This has 38 damage per second, still kind of a slow shooting gun. This one has a 2x crit modifier, which is still very good. It's not as good as the Backwater rifles, but 2x is still quite good. Does 50 crit damage, which is very nice. This one only costs 25 action points. For some reason, this one's kind of low on an action point cost, which is nice. This one has 0 spread, so it is extremely accurate. This one holds 15 rounds in it as well. Why it can hold 15 44 rounds and the lever action can only hold 10mm, I don't know, because they seem to be about the same tube size, and if I'm not mistaken, I think 44 is slightly longer than 10mm, at least in our world. Maybe it's different in Fallout though. Maybe they're substantially larger, I guess. This one only weighs 5 weight too. It's actually very lightweight, and you get to fire Lincoln's Repeater 400 times before it breaks. But like I said, hunting rifles can fix this up, so your repeater is probably going to be at full health the whole time. This one is really good. It also counts towards a quest with Hannibal. He is one of the escaped slaves, and you can reoccupy the Lincoln Memorial, or you could side with the slavers there, and you could give them this rifle. I would not recommend doing that, though, because Lincoln's Repeater is pretty awesome, and I think it's worth a whole lot more than the few hundred caps that you get from either of them. Lincoln's Repeater is going to go all the way up into S tier, too. It is a fantastic weapon, and if you're running through the main quest, you can actually get it pretty early on, because all you have to do is get to Galaxy News Radio, be sent to the Museum of Technology, and just walk right across the street to the Museum of History, and then you can grab this one too. And this one isn't like a weird hidden weapon like how the Zulong Assault Rifle is in the Technology Museum. Still not sure if I'm saying that one right. But yeah, this one is far more straightforward, and it is a very, very good weapon. So that'll do it for the lever actions. Tell me your thoughts on these weapons. I think they're all really cool. BB gun is cool, but it's not very strong, so I do enjoy it, but I wish there was a unique version of this, similar to how there is in New Vegas or how there was in some of the other Fallouts. Like I think Fallout 2 had a pretty good BB gun that was like quite high damage and quite consistent damage. It would have been cool to get something like that, but either way. Today we're going to be taking a look at the Sniper Rifle, the first and actually only 308 gun in this game. So if you find any 308s, it's going to go to a Sniper Rifle, or it's going to go to one of the variants of the Sniper Rifle. And the Sniper Rifle is a fairly rare weapon. Not a whole lot of enemies have this. Sometimes mercenaries can have it. Sometimes, in rare circumstances, raiders can have this. You might end up needing to buy this or get it from one of the characters that actually has it. So the base sniper rifle is one of the few weapons that you can actually ADS with. All versions of it are, because all of them have scopes on them, which is pretty interesting because most other weapons you can't actually do that with in Fallout 3, barring mods, in which case then you can do it with all sorts of stuff. So for the stats, this one does 40 damage per shot, which is pretty good. This one does 43 damage per second. Doesn't have a super fast rate of fire. It is quicker than something like the hunting rifle, but it's not as high as any of the automatic weapons. It's about on par, a little bit faster than like the lever actions. This one has a big old 5 times crit modifier, which is really good. Hitting crits is awesome with these, and you hit crits pretty often. This does 40 damage on crit hit, so you're actually doing like 80 damage in total whenever you hit a regular crit with it, which is really good. This costs 38 action points to be using in VATS, which is on the high side. That's definitely higher than most of the rifles that we've talked about. Big old 0 for spread. The sniper rifle is very accurate, as you would kind of hope it would be. This one holds a magazine of 5. Not the most amount of shots, but still usually enough to finish off most regular fights. This one weighs 10, so it is actually pretty heavy, and it has only 83 shots in it before it breaks. Sniper rifles are actually pretty fragile, which is kind of a bad thing. For the general pros of the sniper rifle and its unique variants, all of them have long range and all of them have good damage. They also all have really high crit chances. 5 times crit chance is pretty much the max, not counting the alien blaster that has 100 times. But 5 times, and if you can go all the way up to 18%, then you go all the way to the maximum of 90% crit chance with these, so they have a very high chance of hitting crits, which does make them pretty good. Major cons to the sniper rifles are the rarity of them. They're not super common. You don't find a whole lot of them. They're fairly fragile. They don't have super high item HP, and they can be kind of heavy. 10 weight is kind of a lot for a rifle, although you probably won't be carrying around multiple of these most of the time. For a general rating for the sniper rifle, I'd probably put this one high up into A tier. I think it's pretty solid. Now let's move on to the unique variants of it, and there's 2 or kind of 3 depending on how you count. So let's talk about the reservist rifle, which is the first one. This one you find to the north end of the map. This one is actually found by a drifter who has it, who will become hostile and try to shoot you. Doesn't matter what you're wearing, doesn't matter who you're associated with, he will try to kill you. And funny enough, you can actually farm him and potentially get infinite amounts of these rifles. Because if you shoot the rifle out of his hands and it comes tumbling down, you can pick it up, then leave the area, and wait 3 days, and if you come back, he will respawn with a new rifle. So if you ever lose this rifle, you can farm him for more rifles. At least so long as you didn't kill him the first time, because if you kill him, then he's dead and the rifle won't respawn on him. He won't respawn either. This one has similar stats to the regular sniper rifle, but a little bit better and a little bit worse in certain areas. This one does 40 damage per hit, same as the regular sniper rifle, although it has 64 damage per second, so a lot higher DPS. This one does shoot quicker. This one still has a 5 times crit modifier, which is really good, still 40 crit damage. This one costs a little bit less action points at 32. This one only holds 3 rounds in the magazine, which is kind of the major con to this one. 5 rounds you can already go through fairly quick, and you're going to be reloading the sniper rifle pretty often. This one only holding 3, you're going to be reloading about twice as often as you otherwise would. This one still has 0 spread, still weighs 10, and this one does have better item health, being able to shoot 125 shots through it before it breaks. You could argue whether or not this one is an upgrade or a downgrade to the regular sniper rifle. I think it is a slight upgrade because it does have the faster rate of fire on it, which is pretty nice, and it does have more item HP. The 3-round magazine, though, is a pretty big turnoff for me. I don't really like that. It takes about the same amount of time to reload those 3 shots as it did to shoot the first 3 shots. So it's just kind of awkward. I don't really care for this rifle all that much, although it is still pretty good. So I'm going to put this one up into A tier with the sniper rifle. I think a slight upgrade over the sniper rifle, but I think you could argue it as a side grade to the sniper rifle as well. Then we have the victory rifle up next. The victory rifle can also be found in a shack kind of to the, well, a bit further north and a bit to the west. In this shack, it's located in a locked box on the ground. This locked box has a very hard lock on it, so you're going to need 100 lock picking, or you can get dog meat. Dogmeat can actually search this chest for free, which is kind of funny. So just take him there, tell him to go find a weapon, and he will find this one for you. Or I think there's like 1 or 2 other weapons that can spawn in there too. So just keep telling him that until you get the victory rifle. This one, once again, is kind of more of a side grade to the regular sniper rifle than anything else. So this one does 40 damage on hit, same as the regular sniper rifle, still 43 DPS. This one has a 3 times crit modifier, so it's less likely to hit crits. However, this one does have a unique effect when it does hit crits, and that's to knock down enemies. This knockdown doesn't last very long. The knockdown is quite strong on most weapons, but for a weapon that shoots this slow, not the most. It's still pretty decent, but there's also another kind of issue with the knockdown, and one that I don't personally know how the heck it works, but I have noticed it multiple times with this rifle and with the Gauss rifle in the many times that I've played Fallout 3. And that is sometimes when you hit a sneak crit, so it's a guaranteed crit on an enemy that's supposed to deal double damage. This actually doesn't really seem to work with the knockdown effect though. It seems to apply the knockdown effect first, and then sometimes your round just seems to miss or do very reduced damage on target hit. And you could argue this by hitting an enemy's weapon, but I've seen this happen multiple times where I've hit enemies in like square in the chest, right in the legs, places where they wouldn't really have a weapon, places where a weapon couldn't be to block the shot. So I don't know why this applies, because sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it just goes through normally where you knock down the enemy and you still do full damage, which is really good. But other times it's like you knock down the enemy and it barely did anything to them. And I don't know why that is, but the Victory Rifle and the Gauss Rifle both do this. For the rest of the stats, this one does 40 damage on crit, costs 38 action points, weighs 10. This one does have way more item health than a regular sniper rifle at 250. Still has 0 spread, still holds 5 rounds. It's pretty much the same stats as a sniper rifle, but with a worse crit chance, more item HP, and the ability to potentially knock down enemies. Sometimes allowing you to do a lot more damage thanks to the knockdown, other times allowing the knockdown to take place where it doesn't actually do any extra damage. This one is really strange, and I've never really enjoyed the way that it felt, because the other snipers really incentivize a crit build. They really incentivize you having high crits. This one kind of does too, but it doesn't benefit nearly as much from that as the other two do. So I would probably put this one also up into A tier for a rating. I think it's just as good as the regular sniper rifle. It kind of shines in one way or another, but sometimes it feels so strange, and I don't really like the way that it feels. There is still another sniper rifle that we should talk about, which I think is the best version of the sniper rifle, which is the Operation Anchorage one. So if you're not aware, there is a glitch that you can do in Operation Anchorage. This works on every platform, whether you're playing on PC or console. And that is when you go to leave Operation Anchorage, if you've stacked a body or multiple bodies inside the pod with you, you can keep spamming to loot them as soon as you're exiting the actual simulator. If you do that, then you grab hold of one of the bodies, you can throw all of your gear into it, and once you come out of it, then you can loot that body and take all your stuff back. And this makes it so you get all the simulation stuff, which for the sniper rifle then means that it has all the same base stats as the regular sniper rifle, although it looks a little bit nicer because these are supposed to be like the pre-war versions. And this one has pretty much unlimited health. It's not quite unlimited, but it's practically unbreakable for all intents and purposes. And that version would be probably the best version, where that one still has an okay rate of fire, still good damage, still good crit chance. You could sneak out an infinite amount of ammo too from that, or not really sneak out, you could just cheat out an infinite amount of ammo from the simulator too for the sniper rifle, and that would be the best version of the sniper rifle. Even then, I still don't think it would be super overpowered, but it is still pretty good. So that one would probably be like up into S tier if we had a rating for it. I don't think it's fair to rate any of the Anchorage weapons that you get that way, because you're not really supposed to be able to get them that way, and it's just a well-known glitch that you can do. Tell me your thoughts on the sniper rifle and its unique variants. How do you like them? And I'm curious, have you guys had the same problems that I have had with the Victory Rifle and with the Gauss Rifle, specifically in Fallout 3? Because in the later entries in Fallout, and even the earlier entries, I've had no problems with the Gauss Rifle at all for just doing damage. It seems to work just fine in Fallout 2, Fallout New Vegas, Fallout 4. It seems fine, but for whatever reason in Fallout 3, it seems really wonky. Today we're going to be taking a look at the sawed-off shotgun, another iconic weapon in Fallout's history, and just kind of an iconic weapon in post-apocalyptic situations wherever you go. So the sawed-off shotgun is more than likely going to be the first shotgun that you get access to in Fallout 3. That can vary because there are places where you can get a combat shotgun very early on, especially if you know where to go. So the combat shotgun might sort of just pop up before you get access to a sawed-off shotgun. But sawed-off shotguns, I feel like, are more common in the early game, whereas combat shotguns are more common in the mid to late game. So the sawed-off shotgun in Fallout 3 is probably the most fair shotgun in the game, and I'll explain why. So let's go over the stats first, and then kind of talk about why shotguns are sort of nuts in this game. So the shotgun does 50 damage over its pellets, so assuming that you hit with all the pellets, you're going to do about 50 damage, not accounting for perks or gun skill or anything like that, but the base damage is 50, which is pretty good. This has 113 damage per second, which is a little bit strange, since you usually have to fire this twice, and then you're going to have to reload it after every 2 shots, but you can shoot it out pretty quick. This has a big old 0 for crit chance, and it has a big old 0 for crit damage. That is the main reason why this one is the most fair shotgun, because shotguns in Fallout 3 do not scale like they do in all the other Fallout games. The way that shotguns scale in Fallout 3 is that the crit damage applies to every pellet that you hit with. So in Fallout 3, you generally shoot out 9 pellets from the shotguns, or most shotgun-style weapons, and that makes it so crits stack on every single one of those. And generally, the crit damage is whatever your base damage is, and that's combined total of the pellets. So with the sawed-off shotgun doing 50 damage, then that makes it so every pellet should do an additional 50 damage on a crit that hits. Unless it's a sneak crit, in which case then it's doubled. But since the sawed-off shotgun can't hit crits, no matter even if they're sneak crits, you won't get any extra damage. It does actually make the shotgun incredibly fair as opposed to the combat shotgun, which does not have this limitation on it, which makes it so that gun is insane, and this gun is perfectly balanced. This costs 37 action points to use in VATS, quite a bit of action points, and shotguns aren't always the best to be using in VATS, but if you like using it, then go for it. This has a big old 7 for spread, which makes it so its spread is very wide. This one has a magazine of 2, as you would imagine. It has 2 barrels, you load 2 shells into it. This weighs 6 weight, which is really heavy for a sawed-off shotgun. I don't know why it weighs that much, but okay. It's not as bad as like Fallout 4's weights, but alright. And this one has a total health of 167 shells before you would need to repair it, before it breaks. That's pretty good since the sawed-off shotgun does not go through ammo very quick, since you're limited to the 2 shots and then you have to reload. So this thing breaking is not going to be such a big deal, and sawed-off shotguns aren't super hard to find in the early game. For the pros of the sawed-off shotgun and its unique variant, this one is an early game weapon, so getting it early on is pretty good. This has good ammo. Shotgun shells are not very difficult to find in Fallout 3, and it's only competing with this, the double barrel, or the full-size double barrel, and the combat shotgun for guns that are using that ammo, so that's kind of nice. And this is pretty good for the early game damage. The damage is pretty good. The cons to this one, though, is that it is the worst of all the shotguns, simply because it can't crit. And the other shotguns are insane because they can crit. So that's going to be a major con to this one. It also has really bad spread. At anything besides close range, the double barrel is not going to be very reliable, which makes sense. It should only be useful at very close range. For an overall rating for the sawed-off double barrel, I'd put this one into C tier. It's an okay gun that works fairly well in Fallout, and it is pretty fairly balanced. There is a unique version of it, though. Let's talk about that. This one is called the Kneecapper. You get this one from a guy named Ronald. You can find him at pretty much the lower right-hand corner of the map, where he and Sierra are the only 2 residents of this little town, and you can steal this off of him by reverse pickpocketing him. So if you pickpocket him, take his shotgun shells away, wait outside or wait inside depending on where he goes, then pickpocket him again, then you can get the Kneecapper. You could also kill him to take it, but I don't know if it would really be worth it in terms of the gun usefulness, because this isn't really one of like the go-to guns. You're probably going to get this because you just really like the sawed-off shotgun. So the Kneecapper does 75 damage, quite a bit more than the regular sawed-off shotgun. This one has 141 damage per second because it does do more damage per shot. This one still has a big old 0 for crits, a big old 0 for the crit damage, so you can't hit crits with this one either. This costs 37 action points, so quite a lot to use in VATS. This one has a spread of only 4, which isn't as bad as the sawed-off shotgun at 7. This one is about twice or almost twice as small spread, which is good. Makes it so medium range is a little bit more effective with this one. This one still holds 2 rounds in it. This one weighs 5 weight, so it is slightly less weight than a regular sawed-off shotgun. And this one, for some reason, has lower health, where it can only fire 111 rounds before it actually breaks. So you might need to fix this one up a little bit more if you want to go and get it. This one's an overall upgrade from the sawed-off shotgun and a pretty decent pistol or close-range engagement weapon, like you would kind of want a sawed-off shotgun to be. This one I'd put up into B tier. I think this one's pretty decent overall. If you want to rush it, you absolutely can, and it's not super hard to get, assuming that you either have stealth boys or you have a decent amount of sneak, or both. Today we're going to be taking a look at some problematic weapons. So today we're going to be taking a look at the combat shotgun, its unique variant, and the double barrel shotgun. The double barrel probably should have been included with the sawed-off versions of the shotgun, because it would make the most sense to go there, because I don't think it really needs its own video, so it's going to kind of be lumped into this one, but it should have probably went with the sawed-off shotguns. So the combat shotgun, you can get pretty early on. The combat shotgun, you can actually get right at the very start if you know where to go. It's also not very uncommon for raiders to be carrying around combat shotguns, so finding multiple of these is not very difficult in the early and mid game. and that's kind of an issue. So for the stats of the combat shotgun, this one does 55 damage per shot, which is pretty good. That is only a little bit better than the sawed-off shotgun, but this one does have better spread, so it's a little bit more consistent than that. This one does 83 damage per second, and that's pretty good because this does have a 12-round magazine. How it feeds with that, I don't know. The combat shotgun in Fallout 3 is a bit weird because it's based off of a PPSH-41 submachine gun, but then it's a 12-gauge shotgun, so very odd design choice that they chose to make. This one has a 1x crit modifier, which is fine. However, this one does do 243 crit damage, which is kind of an issue because with how early on you can get this, just a regular combat shotgun can easily carry you through the entire game, even on the highest difficulty in Fallout 3. Even more so if you're going with a crit build, which you might as well go for because that's pretty much the strongest build in Fallout 3. This one costs 27 action points to use in VATS, which isn't too much. This one has 3 spread, which I think makes it the most accurate of any of the shotguns. Not any of the shotgun type weapons, because I think the Metal Blaster is the most accurate, but this one is still reasonably accurate. This one has a magazine of 12, this one weighs 7, and this one can fire 145 shots before it breaks. This is really good, and this is kind of one of the issues with the combat shotgun and just shotguns in general in Fallout 3, where even something like a common combat shotgun generally outperforms most weapons in the game. This will beat out pretty much everything at close range besides other shotgun style weapons, like the unique version of this, the double barrel, which we're going to talk about, and then the other shotgun weapons like the Metal Blaster or Paulson's revolver. There's not really anything else that can compete with them at close range or even at medium range for that matter, or really at long range if you want to include the Metal Blaster in that. So for the pros of this weapon, really high damage and really high damage per second. Kind of absurd amounts. Then you've also got the common ammo. 12 gauge is not very hard to find, and there's no other shotgun shells, so if you find any shotgun shells, it's going to load into this, and these are really common. So finding them early on, finding them throughout the game, and having your shotgun fixed up is not going to be that much of an issue. The only real con to this is that it has short range, and that's about it. If it had long range, there wouldn't be any cons to it. This is pretty much one of the best early game weapons, and pretty much one of the best weapons in the game. So for an overall rating for the combat shotgun, it's actually going to go up into the broken tier because of how easy these are to get. And that is kind of an issue overall. It's kind of a bit much. They did balance shotguns better later on into like Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 4, even though in New Vegas you could also argue something like the Riot shotgun is pretty broken too. Let's talk about the unique version now, which is even stronger than the regular one. This is the Terrible shotgun. You do have to get this one, and it's kind of out of your way since you have to go pretty far to the west. You find just a giant raider base there, and you do have to fight your way all the way through it to get to the Terrible shotgun. So the Terrible shotgun does 80 damage per shot, which is very high. This does 120 damage per second, which is also really good. Still has a 1x crit modifier. This one has even more crit damage at 360 crit damage. This one costs 27 action points to use in VATS. This one is a lot less accurate than a regular combat shotgun at 6 spread, so it's actually got some of the most spread out of any of the shotguns, meaning that this one's not as good at longer ranges, but it's even kind of better at close range because it's just more likely to hit, and if you hit a crit, you're probably going to kill stuff. And this one holds 12 rounds in it. This one is heavier too at 10 weight, and this one you can fire 146 shots before it breaks. This one is also going to go up into our broken tier. This one is just a stronger version of the combat shotgun that sort of just does its job better, at least at close range. At medium range, you could argue that they're about the same, and at longer range, it's going to be worse. But at that point, you could just substitute this with like the Metal Blaster if you want something that's better at long range. This is also a pretty overpowered weapon. It's not very difficult to get if you just want to rush to that area and you just want to take a combat shotgun there. You're probably going to have fun just killing all the raiders there. There's also one of the super mutant behemoths there. It would also make later appearances in some of the other Fallout games, like it's in Fallout 4 as well, although it does have its French name there rather than its English name, so that's kind of funny. And then we move on to the double barrel shotgun, the full-size double barrel shotgun, not the sawed-off, that you get in Point Lookout. This can be held by the tribals and by the hillbillies. You can also buy these pretty early on at the shop right as you get to Point Lookout, so that's pretty nice. They're not too expensive, but you do need specifically these to fix them up. You can't fix them up with the sawed-off shotguns, so it can be a little bit awkward once you do need to fix them up. And this one is unique in a couple different ways. So this one does the highest amount of damage out of any of the shotguns, doing 85 damage per shot, which is pretty high, as well as it does 191 damage per second. That's not necessarily the highest amount of damage per second because this one does fire out both barrels every time that you pull the trigger, meaning that you're going to have to be reloading it after every single shot, which I think does make this one more balanced than the combat shotgun, since with combat shotgun, if you miss, it doesn't really matter. You still have 11 more shots that you can fire at it. With this, if you miss, it does matter because you're going to have to reload. And that can be kind of a bad thing, especially if you're fighting in Point Lookout, where the tribals and the hillbillies can also have this weapon and do really high damage back to you. This one also has 1x crit modifier, so it can hit crits, which makes it really strong. This one does 270 crit damage. However, this is more pellets, so you can hit harder than this. I believe this is just counting the blast of one barrel, not counting both barrels. And this is probably the strongest sneak weapon in the game, which is kind of weird that a double barrel is the strongest sneaking weapon. But if you hit a sneak crit with this, then that doubles your damage even more. So this one is really, really strong for that. You can one-shot, I think, everything in the game with this. This one costs 35 action points to use in VATS, which is a bit more. This one does have 5 spreads, so it's not the most accurate, which is kind of weird. You think that the long barrel, double barrel would have the best spread out of any of the shotguns, but it's actually not. It's one of the worst ones, which is weird. This one does hold 2 rounds in it. However, it fires out just one blast, so you get both barrels being fired at the same time. So you do go through shells potentially twice as fast. This one weighs 6 weight, which isn't too heavy. And this one has 118 shots fired through it. This is individual trigger pulls, not actually the amount of shells. The amount of shells would be doubled from this since you're firing out 2 shots every time that you shoot it. So it can break kind of fast. This one, I think, is a little bit more balanced than the other shotguns. It's a little bit more balanced than the combat shotgun or the terrible shotgun, assuming that you're not using it in a dedicated sneak crit roll. If you're just sneaking around and using this, it's going to be in the broken tier, but I think if you're running around with this normally, I'd probably put it up into S tier, because it's not quite to that level of being overpowered, simply because you don't have the fast follow-up shots and you can't just clear out an entire room with one magazine before you need to reload. It's also a pretty cool weapon. I do really like double barrel showing up in games, so having a really powerful side-by-side double barrel is really awesome. Yeah, these weapons are a little bit problematic in the game, mostly just because of how shotguns work. If the shotgun crit multiplier wasn't like it is, these would still be very strong weapons. The combat shotgun would still probably be an A tier, and the double barrel and the terrible shotgun would still probably be an S tier. But with how they do work, these are all just bumped up that much more, so they're that much stronger. This is the rocket launcher, and this is one of the few schematic weapons that can be found throughout the game. So you do have to make this weapon. No other NPC can have this weapon. You're the only one that can have it. And it's strange because it's the same as the junk jet from Fallout 4. So this takes scrap in order to shoot, meaning that you have to collect various junk in order to use it as ammo. And that provides some interesting gameplay with this one, because you can actually get this weapon fairly early on. It might actually be one of the very earliest big guns that you can get. You can potentially get it right away if you're willing to rush for quite a lot of caps. And it does make it so no matter what point you are in the game, you do essentially have infinite ammo, so long as you can find enough junk to be using in this. So let's go over the stats of the rocket launcher. We'll go over the pros and cons, how to build this, and kind of rank this one, because this one's definitely different. So the rocket launcher does 50 damage per shot, which is pretty high. That's actually really nice for a big gun, especially a weapon that you can get this early on. This does 167 damage per second. You can shoot this out pretty fast. This has a 1x crit modifier, which is normal. That's not anything crazy. This has 25 crit damage, so it's half of its regular damage, which is interesting. You'll still get more damage when you do hit crits, but it's not the full double damage like you would normally get from crit hits. This one costs 32 action points to be using in VATS, which is fine, I guess. I don't really use this one in VATS a whole lot, so if you are using it in VATS, it's probably okay, although it will cost you a decent amount of action points. This has a spread of 1, so it isn't the most accurate, and this also has weapon drop, or bullet drop. It's kind of hard to call it bullet drop. It has drop whenever you shoot it. This is determined by the item's weight that you're firing from it. The item's weight actually doesn't increase or decrease damage at all. I always thought it did. I figured the heavier the item you shot out of this, the more damage it would do, but that's not true. No matter what object you're firing out of this, whether it's something like a teddy bear or whether it's a fission battery, if you hit something with it, it's going to do the same amount of damage. But the drop is determined by the item's weight. So a teddy bear will fly straighter further than something like a fission battery since it's much heavier. It will drop off significantly faster. So you may need to arc this into enemies at a further distance. This one, for a magazine, technically doesn't have one, or it has infinite depending on how you want to look at it, because by itself, the rocket launcher doesn't hold any ammo, but you can load as much junk into it as you would like, and this does have to be junk items. However, this can be any junk item, at least so long as it has weight. If it doesn't have weight, like pencils that don't technically have enough weight to count, you can't load them in. But so long as you do have something that has weight, you can load it into this, meaning that the weight can also vary pretty heavily for this. The rocket launcher does weigh 8, which is actually less than the sum of its parts, but the weight of the gun can actually be significantly more depending on what junk you're putting into this, because something like fission batteries that weigh 10 or conductors that weigh 5, if you just load 10 of those into this, you can see how that can add up really fast, as opposed to loading in teddy bears or cups or coffee mugs or anything like that that weigh significantly less. And this one, according to the wiki, has 100 item health. I don't think that's accurate though. I think it has closer to 300 item health, because it said you can shoot this about 100 times before it'll break. By the time I was going through about 100 items when I was recording footage for this, I still had about 2/3 of my health left over for the rocket launcher, so I don't think that's accurate. I think you actually have more health than this. Let's talk about the pros and the cons of this weapon now. For the general pros, this does have functionally unlimited ammo, which is really good, especially for the start of the game where you might be struggling for ammo. So just picking up random junk, you have a lot of bullets. This is really good in any of the dense city areas or really any storage area. You're going to have plenty of ammo there. It's not as good if you're just out in the open, because there's likely less junk laying around, so you may not be able to refill your rocket launcher as easily. The other pro to this one is that it does actually have pretty good damage and pretty good damage per second, especially for being how early you can get one of these. So that actually can be pretty nice, and if you're going with a big guns build, this might be one of your first weapons that you actually get, since big guns are fairly rare, at least into the early game, and since you can make this, that makes it a whole lot less rare. The major cons to this one is that it can be heavy. The rocket launcher itself isn't really that heavy. For a big gun only weighing 8, that's really good. That's not that much at all. That's a bit more than quite a few of the small guns, so that's not the issue. It's mostly just you also have to carry around the bullets, and this is the only weapon in Fallout 3 that actually has bullet weight to it, and that can vary heavily depending on what ammo you're putting in. If you're, again, putting in conductors or fission batteries that weigh 5 or 10, you can't really carry very much around. Even once you're maxed out on carry weight, it's still not going to be a whole lot. You can load a whole lot more cheap items into this. If you're finding a bunch of tin cans, or you're finding a bunch of coffee mugs or glasses or something like that, you can load them in and it's not going to be such a big deal. I guess there's also kind of another pro that I should talk about with this one, and that is that you can pick up all the stuff that you shoot out of this. So if you manage to kill something and you find your stuff laying on the ground, you could of course just pick that back up and then load it right back into your rocket launcher, which is pretty cool. The other con to this one is that it is kind of awkward. It definitely is one of the more awkward weapons to use, since reloading it's not such a big deal, and it actually reloads pretty quick since it's just getting into a menu. That's not such a big deal. At range, this is going to be really awkward to use because the drop of it, as well as you don't know what item is actually going to be coming out of the gun, assuming that you didn't just put all of the same item into the gun. So if you just took all of your miscellaneous junk, shoved it in there, and started firing at enemies, your accuracy could vary heavily. I mean, it already kind of varies a decent amount because one spread is a decent amount of spread, but even more so when you don't know what item is actually coming out of this and how much your bullet is actually going to drop or your item is going to drop. So it's a very awkward weapon overall, but it is a very fun weapon. The materials that you need to make a rocket launcher include 1 vacuum, 1 leaf blower, 1 fire hose nozzle, and 1 conductor in order to make this. And you have to go to a workbench, as well as you need the schematic. Those items are pretty easy to find. A lot of vendors will sell them, and they're not super difficult items just to find laying around in the world anyway. So building a rocket launcher you can do right at the very start, which is really cool. There is also 4 schematics for this one, which is a little bit different. Since most of the schematic items only have 3, the rocket launcher has 4, and some of these you can get right away. The very first one is actually in Vault 101, right at the very start of the game. However, you can't get this one right away because it is behind an average lock, and you can't get enough lockpicking in Vault 101 without cheating, sort of, by giving yourself extra XP or leveling up earlier than this, even if you wanted to max out your perception, which would give you more lockpicking. And if you tagged lockpicking, you don't actually have enough to do that, even if you also max out your luck. I believe you're like 2 to 3 points off to actually unlock that thing. So you do have to wait until partway through the story, until Project Purity at least, to come back to Vault 101, where that is available. And then you can unlock this and get it. This is found in your dad's office, and it's found just behind the picture on the wall. That's the first one. The second one you can get over at Megaton, and you just need to buy this from Moira, and this will depend on how much barter you have as to how much it's going to cost. So if you do that, then you can get the rocket launcher, and that's pretty awesome since Moira's probably one of the first people you're going to talk to in Fallout 3. So assuming you can get a decent amount of caps, this is usually like 900 to 1200 caps, which there are some jobs you can do around Megaton and get some money from there, and if you talk to Moira and do some of her quest, you're going to get more money, so you should be able to buy this one without too much trouble. There's another one found in the Rivet City Armory. This is behind a very hard lock, so you either need the key or you need 100 lock picking in order to get in there, and then you can just take it off of the wall. This one I do think counts as stealing. I think everything in that armory counts as stealing, but it is worth a whole lot of money if you can get it early on. And then the fourth one that you can get is from the Traveling Merchant, Crazy Wolfgang. You do have to buy this from him too. This will also vary depending on your barter. It's probably going to be as much as it is from Moira, maybe a little bit less, depending on what points you interact with him in the game, and of course depending on your barter skill. So once you get one of these, then you can just take it to a workbench with those items, make yourself a rocket launcher, and then you have a junk cannon that can shoot everything, I guess. For an overall rating for the rocket launcher, I think I'd put this one into B tier. I don't really know where to put this one, because in terms of damage and damage per second, it's actually pretty good. And if you get this early on, it's pretty strong, especially for a big guns build, where you don't really have a whole lot of ammo or good weapons early on for those builds, so this might be your default one. But at the same time, you do need to still carry around a lot of junk on you, which is going to take up extra weight that you're just going to be loading into this to fire it. So it's a fun backup weapon, and it's a pretty strong early game weapon, but it does kind of fall off later in terms of practicality because you will likely just get more ammo for all of your other weapons and can use them a lot more efficiently. Today we're going to be taking a look at the minigun, our second big gun that we're going to be going over. The minigun is a pretty interesting weapon because you're probably not going to be finding this one early on, but it has kind of kept the same role as it has been in pretty much every other Fallout game, where it has high DPS, a high magazine, low base damage, and takes a pretty common round, or at least a round that's easily accessible. That's kind of just been the staple of the minigun throughout all the Fallout games. For the stats, the minigun does do 5 damage per shot, which isn't the highest, but you kind of expect that from a weapon like this. It is using the 5mm round, which is the only weapon in Fallout 3 that uses that, so it doesn't actually have any competition with anything else. So any ammo that you get for this is going to go either to the minigun or the unique version of it, assuming that you just don't sell it. This one does 100 damage per second, which is pretty good. It attacks very fast, as you would kind of hope for a gun like this. This one has a big old 0 for crit chance and a big old 0 for crit damage. I don't know if the crit chance is entirely accurate. It might be a little bit higher than that, because I swear I was hitting crits when I was recording this. I could be wrong. But it wouldn't matter if you're doing 0 crit damage, because you're not doing any additional damage with those crits. And just like with the sawed-off boomstick, the sawed-off double barrel, I'm getting it kind of mixed up with Deep Rock's boomstick, since I've just made a video talking about that too. Even if you do manage to hit a sneak crit, this isn't going to get you any extra damage. Sneak crits are usually double damage from regular crits, but in this case it wouldn't be any extra damage because you're not hitting any crits. This one does cost 30 action points. The miniguns aren't really the best to be using in VATS. They're not bad because they do spray at enemies, but I wouldn't really recommend it unless it's just a very difficult to hit enemy. But even then, the minigun's pretty good at just spraying down anything because it has a pretty decent spread to it. This one has a big old 2 for spread, which is quite a lot. That's a lot of spread for a gun. That's more than the assault rifles are. But it's not such a big deal with the minigun, because you're probably not going to be using this at super long range. You can if you would like, but most of the time you're going to be using this at close and medium range. And it does fairly well at that. It's also kind of nice to have a bit of spread so you can potentially hit multiple enemies with this. This one holds 240 rounds in it, holds a lot of ammo as you would kind of hope. This one does weigh a lot at 18. Carrying around miniguns is going to be awkward regardless. You might just want to end up using your alien epoxy for this, assuming that you're using the Mothership Zeta DLC, or assuming that you have that one, you've already went there. That could be a decent option because it's not the most common to be finding miniguns, and miniguns do take up a lot of space, so you may not want to be carrying around multiple just to fix up your one. This one does have a lot of item HP though, at 3,333, so it takes a long time to break. That's 3,333 shots fired through before it breaks. That's pretty nice. Minigun does take a little while to reload, and it's even longer if you start getting those jams, so you will want to keep this in decent health, I would say. For the general pros of the minigun, high DPS as you would expect. It's really good at close and medium range. It can just rip through just about anything. It's really good for that. And the large magazine size makes it so the sustained fire from this is pretty good, even though it does attack quite fast. Major cons to this one are kind of what you'd expect for a heavy weapon like this. It eats through ammo really quickly, so if you don't have a whole bunch of 5mm laying around, this might not be a great weapon for you to be carrying around, unless you're doing like a big guns only run, in which case this is probably going to be one of your go-to weapons throughout that run, mostly because you just don't have very many options, and this one doesn't have anything else that the ammo goes to. So this one is a good option for that. May not be your go-to, because I feel like the rocket launcher would probably be your go-to for most of that run, just because the ammunition is easier and you can stock up more for your other weapons. It's also just the most lightweight of the heavy guns, and this one is heavy. It weighs 18, so carrying around multiple miniguns is going to weigh you down. For an overall rating for the minigun, this one's actually quite solid. It works really well for just about every job that you would want it to do, and I'd probably put this one up into A tier, assuming that you have enough ammo. If you're running low on ammo, this one obviously goes lower. There is a unique version of the minigun too. This one is called Eugene. This one you can get as a reward at the end of Riley's Rangers. You can actually get one or the other reward for this, where you can either get this or their armor. It's your call as to which one you would like. Riley's Rangers can be one of the more difficult missions depending on when you do it, since you're going to be fighting through a lot of super mutants. If you do this early on, it can be potentially a struggle because you will be running into like brutes and potentially masters that have regular assault rifles and Chinese assault rifles. If you do this much later on, it can also be really difficult because you're going to be running into overlords and they'll have tri-beam lasers, so that can be pretty rough, as well as they might have super sledges at that point too, also kind of rough. If you're doing this towards the mid game, I think it's going to be the easiest, and then you can pick this as a reward if you would like. Eugene does 7 damage per shot, which is pretty good. That's 2 more damage than the regular minigun, which is a really good amount of damage to get from this. This does 140 DPS, so that's even better. Still has 0 crit chance, still has 0 crit damage. Costs 30 action points to be using in VATS, which is fine, I guess, for a big weapon like this. Still has 2 spread, still holds 240 rounds, still weighs 18. And this one does have slightly more HP. This one has 3,571 shots before it breaks, so about an extra 200 shots over the regular minigun. And that's not a huge amount. The main reason why you're going to be taking this is for the extra damage, and then for the extra damage per second. That's going to be the main selling point for Eugene for you. For an overall rating for Eugene, this one I would probably also say is A tier. Main reason why I wouldn't put it up into S tier is because the Gatling lasers exist, and I think they're just kind of better versions than the minigun. They're just stronger overall. They're better at most jobs, assuming that you have ammo and assuming that you can fix them up. The miniguns are more common though, and you will be getting them more early than something like Gatling lasers, assuming that you're not just going to rush the unique one, which is going to be pretty difficult at the start, but you could potentially do it if you would really like. I should also mention 2 perks that are really good with the miniguns, and really good with just any weapon in Fallout 3, and that is the Ghoul perk and the Superior Defender perk that you can get in Point Lookout. Those ones are really good because they're actually bugged in the game, and they both give you 5 more base damage for every weapon once you get them. The Ghoul one is not supposed to. It's only supposed to get you 5% more damage towards ghouls, but it's bugged and just gives you 5 more base damage to everything, which is really good. And then the other one, Superior Defender, is supposed to give you 5 more damage whenever you're standing still, as well as it gives you some damage threshold, I believe, when you're standing still too. But I don't think that actually triggers when you're standing still. I think it triggers regardless. I think that one's also a bugged perk. So if you want to rush to Point Lookout and do those ones right away, that does substantially buff these weapons, because the base minigun only has 5 damage on it. You get 5 more damage and then 5 more damage, you're going up to 15 more damage, and you've just tripled the amount of damage the minigun does. And so its DPS also triples, and that makes it actually a really solid weapon if you want to be using it throughout most of the game. And that's just a really solid strategy for really any weapon in Fallout 3 if you want to be doing that DLC relatively early. That'll do it for the miniguns. Tell me your thoughts on these weapons. These ones have been requested quite a bit. We're also going to be going over the Gatling laser, I imagine, sometime soon, since all the remaining heavy weapons are actually pretty good too. Welcome back to the Wasteland Pyromaniacs. Today we're going to be taking a look at probably your favorite weapon, at least if you really like fire, and that is the Flamer. And the Flamer is a really cool weapon in Fallout. It's just a flamethrower, and flamethrowers are inherently pretty cool. The flamethrower has been appearing in pretty much every Fallout game since the beginning, and actually in the very first game it was shockingly strong in terms of stats. I think it had the highest amount of damage, consistent damage out of any weapon, but in that game you also had to be within like 5 meters. There's always been a short reach on the flamethrowers in these games. Fallout 3 is no exception. So let's talk about the flamers. There are multiple different flamers, which we're going to be going over each of them, including the heavy incinerator, which is not really the same thing, but it's close enough, and it definitely fits better into this category than any other. So first up, we have the standard Flamer, and the Flamer can be found all throughout the Wasteland. It's common for Gutsy bots to have these, although they have them built in so you can't take them off of them. You can still get roasted by them, but you're not going to be able to pull their arm off and use it as a flamethrower, although that would be a cool addition in a upcoming Fallout game at some point. The standard Flamer is most likely going to be carried by raiders. Usually some of the stronger raiders or raiders in set locations are going to have Flamers. These aren't super common, they're fairly rare overall, although you do usually get a decent amount of Flamer fuel for these, which is pretty awesome, especially since it only goes to these weapons that we're going to be talking about today. So for the stats, the Flamer does 16 damage on hit, although you do hit multiple times because this is a flamethrower. This also deals 2 fire damage that lingers for 5 seconds, so you do burn enemies with this too, which is pretty nice. The Flamer has 130 damage per second, although this is also going to be amplified by the fire duration on it, so if you keep burning enemies, you're just going to keep dealing more DPS, and it's pretty easy to hit multiple enemies. This one has a 0.5 times crit modifier, so it is not likely to hit crits. It's actually half of your crit chance, whatever that crit chance might be, so very unlikely to hit crits, and the crit damage is only 1. The Flamer just doesn't really do crit damage, so don't build for crits if you're going to be using this as your primary weapon. This costs 50 action points to be using in VATS. These cost a lot of AP. They're not really the best for that, and you still have to be within range, pretty much within melee range to use them. I don't know if I've ever really bothered trying to use the Flamethrower or even the Heavy Incinerator in VATS. The Heavy Incinerator would be a much better option since at least it has range. The Flamer, I don't really think that there's a need to. Just hold it on an enemy until it's dead. This one does have 0.5 spread, which I think is a good thing. I'm assuming the more spread you have, the wider the flames are. It doesn't really matter because every flamethrower has the same amount of spread in this. They all have 0.5. Something weird about the flamethrower, though, is if you get punched and you get kind of your camera rocked and you're still holding down the flamethrower, sometimes your flamethrower will be locked in the upright position while you'll still be blowing fire up into the air. It's kind of weird. You can look down to offset this or just take your finger off the trigger and then go back and then it should reset it. But that is something kind of weird in Fallout 3 that can happen. This holds 60 rounds in the magazine, although it's just 60 fuel, so it can go through that fairly quick. It depends on the flamethrower you're using. The Flamer weighs 15 weight. It is a very heavy weapon, and this has 208 shots in it before it breaks. I don't think that's 208 fuel, though. I'm not exactly sure where that number comes from. It's just what I found on the wiki. The flamethrower doesn't break super fast, but if you're not finding flamethrowers, which there's a good chance you won't be finding them regularly, these can be kind of difficult to repair. You might need to go and talk to somebody to fix it or use alien epoxy to fix these. For the general pros of the flamethrower, really good damage per second. It's really, really good at close range and really good indoors, as you would kind of hope for a flamethrower. And the ammo is usually not too hard to get. It's fairly cheap if you need to buy it, and usually you have a lot of it, probably because you don't really have anything else to use now besides this and the Heavy Incinerator. Heavy Incinerator is the better option, at least per shot, because you're just going to get more value out of it. It can splash and you can deal a lot more damage. Major cons to the flamethrower: short reach. The flamethrowers have a limited reach. You can't hit enemies up really high or really far away from you. You still have to get fairly close. Not as close as melee or unarmed, but still quite close. And they are heavy. They all weigh 15, so carrying around multiple of these is going to be awkward. You probably won't want to unless you plan on selling them, or if you're, I guess, using them as your primary weapons and you need them to be fixed up, then maybe you will. We should also talk about the perk Pyromaniac, because this one does help out the flamethrowers a lot. Pyromaniac gives you a massive 50% more damage with fire weapons, at least some fire weapons, about half fire weapons in Fallout 3. It does affect all of these weapons, though, so these get the most benefits from it. And I think they're probably the highest benefiting weapons as a whole, besides probably the shish kebab from that specific perk. So Pyromaniac is a must-have if you plan on using these as your regular go-to weapons. For an overall rating for the Flamer, I see no reason not to put this into A tier. It's a very solid weapon, so long as you're okay at using it at close and medium range. And so long as you got fuel and you got ways to fix it, it is very good. It kills through just about everything really, really fast, even more so if you have Pyromaniac stacked onto this. Now, there is 3 different unique versions of the flamethrower too. The first one is just in the base game called the Burnmaster. The Burnmaster is just a straight upgrade to the regular flamethrower, where this one has 24 damage per hit, which is really high. It actually has the highest damage per hit out of any of these weapons, besides kind of the Heavy Incinerator because of the way it works. This one still does the 2 fire damage over 5 seconds, points. You can also pick this one up off of a raider pretty early on if you know where to go to actually get it. So if you want to rush that, you absolutely can. This one does 194 damage per second, lots of DPS. This one still has the 0.5 crit modifier, so not very many crits. 1 crit damage, costs 50 action points, has 0.5 spread, holds 60 rounds in the mag, weighs 15. This one does have substantially less health though, at only 139. So it does break almost twice as fast as a regular flamethrower. You will notice that it does break really, really quick, but this is the strongest version of the flamethrower. So as long as you got ways to fix this up, either more flamethrowers to fix it up with or alien epoxy to fix it up with, this one is actually a very strong weapon and a really good big gun. So I'd actually put this one a tier higher than the regular flamethrower, and I'd put this one up into low S tier. I think it's a really solid weapon, especially if you just want to have something capable of clearing through like indoor locations really, really fast. Now the other two flamethrowers you actually get from the Broken Steel DLC, so you're going to have to do most of the DLC, if not basically all of the DLC to get these. The first one is called the Rapid Torch Flamethrower, and this one is interesting because it pretty much has all the same basic stats of a regular flamethrower. It does the same exact damage, it has the same DPS, the same crit chance, same crit damage, same action points, same spread, same mag, same weight, and same item HP. I really don't know why this one is here. It's very similar to like the trench knife that we talked about not too long ago with the combat knives, where it's essentially the same thing as a combat knife, it's just been reskinned. And this one hasn't even really been reskinned because it's exactly the same as the regular flamethrower. The only difference between this and a regular flamethrower is that the animation comes out slightly faster than the regular one. And that's it. It doesn't actually affect anything, the animation just comes out faster. So you would think that that means that you get a fight faster, but it doesn't. You get to see the fire hit the enemy faster than what the game already registers the fire hitting the enemy from the regular flamethrower. Why they put this in, I don't know. It's still a good weapon, because the flamer's still a good weapon, so it's going to go up into A tier, but it's exactly the same as a regular flamer, just slightly different. Anyway, let's move on to the last flamer, which is the slow burn flamer. And this one does actually have different stats, which is nice. So this one does more damage per hit than a regular flamethrower at 18 damage, and then it deals more fire damage over time, because instead of the 2 damage, this one actually deals 8 damage for 5 seconds, so you get more of a lingering burn than what you would otherwise have. This also has slightly higher DPS because of its up stats, so 152 DPS, plus the fire damage over time, which is going to connect more. Aside from that, pretty much all the rest of the stats are pretty close to the same, where this still has 0.5 crit chance, 1 crit damage, 50 action points, 0.5 spread, 60 tank size, 15 weight, and this one does have a little bit less item HP at 185. I think this one is a bit better than the regular flamer, but by the time you're getting it, it's towards the very, very end of the game, and there's not really a reason for you to be running this, because you could also get a heavy incinerator at this point, or you could have gotten the burn master at this point, and I think both of those are better than this. So I'm going to put this one also into A tier. It's a good weapon. It's still better than a regular flamethrower, so I'm going to put it higher than the other two that are in A tier, but it's not quite up to the burn master's level. I think that one is just the better option, since you just get more immediate damage and more immediate damage per second. You could argue that this one is a little bit more ammo efficient, but by the time you're getting to the end of the game, you're probably not going to really care about the ammo efficiency as much as you would in the early or mid game. It's just not going to be such a big deal. You can have more money, you can buy more fuel. You'll probably just have more fuel in general too. Now let's move on to the heavy incinerator, which is kind of its own separate weapon, because this still uses the flamer fuel and it still does fire damage, as well as it's still affected by the Pyromaniac perk. However, this one lobs fireballs out that splash and hit enemies, so this is more like a grenade launcher than it is like a flamethrower. This actually has pretty long range on it too if you want to be arcing these, and they do a lot of damage and a lot of damage per second. The heavy incinerator is going to be carried by the Hellfire Troopers, which are added in Broken Steel, as well as this one is added in Broken Steel. This is pretty much the elite units of the Enclave, so these guys have the tankiest armor in the game. The only other armor that actually has the same defense as them is the T-51, and there's only one copy of that in the entire game. So Hellfire armor is tied with the tankiest armor in the game. The heavy incinerator, for stats, does 15 damage on direct hit, as well as then an additional 20 explosion damage, which hits in an AoE, and then it deals an additional 40 fire damage on top of that, and then it also deals burning damage, which is 8 damage for 5 seconds. And then this one does higher damage than any of the other flamers on direct hit, which is really, really good. The heavy incinerator is legitimately a really strong weapon because of all these bonuses that it has. This one does 172 damage per second, but the fire damage will be racking up on that, just like with all these weapons. So DPS is likely going to be higher than this. This one still has a 0.5 crit chance, so it is still unlikely to hit crits, which is kind of funny, although it still only does 1 crit damage, so you don't need to build crits if you're running these builds. This one costs 50 action points as well. This one has 0.5 spread. It is fairly accurate, but a lot of the time you're just going to be trying to lob this into enemies and just hit close enough to them. This one doesn't have the 60 round tank. This one only has a 24 round tank. However, you can tap fire this one at a time, or you can just hold down the trigger and just keep throwing fireballs wherever you like. It is a fully automatic weapon, but it is slow enough in full auto for you to be able to tap fire it one at a time if you would like. And this one still weighs 15 weight, same as the regular flamers, and this one has 222 shots before it breaks. This is more accurate to the amount of item health that it does have, whereas the other flamers, I'm pretty sure they've got more item HP than what it says, but the incinerator does actually only have the 200 rounds, 222 rounds before it breaks. Not such a big deal because you can't really rush heavy incinerators unless you just want to rush the main campaign and start seeing Hellfire troops show up. But later on in the game where Hellfire troops are fairly common, it's not actually too difficult to get another heavy incinerator to fix yours up with. And this is a very solid weapon. I think it's one of the best big guns in the game and probably one of the best big guns for general purpose. This one is way more useful than something like a missile launcher. Even though I love the missile launcher, it's still really good. But this one just has way more practical use to it. I can use it indoors. I can use it at close range pretty effectively. It can still have splash damage on it, but that's not such a big deal because I'm likely not dealing that much damage to myself. Not as much as the missile launcher or the Fat Man Tesla cannon, stuff like that. This one, I think, works really well as a general purpose big weapon. So for the heavy incinerator, I'm going to put this one all the way up into S tier. I think it is a very good weapon. Very fun weapon and a very iconic weapon too. Today we're going to be taking a look at the Gatling laser and its unique variants. The Gatling laser is a pretty iconic weapon that's really been in Fallout ever since the beginning, and it's kind of just gotten better with time. The Gatling laser has always been a solid weapon, and it's always been a weapon that I've looked forward to in the Fallout games, and Fallout 3 is no exception. So the Gatling laser in Fallout 3 is a very rare weapon. There's not a whole lot of enemies that carry this around, although I guess technically you could say the sentry bots carry these around sometimes on their arm. But the only enemies that really carry this around would either be Brotherhood or Enclave. Generally, you're with the Brotherhood, so mostly Enclave is where you're going to be getting these, which means you're going to be somewhat later into the story, and only a few of them actually carry around Gatling lasers. There are a few places where you can pick them up too, but even then, they're still very rare. For the stats of the Gatling laser, this one does 8 damage per hit, which is actually pretty decent because it attacks really fast. This one has 160 DPS. So very, very high attack speed, which is really good. This one does have low crit chance at 0.05 times, so it's not very likely to hit crits at all, although if it does hit crits, that is pretty nice. And for crits, it does 6 damage on crit, which is kind of weird. I don't know why it's not 8 like the base damage, but whatever. This one costs 30 action points to be using in VATS. The Gatling lasers are okay to be using in VATS. They're still fairly accurate, so it's not one of the worst weapons, but most of the big weapons like this generally aren't the best over other weapons that you could be using. This one has 0.5 spread. It's actually one of the more accurate weapons in the game. It's very accurate like a lot of the laser weapons. So this one can be used at very long range, which is really fun. This one holds 240 rounds in the magazine. This one weighs 18. It is pretty heavy. The Gatling lasers have always been heavy. That's to be expected. And this one has a massive 3,125 shots through it before it breaks. Gatling laser can actually take a beating before it breaks. They're not super fragile, which is fantastic. Even though you are going to be shooting off multiple rounds per enemy, probably 10 to 20 per enemy, that's still plenty of item HP to kill a lot of enemies with. The Gatling laser's pros are that it has really high DPS, it has long range, and it has good item HP. It's got a lot of pros going for it. The only real cons to the Gatling laser are how rare they are. You're not going to be finding them super frequently, and that they are heavy. That's about it, but you're probably not going to be finding a whole lot of them. You're probably not going to be carrying a whole lot of them around. As long as you get your hands on one of them, that's all you really need, because you could have traders fix this for you, or you could use the alien epoxy and fix it, and you have pretty much a top tier weapon. Even the base Gatling laser is really good. I would put it all the way up into S tier for a rating. I think it's really, really nice. Now, there is 2 unique versions of the Gatling laser too that are even better than the regular one, so let's talk about them too. First one is the Precision Gatling laser, which you get in the Broken Steel DLC. And this one you don't get until pretty much the end of the DLC, so its usefulness is questionable. It's still good, but I think the other one that we're going to be talking about in a little bit is a bit better. The Precision Gatling Laser has very similar stats to the regular Gatling Laser. It actually has almost the exact same stats. It does 8 damage, 160 damage per second. Major difference here is the crit chance. This one has a 0.2 times crit chance, which is substantially more than the regular Gatling Laser, but it's still not super high. So this is going to be better on a crit build. It's not going to matter if you're not building for crits, though. It's going to feel basically the same. This one has 6 crit damage, 30 action points, 0.5 spread, 240 rounds, 18 weight, and still has the same 3,125 item health. This one is an upgrade to the Gatling Laser. It's not a massive upgrade, but it is a little bit of an upgrade. It's going to feel better on a full crit build. If you're not running that, then it's going to feel probably the same or very same-ish. So this one is also going to go up into S tier just because the base Gatling Laser is already there, and this one's slightly better than it. Now let's talk about the other one, which is called Vengeance. Vengeance is really strong. This one you get at the Deathclaw Sanctuary, and the Enclave has to have shown up for you to get this. So you have to get somewhat far into the story and then go to the Deathclaw Sanctuary in order to get this. Although you're probably going to be high leveled when you run there anyway, because there's actually 3 unique things there. There's Vengeance, Jack, and the Endurance Bubblehead. So you're probably going to go there at some point. And Vengeance is probably the best of those 3. Although I guess you could argue the Bobblehead too, because +1 special stat is pretty nice. Vengeance, though, does 11 damage per shot, which is a lot. That's 3 more damage than the regular Gatling Laser. 220 damage per second. That is a pretty significant boost because of that 3 damage there. This still has the 0.05 times crit chance, so it's still very unlikely to hit crits, although this one does 12 damage per crit, so quite a bit more than the regular Gatling Laser. Costs 30 action points, still has the same spread at 0.5, still holds 240 rounds, still weighs 18, although this one has slightly less item HP, but not by very much. This one can shoot 3,030 rounds before it breaks. So you get a little bit more mileage out of the regular Gatling Laser, but this one does do substantially higher DPS. And Vengeance is really, really strong. This is probably one of the strongest non-broken weapons that I would say is in the game. Main thing to keeping it out of the broken tier is that it is kind of hard to find Gatling Lasers, and this one is kind of hard to get regardless of how you want to go about it. So I would put Vengeance up into S tier. I don't think I would quite put it into the broken tier, although you could argue if you want to rush Point Lookout, get the 2 perks that give you 10 more base damage. That's going to be a lot of DPS on any of these weapons, since 8 damage is already crazy. Going up to 18 damage is going to be way better than that. And same thing with Vengeance, going from 11 all the way up to 21 is going to be fantastic too. I guess it could even go a little bit higher if you stack Bloody Mess on there too. All of these weapons are really, really good. They're some of the best weapons in the game. They are towards the end game, which does kind of make sense, and they're super fun to use. That's about all I have to say on the Gatling Laser. What do you guys think about it? I think it's pretty awesome, but I'd love to hear your guys' comments down below. Today we're going to be taking a look at the Missile Launcher and its unique variant, Miss Launcher, which has kind of become infamous amongst the Fallout community. Very first up is the regular Missile Launcher, and surprisingly you can actually get Missile Launchers not too far into the game, especially since certain areas are guaranteed to have particularly raiders that have these. So if you want to rush these areas and kill them, you can potentially take this, which is kind of cool. You can actually get a missile launcher pretty early on. There is some risk in doing this because the missile launcher actually does do pretty high damage, as well as since it's an explosive weapon, it has a really high chance of breaking your limbs. So on the higher difficulties, this might be a little bit more difficult, but it's still definitely doable, especially if you grab particularly strong weapons early on, or you kill them before they get a chance to use it. For the stats of the missile launcher, this one does 20 damage on direct hit, and then it does an additional 150 explosion damage. So this counts as area damage. It's going to drop off over time, which is kind of to be expected of that. But 150 damage is pretty good. That's definitely on the high end of weapons in Fallout 3. This one has 36 damage per second. It doesn't do high damage per second, although explosive weapons are kind of hard to tell. Even though this one technically doesn't count as an explosive weapon, you still have the explosive AoE. So you do need to pump big guns in order to use these, not explosives. You're not going to get more damage from that. Although I wish that both those were kind of combined, where big guns and explosives gave more damage for this. That's what they did in Fallout 4, and then in something like Fallout New Vegas, they kind of just split it up to where there wasn't big guns, and they just got split amongst every other weapon. For crit chance and crit damage, this one has a big old 0. That's not too surprising, even though this is a big gun. it still acts like an explosive weapon, and they generally don't hit crits or don't hit very high crits. This one costs 55 action points to be using in VATS, which is a lot. You probably don't want to be using this in VATS, and VATS can be kind of finicky with explosive weapons. Missile launcher may not be that big of a deal though, especially if you're using it at fairly longish range. It's going to be less accurate, but you just need to hit close enough. This one actually doesn't have very much spread at 0.5, so the missiles tend to go where you aim them, although the missiles do have a travel time. So make sure that you're aiming in front of the enemy that you want to hit, assuming that they're moving. If they're not, then you probably want to aim low to them, because it's better to hit next to them and deal some damage rather than shoot past them. That's just going to waste a missile, and those are kind of precious, at least in the early game. This has a magazine of 1, as you would kind of expect. You can only load 1 missile into this at a time. This one weighs 20 weight. It is one of the heaviest weapons in the game. That's not too surprising either. And this one can shoot 83 missiles before it breaks, which is not that bad. I mean, this is a single shot weapon, so having 83 shots doesn't seem like a whole lot, but these are explosive shots, these are missiles, so you're probably not going to be running into health issues with this too often, I would think. Unless you're doing like a missile launcher only run, in which case maybe, especially into the early game where they are kind of rare. Later on, maybe not so much, where you can buy them from vendors a little bit easier, because if you do want to buy them from vendors, they are going to be expensive, and if you want to fix them up via vendors, they're also going to be kind of expensive. For the general pros of the missile launcher, really high damage, pretty long range, and the AoE. Kind of what you'd expect from a missile launcher. It's really good at initiating a fight. It's really good at hitting multiple enemies. It can be really good if the enemies don't have a weapon to fight back and you're at an optimal range. Like melee enemies, it can be particularly strong against. And it can also be pretty good for just picking off enemies at the start of a fight, similar to a sniper rifle, just with a whole lot more explosive power behind it. Major cons are kind of what you'd expect. It's heavy. This thing weighs 20, so carrying around multiple missile launchers to fix them up is going to take up a lot of space. You probably don't want to be carrying around too many of them. Luckily, missiles don't weigh anything in this, so that's kind of good. But the other cons would be it's not very good to use at close range, because you can injure yourself really easy, and there's just a chance of you injuring yourself, assuming that you're not paying attention to your environment, to where you might hit something a little bit closer to yourself than what you would think. That can be an issue, but assuming that you're just using this at medium to long range, you should be fine with the missile launcher. For an overall rating for the missile launcher, I'd probably put this one up into A tier. I think it's pretty solid. It maybe isn't the best big gun, but it's a good initiation, it's a good ending. I don't know if I'd ever really put this one up into S tier, since we don't really have any perks that go with this, since Demo Expert doesn't help with this one, which is weird, but it's still a very good weapon. And let's go over to the unique version of it that gets a lot of hate, and this is Miss Launcher. And to be honest, I really hated this one too at one point, but I don't remember it working the way that it does. I always thought that when you fired this, it tumbled the missile end over end. And this one acts more like a grenade launcher than a missile launcher, because this one doesn't fire, well, it still fires the missile straight, but it lobs it. It doesn't launch it like a regular missile would be. So this is a little bit weird. You kind of have to treat this as either a thrown grenade or a grenade launcher. And that's actually not too bad, because the stats on this one are decent. This one does 20 damage per hit and 200 damage on the explosion, so it does more. Although I swear the explosion has a smaller explosion radius, because this is more akin to like a frag grenade than it is to like the missile itself. I'm not sure if that's just a visual thing, but it definitely feels like it's a little bit of a smaller explosion. This one does 47 damage per second. Kind of low, but what you would sort of expect for this. 0 for crit damage, 0 for crit chance. Still costs 55 action points. I didn't try testing this one in VATS, because I don't really use VATS all that much. And that one would probably be very awkward too for this, but it might make it a little bit better for longer ranges. This one has 0.5 spread. Not too much spread, and you do just need to hit close to an enemy. This one also holds 1 round. This one is more lightweight at 15 weight, so that's kind of nice. And this one has the same amount of shots, 83 shots before it breaks. You do have to kind of steal this one or break in to grab this one. And this one is kind of weird. It's way more awkward than a regular missile launcher, because the missile launcher is just point and click. This one you're going to need to lob it into enemies, so it's more similar to like the grenade rifles from Fallout New Vegas, which are generally considered some of the best weapons in that game, although they have a much faster reload speed than this, and they don't fall as fast as this. There's also a whole lot more perks in that game that help out with explosives, which makes them so much better. With this one, not so much. You always have the same arc that you otherwise would, and it's pretty similar to frag grenades. It's kind of just chucking a frag grenade, but you have a missile launcher that's doing it. So I would definitely say that it's worse than frag grenades overall, since those ones are just more lightweight, they're generally more common, and they're actually a pretty good explosive weapon as well as they count an explosive, so something like Demo Expert helps them. This one, not so much, but I can't really find myself putting this into D tier either, saying that it's one of the worst weapons in the game. It's certainly a lot worse than the regular missile launcher for practicality, but this one is pretty fun, and this one still has high damage, so I'm actually going to put this one into C tier, which is a lot better than I thought. When I first went into this, I remembered how bad this one was. But again, I remember this one like tumbling rockets end over end, and these ones not being very like accurate, them just kind of being more random. When I was using it recently, not so much, but I've almost never used this weapon on a regular playthrough. I've just kind of collected it as a thing, and it could just be for me forgetting, but this weapon didn't seem terrible to me. Again, not amazing, but not terrible either. So yeah, that was a bit of a surprise. Today we're going to be taking a look at the most iconic destructive weapon in the Fallout universe. We're going to be taking a look at the Fat Man and its unique variant, as well as we're also going to be taking a look at the drone cannons that you get in the Mothership Zeta DLC, because they don't fit anywhere else really all that well. So they're going to be lumped in with these guys. They don't necessarily fit great here either, but that's fine. So first up, let's take a look at the Fat Man. And the Fat Man is kind of like the premier big explosive, chaotic weapon of Fallout 3. It actually just started in Fallout 3, so this is its first appearance in the Fallout game, but it would become an iconic weapon throughout the series. You see it in New Vegas, you see it in 4, you see it in 76, and the Fat Man is an immensely devastating weapon. There was an idea at one point in time, shortly after World War II, in the real world, where lobbing nukes from a single man seemed like a potential good idea for an experimental weapon. The real life thing never became anything more than a prototype, as you would kind of expect. It is incredibly dangerous to actually be lobbing anything like that. It's also going to be incredibly heavy, incredibly time consuming, and incredibly expensive to make anything like this. The Fat Man in Fallout follows it really well though. This is essentially a catapult that throws out nuclear warheads, and it is a very, very powerful weapon for that. So for the stats of the Fat Man in Fallout 3, this one does 10 damage on direct hit, which isn't very much, but it does 1600 damage on explosion. So a lot of damage with the actual explosion going off. And funny enough, the explosion radius is actually not very big from the Fat Man. You can shoot this shockingly close to you and still generally be okay. If you're inside the blast radius of it, that's more questionable. You're going to have to be pretty tanky, but you can sometimes survive it. It still has to be far enough away from you, though. If it goes off next to you, it's probably going to kill you regardless of what difficulty you're playing and how tanky you are, unless you got like God mode enabled. This does a massive 443 damage per second, although the follow-up on this is very slow, and it is just a single shot weapon. If you hit something, it deals a ton of damage. You can hit multiple enemies with it because it is an AoE weapon, as you would kind of expect. This has a big old 0 for crit chance and a big old 0 for crit damage. You can't hit crits. You don't need to. You're hitting 1600 damage. You're probably going to kill whatever you hit with it anyway, or severely damage it. This costs 65 action points to be using in VATS. I wouldn't really recommend that you use the Fat Man in VATS. Explosives are very temperamental in VATS, and it's really easy to blow yourself up. Even though, again, this weapon doesn't count as an explosive weapon in Fallout 3, it counts as a big gun. So things like Demo Expert actually don't help this one out at all. Not that it would need it, but it doesn't actually help it. Fat Man has 2 spread. Not the biggest deal in the world when you just have to hit close enough to blow something up with a nuke. So, you know, spread is whatever. Holds 1 round in it, as you would kind of expect. This one weighs 30 weight. It is very heavy. Very, very heavy. It's going to be really difficult for you to carry around multiple Fat Men, which is fine because you're likely not going to find a whole lot of Fat Men. There's actually only a few set locations where they spawn. You can buy them at certain vendors. Basically, Rivet City, that's about the only one that you can. Same goes with their ammo. So you're probably not going to be carrying around multiple Fat Men at any given time. And this has 167 shots of item health before it breaks. That's a lot of shots considering you're probably not going to be using up that many nukes, because there's not actually that many nukes in Fallout 3. Now, technically there's an unlimited amount of them because at Rivet City, whenever the shops restock, you can usually buy 1 to 2 of them per every 3 days that the merchants reset. But that's about it. All the other mini nukes, you're just not going to be finding very many of them. There's kind of a limited amount of them in Fallout 3. They're not like the mini nukes in New Vegas or in Fallout 4 where you can actually find a whole lot of them. This is a very limited resource overall. For the general pros of the Fat Man, big AoE as you would expect, really high damage. That's the 2 things that this thing really has going for it. Major cons, Friendly fire damage, if you hit yourself, you're probably going to die. Very heavy, limited ammo for the most part. Again, you can kind of get as much as you would like, but it's not going to be super fun to wait that long just to get more mini nukes. And it's going to be kind of awkward to be using this indoors. You do need some range for this. You could use it indoors, of course, because the explosion radius, like I said, is not actually as big as you would kind of think, but it's still awkward to be using indoors. So mostly outdoor use, and mostly saved for big, strong enemies, which makes it kind of weird to be rating the Fat Man, because on one hand, it's very powerful, on the other hand, it's very impractical. So in the ideal use cases, it's an S tier. In the worst cases, it's a D tier. I'm going to compromise and put it into C tier. I don't really use the Fat Man all that much, although it is undoubtedly super fun to be using. Now let's talk about the unique version of it, which is even more fun, but even less practical. This is the experimental MIRV, or MERV. And this one is a really cool weapon, mostly because of the quest that it's actually tied to, or the lack of a quest that it's tied to, because this is coming from an unmarked quest. You can find this in the National Guard Armory, and in order to actually get this, you do need to find 4 of the 5 family tapes. You don't need all 5 of them. If you find all 5 of them, that's fine though. But you do actually need all these tapes in order to get to the very bottom of the bunker where this weapon is actually stored. And this weapon is really cool. This one launches multiple mini nukes out at once. So this one actually launches 8 mini nukes out at the same time, and it fires them like a shotgun. This is incredibly cool. It's also incredibly dangerous. So the MERV does 80 damage on hit because it has 8 projectiles that can do 10 each. And then on the explosion, this one does 12,800 damage, meaning its DPS is at a massive 3,545 damage per second. Now, this is heavily going to depend on how many of those nukes actually hit the enemy, how many enemies you're hitting, and how much area you're covering. And this could also include you when launching this. So it is very, very impractical. You basically never want to be using this one indoors, and you pretty much always want to be hitting multiple enemies with this to get the most out of it. This one still has 0 crit damage and 0 crit chance, so you can't hit crits. Still costs 65 action points. You should really not be using this one in VATS at all. And this one has the most spread out of any weapon, as you would kind of expect, having 13 spread. So mini nukes just go everywhere. Holds still 1 round, although it fires out 80 of your mini nukes at the same time, and it will consume those 8 mini nukes at one time. So you're going to be going through your ammo even faster with this one. This one still weighs that massive 30 weight, and this one has about a third of the item health as the regular Fat Man, at only 63 shots fired before it breaks. That is 63 trigger pulls of this before it fully breaks, which if you're playing the game normally and just collecting all the mini nukes, you're never going to actually get to that point. You're going to run out of mini nukes for practical purposes before then. The experimental MERV is even more insane than the regular Fat Man is, which is already an insane weapon. This one is super, super fun though. I love taking it, and one of the funnest things to actually do with this is just launch your corpse. If you jump off of like Tenpenny Tower and fire a bunch of these at the ground, you can usually hit the upper limits of the engine, let's say, when you do that. So it is very fun to do that with. It's not a very practical weapon at all. You're really only going to save it for a few areas. There's not even that many areas in the game where this is going to be all that practical. Like, it's fun to use at the very end when fighting the Enclave. And that's about it. Most other areas, this is way overkill, and there's just not enough enemies to make use of it. So the experimental MERV, I'm also going to put into C tier. It's very fun, it's very cool, it's not very practical though. Now let's move on to the drone cannons, which are a whole lot more practical, but not nearly as spectacular as the Fat Man. So the drone cannon is a weapon that you can get off of the drones in the Mothership Zeta DLC. You can pull this off of them, and this comes in 2 different options, where you have the regular one and the drone XEB, which I'm assuming means like experimental beta or something like that. I don't know actually what that means. For stats, the drone cannon does 40 damage on direct hit, which is pretty good, 100 damage from the explosion, although sometimes the explosion is a bit weird with these, because sometimes it just gets eaten and doesn't actually go off. I don't know why that is. It works for both of these, and it just seems random as to when it happens. The orb itself, when the drone cannon fires it, also tends to bounce. And the regular drone cannon actually does have a limited lifetime on the ball itself. So you can't be using this at very long range. It has to be used at close range. This one does 467 damage per second. The damage per second is probably less than that though, because the reload time or the charge up time is a little bit worse than that. So It's not the most practical for the DPS, or I feel like DPS is overestimated in this. This has a 1x crit chance though, so it can hit crits, and this does 50 crit damage, which is really nice. This one only costs 30 action points to be using in VATS, and I could definitely see you using the drone cannon in VATS. This is probably one of the better explosive weapons to be using in VATS. And this one has 0.5 spread, although it shoots out something the size of a volleyball, so you just gotta get close enough. It's like a lot of explosives. Spread doesn't matter that much. This only holds 1 round in it, although it recharges fairly fast between those shots. The drone cannons weigh 18 weight. They are heavy, as you would kind of expect. All these weapons are pretty heavy. They're about half the weight of the Fat Man, so it's not the heaviest, but it's still pretty heavy. And the drone cannon has 417 item health before it breaks. So you get a decent amount of shots from these. You don't find a whole lot of drone cannons on Mothership Zeta, but that's not such a big deal because these weapons do a lot of damage, so you might not need to use them that often. They also use the alien power module, which is cool because you find a ton of that on there, and this does only consume 1 of those at a time. It's very similar to like the Gauss rifle eating up microfusion cells, so it's super ammo efficient in that regard. And the drone cannon can actually be a pretty fun weapon. I do find it really awkward overall though, because of the projectile's limited lifetime. You can't be lobbing this very far. The arcs are actually pretty short anyway that it can lob. So it's just not really the greatest at range. You mostly want to be using this at close range, and even then I would rather pick something like the Heavy Incinerator to do the same job. Still a pretty decent weapon though, so I'd put the drone cannon into like B tier. I think it's fine. Now let's move over to the unique one, the drone cannon XB. This one you get further on into the Mothership Zeta DLC, and certain drones will have this. You can actually get multiple of these. And this one is exactly the same in terms of stats. It does the same amount of damage, same DPS, same crit chance, same crit everything, same amount of item health. The only difference between this one and the regular drone cannon is that this one has infinite range and will explode upon impact when it hits something usually. This one still gets eaten by stuff sometimes too. I don't know why that is. But this one is undoubtedly better because just giving it longer range or longer effective range makes it a way better option. Where the regular drone cannon, you're pretty much limited to close and medium range. This one you can actually have somewhat long range. It's still going to be difficult because you're still going to have to lob it, but at least you're allowed to lob it into enemies, which I find it way more fun. So I'm going to pick this one over the regular drone cannon every time. And for an overall rating, I see no reason not to put this a tier higher up into A tier. It's got good stats and it's got good ammo, so you can make a lot of use out of it. The drone cannon XB is actually pretty decent and probably the best of the weapons that we talked about here, at least in terms of practical use. The Fat Man is still really good in terms of impractical use, though. It's very fun. I hope you guys enjoyed this video, taking a look at the weapons of mass destruction in Fallout 3. These ones are super fun. Today we're going to be taking a look at 5 weapons in this video. We're going to be taking a look at all of the thrown weapons in Fallout 3, because there's not very many of them. There's only 5. There's 5 thrown and 5 placed explosives, so let's talk about these ones. The very first one we're going to talk about is the frag grenade, because this one is probably going to be the most common explosive that you find. This one can be found all throughout the wasteland. A bunch of different people can carry this. Raiders and super mutants carry them pretty often, as well as you can find them in boxes pretty easily. Merchants tend to sell a lot of them too, so you do have a big variety of places that you can actually pick up frag grenades. And this is more than likely going to be your go-to for an explosives build, at least towards the early and mid game, until you start getting more explosives for like your missile launcher or something like that. Explosives build in Fallout 3 can be a little bit awkward since there's just not a whole lot of them overall. For the stats of the frag grenade, this one does 1 damage on direct hit, just like pretty much all the thrown weapons do throughout all the Fallout games. And this one does 100 explosive damage when it actually does go off. That's pretty good damage. This one does 66 damage per second. How they determine damage per second in this game, I have no idea. It's the same way that it was in like New Vegas, so depending on how many enemies you hit, you might get a whole lot more DPS out of this. Or if you hit just one enemy, you're going to get whatever damage you got on that enemy. So DPS can range heavily, just like in New Vegas. All the explosives here don't have any crit damage and don't have any crit chance. So even if you manage to sneak hit with these, you won't be doing any additional damage. So building for luck is really not that great. Building for crit chance is really not that great in this game. This one, as well as all the thrown explosives, cost 24 action points to use. The explosives and VATS are a little bit iffy because VATS is a little bit iffy with them, and you might throw them a lot closer to yourself than you think, and that can cause issues, as you would imagine. And the frags, as well as all the other thrown explosives and the placed explosives, only weigh half a weight. So they're not too heavy, which is nice. You can carry around a decent amount of them. However, if you are carrying around a lot, it will add up pretty quickly. For the general pros of the frags, as well as a lot of the other explosives we're going to talk about here, they have good damage and they have good damage per second, as well as they do give you pretty good AoE because you can hit multiple enemies with these, which is awesome. You don't have any way of increasing your AoE in this one like you did in New Vegas where you have splash damage. So you're just kind of stuck with what you have. And that's okay, you're just going to have to get used to that, but at least it is pretty consistent. And the major cons to these are that, well, they might be a little bit expensive if you want to be buying these, as well as they are going to be heavy if you're carrying around a lot of them. That's only a problem if you are carrying around a lot of them, though. If you're only carrying around a handful, that's not going to be such a big deal, and these are actually really good weapons if you want to be just picking them up to sell them, because they do sell for a lot. You can carry quite a lot of them on your person. There's also one perk that we should talk about with this too, and that is Demo Expert. For each rank of Demo Expert, you get 20% more damage, and this stacks so you can go up to 60% damage. You can get this 3 times, and that does help out a lot. You can also get this very early on. This is a level 6 perk, so if you want to, you can max this out as early as level 8, which is really strong, similar to like how we talked about Iron Fist the other day when we were going over the brass knuckles and the steel knuckles. This does help out the explosives quite a bit. Explosives already have pretty high base damage, at least for the most part, so upping their damage by huge increments by 20% is really good. The only downside to that is the natural cons that come with explosive weapons of you potentially blowing yourself up easier with this. These can also deal limb damage if they don't blow yourself up, so if you don't die, you're more than likely going to be breaking things. That is more of an issue in New Vegas, where if you're playing on the hardcore difficulty, you have to have somebody or a doctor's bag to actually fix you up, and that's going to just be more resources. In Fallout 3, you don't have that problem, because there is no survival difficulty, at least in the normal game. If you're playing modded, then that's different. For an overall rating for the frag grenades, I'd put these ones up into A tier. They're very solid. They're pretty much going to be your go-to explosive for quite a while, and they're never going to be a bad option for an explosive build. Even for a non-explosive build, they're still going to be pretty decent overall. Let's move on to the other explosives now. First up, we're going to talk about the plasma grenades, which are generally just an upgrade over regular frag grenades. So these ones deal 1 damage on direct hit and then deal 150 explosive damage. This is also plasma damage, so it can turn enemies into the goo piles, which can be kind of nice. It might make it a little bit easier to spot those if you're trying to loot stuff. This one has 99 damage per second, 0 for crit chance, 0 for crit damage, costs 24 action points, and weighs half a weight. It's functionally just an upgrade over the frag grenades. These are a lot more rare, but you can find quite a lot of them, especially from the Enclave. They tend to carry around quite a bit. So into the later game, these can be pretty nice. So I'd put these ones up into A tier as well. Main reason why I wouldn't put them up into S tier is just because they aren't the most common explosive that you can find, and they're not that much of an upgrade over frag grenades, which are already pretty solid, and you're likely just going to be having more of them. Our next grenade is called the Pulse Grenade. The Pulse Grenade is kind of a weird one. This one is specially made to damage robots. So this one does 1 damage on direct hit, and then it does 10 explosive damage, which is pretty low. That's not really that great. The explosive still has a high chance of crippling limbs though, so that can be kind of nice. This has 7 damage per second, 0 for crit chance, 0 for crit damage, costs 24 action points to use, and it weighs half a weight. This also has the unique bonus effect of dealing 200 bonus damage towards robots. That's going to be the main selling point for the pulse grenades. They are really good if you want to be using them against robots. The main problem is there's not a whole lot of robots in Fallout 3. There's no DLCs that prominently have robots in them. And when there are robots around, your frag grenades basically do the same job as these ones do a lot of the time. So there's not really a reason to be carrying these around in my opinion. Usually I would just hold on to a couple of them if I run into sentry bots early on. Then it can certainly help, or gutsy bots early on. But if it's just regular Protectrons or Robo Brains, you should be fine with just the regular frags. So these ones I would put lower. I'd put these ones into D tier, mostly because they're just not good against anything besides robots. And you don't necessarily need a dedicated explosive to deal with the robots when your other explosives can kind of already do that. Our next grenade is the Cryonades. These ones you can get from the Mothership Zeta DLC. You can only get these from the aliens, and these ones don't really serve much of a function at all. So these do 1 damage on hit. That's it. They don't actually do any extra damage than that. So they have 1 damage per second. They have 0 crit chance, 0 crit damage, cost 24 action points, and weigh half a weight. These ones freeze enemies for about 3 seconds. And the animation is kind of cool. This also works on you if it goes too close to you, which is kind of funny. The ragdolls are actually pretty funny from this. But as an actual weapon, this one is pretty useless. There's no real reason to be using this at any point. It's not even that great because you can't use this in conjunction with melee or unarmed very easily, and that would be the weapons that would take the most advantage of a target not being able to fight back. But for 3 seconds, it's just not fast enough for you to throw this switch to your weapon. By the time you're hitting them, you may be getting 2 or 3 hits for free, but by that time, then they're getting right back up. But then again, if you're going with an unarmed build, you could just take Paralyzing Palm, knock something down, and have free hits on it pretty much until it's dead, because it's likely not going to be able to get up in time before you actually beat it to death. So there's kind of already a perk that does this, and it does it better. These ones are another D tier. I don't think they're very good. And our very final grenade is the Nuka grenade. This is the only crafted thrown explosive that you have to make. And these ones you have to have a schematic for, just like all of the crafting weapons. For the stats of the nuke grenade, this one does 500 damage on hit, which is pretty high. That's actually from the explosion, not from the actual hit. The hit is just 1 damage, plus 500 damage, and then this also deals fire damage, which is 2 fire damage over the course of 5 seconds. So the fire damage is kind of nice, but it's not really going to do that much. Mostly the explosion is going to be doing a whole lot of the work from this. This has 275 damage per second, which is really good. Has 0 crit chance, 0 crit damage, 24 action points, half a weight, same as all the other explosives. This one is the strongest explosive out of them. It's just that you do have to make this, although there are some that you can find on workbenches. You can find these and bottle cap mines. Bottle cap mines tend to be a whole lot more common than these. So this also has a unique effect of having 100 rads on it when it goes off. That doesn't really matter, it just pretty much means that you're going to get more radiation if you're not patient and wait for the explosion to kind of die down. If you would like to make the Nuka grenades, you're going to need a couple of, well, items to do this. So first up, you're going to need 1 Nuka-Cola Quantum, which there are a limited amount of Quantums in this game, which makes it so the Nuka grenade is kind of a limited resource. You can still get quite a lot of them, but with this taking so many, and also with Sierra's quest taking so many, taking I think 30, that is quite a lot, so you might not be able to make too many of these. This can be kind of fixed if you have the Nuka Chemist perk, because that makes it so you can convert 10 regular Nuka-Colas into a Quantum, so in that case it's a functionally unlimited amounts then. That does require you to get a perk, and it's a fairly high-leveled perk at that. This requires 1 tin can, 1 turpentine, and 1 Abraxo cleaner. If you want the schematics, there are 3 of them. One of them is actually found by the end of Sierra's quest, so you have to get 30 Quantums to give her, and then she will give you this. Kind of funny that she takes 30 of the potential items that you need to make Nuka grenades, but you can do that. There's also one that is just found on a cliffside cavern that's near the Yaoguai cave, and you just pick this one up. This one is probably going to be the easiest one to rush since it's always in that area and you don't need to go through a quest like Sierra's. And then the third one that you can get is from the caravan merchant Doc Hoff, where you do need to find him and then buy this from him. It's not going to be super expensive to buy this from him, at least not compared to some of the things that we've talked about in previous guides. It's still going to be pricey, but he does kind of wander from settlement to settlement, so you will need to track him down in order to buy these. That being said, though, these are actually pretty good. These are probably the best thrown explosive, and I would put these up into S tier. The thrown explosives kind of vary quite a bit. Mostly you're just going to be sticking with frag grenades and plasma grenades throughout most of Fallout 3, in my opinion. Maybe get some Nuka grenades every once in a while, and maybe use the pulse grenades, at least for a little bit. There was also quite a few other grenades that were supposed to be in the game, but were cut. Like, there was supposed to be a smoke grenade, which I don't know what that was supposed to be used for. There was a signal flare, which again, I would assume that would just be to call in, like, the Brotherhood, maybe? I mean, you kind of get that in, like, Fallout 4 with the flare gun. And then there was also a Mirelurk bait grenade, which I assume just draws Mirelurks there, and I don't know what part of the quest that would be. Maybe towards the Wasteland Survival Guide? That would be my guess. Today we're going to be taking a look at all of the remaining explosives, so all the placed explosives, with the one that I left off the list on our thrown explosives. Mostly because I forgot that it existed, and this is the biogas grenade. So we're going to talk about this one first, and we're going to go over this really quick, and then we'll move on to the placed explosives. So this one has the same model as the pulse grenade, which is kind of cool, but this one blows up pretty much immediately once you throw it at an enemy, and this causes a gas cloud around them. If they fire a weapon with inside the gas cloud, or if you fire a weapon within there, or if there's just any source of heat in there, I think explosives count for this too, it will light the gas on fire and deal damage to them and everything around them. It can also deal damage to you, and it usually knocks enemies down. For the stats of this, it does 1 damage on direct hit, 5 damage on explosion, and then it does an additional 5 fire damage over 5 seconds, which is a decent amount of damage. You can actually do okay DPS with this. This one doesn't really have much DPS. It's the damage over time, more or less. It's 7 plus 5, and then the burning damage. For crits, like most explosives, 0 crit damage, 0 crit chance. This one costs 24 action points to use in VATS, which is fine, weighs half a weight like all the other thrown explosives, and then that's kind of it for the biogas grenade. This one isn't necessarily a terrible grenade, but there's just not very many of them. You have to get them in point lookout, and there's only 17 of them in total. This isn't even really as good as like a frag grenade for most situations, so rushing these doesn't really make sense. And using these later on doesn't necessarily make the most sense either. It's mostly just to have fun with these or to keep them as a collector's item. Like, I rarely use these, if ever. So I'm going to put this one down into like the C tier. It's okay, but it's not really the greatest grenade. Now let's move on to the placed explosives, where first up we have the frag mines. And frag mines are going to be probably the most common explosive that you find around the wasteland. These ones are pretty standard. They work well on any sort of enemy that's just going to run right across the top of them, which is most enemies, so that's good. And they have a high chance of crippling limbs, which is also good. For the stats of the frag mine, this one does 1 damage on direct hit. If you're direct hitting stuff with the frag mine, you're probably going to be taking damage in return, which isn't necessarily the worst thing, but just make sure you have enough health to survive that. And this does an additional 100 explosive damage when it does go off, which is pretty nice. This one does 47 damage per second, although explosives with DPS are kind of weird. 0 for crit chance, 0 for crit damage. That's just unanimous across all the explosives in Fallout 3. So don't build for crits if you're only going to be using explosives, I guess. This one costs 35 action points to use in VATS. You don't want to be using any of the placed explosives in VATS. This is actually the same for all the placed explosives, and it stayed the same in New Vegas as well, and I don't know why there's more VATS use or more action point use in VATS with placed explosives than thrown explosives. And all of these weigh half of a weight, which isn't too heavy, but they will add up if you start collecting a whole lot of them. And frag mines, you can actually collect a whole lot of them, and they do make for pretty good money. For the general pros of these placed explosives, they usually do good damage, at least the frag mines, the plasma mines, and the bottle cap mines do. Cryos and pulses, maybe not so much. Pulses against robots, absolutely. Cryos, they don't really do damage. And they can be pretty good for selling. The money from just selling frag mines is a good amount, especially early on, because you can run like straight to the Anchorage Memorial site and pick up like 25 of these. Go back and sell them to Moira, and you should be stocked up on pretty much whatever you want there. For an overall rating for the frag mines, I'd put these up into A tier. They're probably one of the go-to explosives that you're going to use most of the time. These and frag grenades are kind of going to be your bread and butter throughout most of the game, at least until you can get plasmas, which are just upgrades from these, but a bit more rare. Enclave tends to carry them around though, so that's nice. Moving on to the plasma mines, these ones do a little bit more damage. They do 1 damage on direct hit and then 150 explosive damage. So that's a bit better, 71 damage per second. Same as the other stats, weighs half a weight, costs 35 action points, can't hit crits. These ones can also turn enemies to goo. These are just a straight upgrade to the frag mines, but they are more rare, and I don't end up using them as often as frag mines throughout most of the game. I'm still going to put them up into A tier. They're still a very solid explosive, but a lot of the time I'll just end up using them as money because they're worth a decent amount. Up next we got the pulse mines. These work pretty much the same as the pulse grenades, where these ones are specifically good against robots, and that's about it. They can still cripple limbs, which is kind of good, but these ones do 1 damage on direct hit and then do 10 damage from the explosion. These ones are probably the safest to be chucking at close range because you don't really care if these go off. They're probably not going to kill you, although they can cripple your limbs, so you do have to worry about that. This one does 5 damage per second, has 0 for crits, 35 action point cost, and weighs half a weight. But this one also gets an additional effect of doing 200 plus damage towards robots, which can be pretty good. The main issue with this is a lot of robots are going to sit at a distance and shoot at you. Pretty much all the robots are going to sit at a distance and shoot at you. So you're going to have to get real close to throw these at them, or you're going to have to set it off with some other explosive, or I guess kite them into it. Maybe the sentry bots will roll into it, but Protectrons move pretty slow. Robo Brains pretty much just sit there and shoot at you. They don't ever really move. iBots, you're going to have to hit directly with these. Same thing goes with Mr. Gutsies. The pulse grenades are just a better version of these, so I'm going to put these into D tier. I think they're weaker than the pulse grenades, which I probably should have put into C tier. They are better than this, and they're a decent explosive to be carrying around if you are worried about robots. And then we got cryo mines. These ones you can find on the Mothership Zeta, and these ones, when you toss them down, they do 1 damage on the explosion, and then they can freeze enemies. This freeze lasts for 3 seconds. So this does 1 damage per hit, 1 damage per second, 0 for crit chance, 35 action points, weighs half of a weight. These ones just are not really that great. They're okay towards certain enemy types if you're really worried about something potentially sneaking up on you and you want to be placing these around you and stay far enough away from them because they do affect you too, and if you freeze yourself, that's not really good, especially if there's multiple enemies after you and you're worried about like Deathclaws or Yaoguais chasing you down or something like that, or albino rat scorpions. You can potentially use these as kind of alerts and just knock them down and freeze them for a few seconds. At least then you'll know where they are, so you can turn back and start shooting at them. It does give you a little bit of an advantage there, and you could also use this on enemies to pickpocket them. That has been suggested, so that could be fun too. So not the best mine in the world, but kind of fun. This is also going to go into D tier. And then we have our final mine, which is our strongest mine. This is the bottle cap mines, and these ones you have to make. So you're going to need to have a schematic in order to make these. However, you can find them on workbenches. They are quite common to find there. So you might be able to stock up on a decent amount of these before you actually even need to make any of them. If you would like to get a schematic for the bottle cap mines, there is 4 of them that are available, which is a little bit unusual. One of these you can get as a reward from Moira's quest, the Wild Wasteland, where you just have to give her a frag mine and she'll give you this, which is a great trade in my opinion. You can get one at Jocko's Pop and Gas Shop. This is just outside Tenpenny Tower, so you can pick it up there. There's another one inside Tenpenny Tower that you can find in Herbert Dashwald's safe. This one you can either steal it or you can do an unmarked quest in order to get it. And then the last one you can actually get is in Little Lamplight if you just buy it from the kids there. So these are fairly easy to get, especially the one from Moira, since getting a landmine for her is one of her first quests that you need to do. And it's definitely worth it. If you want to make these, then this is going to cost you 1 lunchbox, which are fairly common, 10 bottle caps, so you are going to be having to spend money to make these, which I know is kind of a deal breaker to some people, especially since you can't pick up your bottle caps again. You can do that in 4 though, which is kind of cool. You need 1 cherry bomb and you need 1 sensor module. None of these are very difficult to get, and the bottle cap mines by themselves actually do a ton of damage. So for the stats of the bottle cap mine, this one does 1 damage on direct hit and then 500 damage on explosion. It is really high, even higher if you want to stack Demo Expert, which yeah, you do want to stack Demo Expert with these. This does 155 damage per second, which is quite high. 0 for crit damage, 0 for crit chance, cost 35 action points, weighs half a weight. These are just the best explosives in the game. They do the most amount of damage, they can kill things very easily. If you have Demo Expert maxed out, these can kill almost anything in the game. You can one-shot Deathclaws, you can one-shot Mirelurk Kings, you can one-shot Yaoguais. Some of the later enemies, like Albino Rad Scorpions, can tank through these, and Ghoul Reavers can. But if you just stack a few of them at a doorway or something, have them run right into it, it's a pretty effective way to actually clear up just about anything. So the bottle cap mines are going all the way up into S tier. I think they're the best placed explosive in the game. Today we're going to be taking a look at a pretty iconic weapon in Fallout. This is the laser pistol. And there's actually quite a few unique variations of the laser pistol, so let's go over each of them. Laser pistol is probably going to be the very first energy weapon that you find, assuming that you don't just rush the unique plasma rifle, which is a really good strategy to do at the start of Fallout 3. But the laser pistol is probably going to be the most common one that most people find. And the laser pistol is actually a pretty solid early game weapon. Even into the mid game, it's actually pretty solid. The laser pistol does 12 damage per shot, which is pretty good. That's actually pretty decent damage per shot. This does 72 damage per second. You can spam out the laser pistol actually quite fast, which is good. This has above average crit chance at 1.5 times, so it's more likely to hit crits. Does 12 crit damage, same as its regular damage. Those are pretty nice stats. Costs 17 action points, so doesn't use up that much action points in VATS. This has a big old 0 for spread, so it is extremely accurate. You can use it at extremely long ranges and not have to worry about it. It's kind of cool that you have a handgun that can do that. This one holds 30 rounds in the magazine, which is a lot too. It's actually really nice. This one weighs 3, and for the item health, this one can shoot 729 shots before it breaks. That's pretty good. It makes it so the laser pistol doesn't break super quick. For the general pros of the laser pistol, the damage per second is really nice, especially in the early game. 72 damage per second is nothing to scoff at. That's actually beating out things like the assault rifle early on, so that's actually really good. It has common ammo. The energy cells are not hard to find at all for the laser pistol. They're one of the more common ammos. Robots tend to carry them around. They're pretty common to find in ammo boxes. Interacting with any of the Brotherhood or Outcasts or anything, you're probably going to find quite a few of them too, just in the areas you don't even need to be fighting them. You can just find them laying around. And this one has really long range. It's really nice for a handgun to have as long range as it does. The only kind of con for the laser pistol is that it falls off compared to other energy pistols. And that's not that big of a con, because for the early and mid game, the laser pistol stays pretty solid. It's really nice to see that the laser pistol is actually quite good in this. It's very similar to how like the 10mm in Fallout 3 is quite good too throughout most of the game, just that it kind of falls off compared to some other options that you get later on into the game. So the laser pistol, for an overall rating, I'm going to stick it into B tier. It's pretty good. Not the craziest energy weapon in the game, although there is some that are very crazy, but a really solid one nonetheless. Really solid compared to ballistic weapons too. And again, it's probably going to be your first and maybe your only energy weapon for a little while, unless you want to rush certain things, or you end up getting lucky and coming across like a laser rifle or a plasma rifle somewhat early on. There is also 3 or 4 unique variants of the laser pistol, depending on how you want to count. So let's talk about the first one that we have here, which is Colonel Autumn's laser pistol. And this one is interesting because there's actually 2 different versions of it. And the different versions depend on whether or not you have certain DLCs. So the Colonel Autumn's pistol that I'm going to be talking about is the one if you have the Broken Steel DLC. This is the one that you pretty much get to keep. The other one you don't, because this is at the final confrontation with Colonel Autumn at the end of Fallout 3. If you have Broken Steel, then the game continues and you can keep this pistol. If you don't, then the game just ends there and you don't get to keep Colonel Autumn's pistol. And the one that was before just had like a higher rate of fire, although it has very similar stats to the regular laser pistol. So it's interesting, but not necessarily the best, especially since at most you're going to kill Autumn, and then he has 2 guards there, and those are the 2 enemies that you're going to get to use it on. It's very similar to like how the Blade of the East is in Fallout New Vegas, where if you cheat this one in, it's pretty solid. If you don't cheat it in, it's really not that good because there's just not very many enemies for you to be fighting because you're at the end of the game. So the version that we get in Broken Steel is a little bit different on stats. This one does 18 damage per shot, which is pretty good. That's actually really nice for a handgun. This one does 108 damage per second, which is also pretty solid. This one has a 1.5 times crit modifier, same as the regular one, but does 18 crit damage, so that's nice. Still has 17 action points, still has 0 spread, holds 30 rounds, weighs 2 weight, so it's more lightweight than the regular one. This one doesn't have as much item health though. This one you can fire 694 rounds before it breaks. So it is slightly weaker, but other than that, it's just a straight upgrade over the regular laser pistol. The main problem is by the time you're getting this, you're pretty much into the late game, unless you didn't end up doing any of the DLCs or any of the side quests yet, you just rush the main campaign. Then you could argue that you're still in like the middle of the game, which would probably be the best case scenario for Colonel Autumn's laser pistol. So it's not an easy one to get since you have to go through all of the base game's main story. There's still more story to that if you have Broken Steel, but you still have to go through all of the main game's main quest line, which is a fairly long one, and this one may not be your best option at that point. It's not a bad option at any point, and I think I'm going to put this one up into A tier. It is better than a regular laser pistol, but by that point you might have something better. Our next unique version is called the Protectron's Gaze. This one is one that you get from doing a quest. This one is where you side with the Mechanist, and then he will give you this one. And this is about the only kind of fair shotgun type weapon in this game. So besides the sawed-off double barrel, where that one's just kind of mid, the Protectron's Gaze is actually pretty good. So this one does 24 damage per shot. However, this fires out in a shotgun pattern, so it actually does less damage per shot because it counts as so many beams. But that doesn't matter so much. This one does 72 damage per second, the same as the regular laser pistol. It actually has a slower rate of fire. This one has a 1 times crit modifier, but for crit damage, this does 120 crit damage per shot. The main reason for this is because it counts as a shotgun weapon. So every laser from that shotgun can count as a crit. So you're getting multiple crits on a hit, which is why it does so much damage. 120 damage is a lot of damage, especially if you want to rush this in the early game. It becomes a very powerful weapon. This one costs 17 action points using VATS, same as the regular one. This one actually does have spread at 2.5 since it fires out like a shotgun. It kind of has to have some sort of spread. If it didn't, then this one would be even more insane. And this one holds 20 rounds in the magazine. That's still a lot for a shotgun though. A semi-automatic 20 round shotgun is still quite a lot. This one weighs 3 weight, and this one does have the lowest item health out of any of the laser pistols. I'm assuming that's to kind of balance it out. Sort of loose balance. It's not hard to find laser pistols laying around. This one can only fire 521 rounds before it breaks. This one is the strongest laser pistol in the game. This one's just the strongest version of it. Shotgun weapons are kind of unfair in Fallout 3, and they're kind of problematic. This is probably the least problematic besides the sawed-off double-barrel shotgun to talk about. So the Protectron's Gaze is going to go all the way up into S tier, but it's not going to go up into the hidden broken tier that we're going to be putting into this once we get around to some of the other weapons. This one's less problematic for them just because there are some other handguns that can at least kind of rival this one. And then our very last gun is called the Smuggler's End. This one you also get as a quest reward. This one is one that you get from the Brotherhood. And this one's kind of weird because it seems like they took the exact same stats from Colonel Autumn's pistol and just stuck it onto this one. So you can get this one slightly earlier than Colonel Autumn's, but they're both basically the same gun. So this one does 18 damage a shot, 180 damage per second, has a 1.5 times crit modifier, does 18 crit damage, costs 17 action points, has 0 spread, 30 round magazine, weighs 2 weight, and has the exact same health as Colonel Autumn's pistol at 694. It's the same exact gun as Colonel Autumn's pistol. There's no difference to this other than the name of it. And this one you can get slightly earlier on than you can Colonel Autumn's pistol. So this one also goes into A tier. Everything that I said about Autumn's pistol also applies to this one. It's good, but by the time you're getting it, you might have gotten something better. If you want to rush the Protectron's Gaze, it would kind of beat out these other pistols, at least for a shotgun pistol style roll, assuming that you're not using other shotgun style weapons. But even then, there's no other shotgun style weapon that uses the energy cells. Overall, the laser pistol is pretty solid. A lot of the energy weapons in Fallout 3 are pretty solid, even though there's not a whole lot of them. Today we're going to be taking a look at another energy weapon. Today we're going to be taking a look at the plasma pistol and its unique variant. And the plasma pistol in Fallout 3 is actually quite solid, which is nice. These are kind of rare. You're probably not going to be finding them until the mid to late game, depending on how far you are into the story, because they're not really for sale by a lot of vendors, or that you can just find plasma pistols, which can be kind of pain to actually get them in the early game. It's going to be a whole lot easier to get laser pistols than it will to be getting plasma pistols. However, once the Enclave starts showing up, then you can actually get them pretty readily, because pretty much every Enclave officer carries a plasma pistol as their secondary, or I guess as their primary. The Enclave soldiers won't, because they'll be carrying around laser and plasma rifles, but the officers absolutely will. So getting these may or may not be that difficult for you, depending on where you're going or what your plan is for the actual story. For the stats of the plasma pistol, this one does 25 damage per shot, which is pretty good. That's actually really good for a handgun. It's one of the highest amounts of damage out of any of them. This one has 75 damage per second. It is very good with the damage per second. This one does shoot quite fast, although the projectile does have movement speed, just like the plasma weapons do, at least from Fallout 3 onward. So you will need to potentially aim ahead of the enemy to actually hit them. This one has a 2x crit modifier, so it's twice as likely to hit crits as normally, which is good. Does 25 crit damage. This one costs 21 action points to use in VATS, which is quite good as well. This one has a spread of 0.5, so it's not that inaccurate, as well as the projectile is kind of large since it's one of the plasma balls, so spread may not matter too much, at least at close and medium range. At longer ranges, this isn't going to be as reliable, especially compared to certain weapons, like we talked about the laser rifle not too long ago. That one's a whole lot more accurate than this. This one holds 16 rounds, and unlike in Fallout New Vegas, the regular plasma pistol actually just consumes 1 ammo every time you shoot it. I actually didn't remember that until filming this, because I assumed that it always took 2 ammo. So this one's actually better than something like the one in New Vegas, potentially, at least in terms of ammo economy. This one weighs 3 weight, which isn't too heavy, and this one can shoot 400 shots before it breaks. That's not too bad, although if you do manage to get a plasma pistol early on, that can be a little bit disappointing if you can't be repairing this. It can be a little bit rough then, but overall, the plasma pistol is a pretty solid early game weapon or a mid game weapon, depending on when you get it, at least if you're going energy weapons. For the pros of this weapon, it does have really high damage per second. Its damage per shot is pretty good, and it makes for a pretty reliable pistol. This also has very common ammo. This uses the same ammo that the laser pistols use, so if you're not having trouble with that ammo, you shouldn't be having trouble with this ammo. A lot of robots tend to carry that around, and you can usually buy it from vendors, so that's nice. Major cons to this weapon is that it's rare. You're probably not going to get it in the early game, so finding one of these early on could be useful, assuming that it's in decent condition, but you're probably not going to be. It's just going to take you a little while, and the slow travel time can be a little bit difficult to manage, at least at longer ranges. That's really about the only 2 cons, and both those cons aren't that big of a deal once you have a steady supply of plasma pistols. So the plasma pistol is actually quite solid, and for an overall rating, I think I'd put this up into A tier. I see no reason not to. I personally think that this one is better than the regular laser pistol, maybe not compared to some of its unique variants, but I think that this one does get you more value per shot, and it's going to be more useful in the handgun role than a laser pistol. Not saying the laser pistol is bad or anything, I just think this one's a little bit better. There is one unique version of the plasma pistol in this as well, and that is called the Nova Surge, or the MPLX Nova Surge. The Nova Surge you get in the Mothership Zeta DLC. This one you find inside the cargo hold in that DLC. It's potentially easy to miss because this weapon is hidden inside of a safe, or at least it's kept inside of a safe, and you do need to have up to 75 science to actually get into the safe because it's tied to a terminal. So if you break that terminal, and assuming you don't have computer whiz, which you really shouldn't take, if you break that terminal, then you are locked out of this weapon, and I don't think you can get this if you leave the area. I could be wrong. If you move further in the ship, this might be one of the few areas you can actually come back to. If so, then you might be able to get this if you have Dogmeat and have them search the chest. You can do this with the Victory Rifle, and that's why this might work for this, but otherwise, you're going to have to get into that locked safe. Once you get into the safe, though, you get the pistol, and this one is really strong. This one's really good as a secondary weapon, or even as a primary weapon. So for the stats of the Nova Surge, this one does 80 damage per shot, which is very high. That's one of the highest damage per shot out of any weapon in the game. That's rivaling even some of the big heavy hitting weapons. This one does 240 damage per second because it shoots very fast. It's just as fast shooting as the regular plasma pistol. This one has a whopping 3 times crit modifier on it, so it's way more likely to hit crits, which is really good. This one also does 75 crit damage. Weirdly enough, it has slightly less crit damage than it does regular damage, but its crit damage is still very high. This one also costs 21 action points to use in VATS. This one only has 0.5 spread, so same as the regular plasma pistol. This one does hold 16 rounds in it, but this does consume 2 ammo every time that you use it. So per shot, this one, I guess, would be doing like 40 damage a shot, but that's still quite high for a weapon like this. And even if you disregard that, it's still outcompeting all of the 44 Magnums because it's an 8-shot pistol that does more damage than them. So that's pretty good, besides Paulson's revolver. We'll talk about that when we get to the 44 guns, though. That one is overpowered for a different reason. This one does weigh double of a plasma pistol, so this one weighs 6 weight, and this one has a lot less item HP, being able to shoot it only 188 times before it breaks. This kind of makes sense since it does consume 2 ammo every time that you use it. This one is really strong. This is probably the strongest or second strongest weapon in the Mothership Zeta DLC. The only one that I think is stronger than this is probably Paulson's revolver, since that one is a shotgun weapon and those are just kind of overpowered in general. This one is a close second though, because this one I wouldn't say is overpowered, but it is very close to being overtuned. Like, it's very close to being in our broken tier. It's not that bad because you do need to at least have 75 science and do most of the DLC in order to get this. And the Mothership Zeta DLC can be one of the more difficult ones to actually do, as well as this one is potentially easy to miss and you may not be able to come back and get it. So I would put this one all the way up into S tier, but it could go into the broken tier. It is very, very strong. It's a really good weapon. I should also mention that since these are plasma weapons, and if you kill something with them, then they can turn to goo, which can make it easier to find that target since it's a bright green goo, so you might be able to see them easier if you just aren't seeing bodies on the ground. That is kind of a bonus, not that it really matters that much, and there isn't really any perks that help out with these either. But yeah, the unique one's really strong. The regular plasma pistol is also quite good. Today we're going to be taking a look at some alien weapons. For this one, we're going to be taking a look at the Alien Blaster, its unique variant, the Fire Lance, and the other one that at least shares the same model as the Alien Blaster, which is the Captain's Sidearm. So these weapons are generally one-of-a-kind weapons, although you can get multiple Alien Blasters in Fallout 3, so it's a weapon that showed up through pretty much all of Fallout's history. The alien weapons have always existed in the Fallout universe, and we've gotten them through pretty much every single game. So the Alien Blaster makes a reoccurrence once again, and the way that you can get the regular Alien Blaster is just go to the crashed wreck site and pick this up. There's also going to be some ammo laying around the area, and you can pick that up too. Ammo is limited, and this uses the Alien Power Cell, which is a very limited resource. You can't actually get any more of it besides at the crash of the Alien Blaster, the Enclave base later on in Broken Steel. That one actually has a second Alien Blaster that you can pick up, but I believe it's locked behind either a hard or a very hard lock. And you can also get some alien cells from the Fire Lance, but that one is also rare to find. And you can't actually really rush this if you have all of the DLCs. The main reason why is because whenever you go to the crash site, then this immediately starts up the Mothership Zeta DLC. So you'll be automatically taken to the DLC if you want to do that. And that's going to make it so you can't just get the Alien Blaster right away. If you don't have the DLCs, or at least not that DLC enabled, then you can actually rush it and grab it. And like I said, the other one is at the very end of Broken Steel, which is at the very end of the main campaign. So you have to go through the entire main campaign and go through all or almost all of Broken Steel's campaign in order to actually obtain it at the Enclave base. So this is generally going to be a later game weapon. So let's go over the stats of the Alien Blaster. The Alien Blaster does 100 damage per shot, which is really high. This does 300 damage per second, which is also insanely high. This has the only 100 times crit chance besides its unique variant, so regardless of what your luck is, even if you have one luck, you're always going to hit a crit with the Alien Blaster, which adds an additional 100 damage on top of this because that's what its crit is. Unless it's a sneak crit, then it will do even more. So really high damage there. This only costs 20 action points. It's really good in a VATS build. This has 0 spread, so it is very accurate, although it does have travel time. This acts similar to like the plasma rifle or plasma pistol. This holds 10 rounds in it. This weighs 2, and this has 125 shots in it before it breaks. You can get more than 125 shots in total for the weapon, but there's not a ton of shots for this weapon. And that's going to be like the major con to this. So let's talk about the pros and cons. Pros are kind of what you'd expect. High damage, high crit chance, high DPS, no spread. It has pretty much just great stats all across the board. The major cons to these weapons, though, is the limited ammo. Once you run out of ammo with this, you cannot get any more unless you're willing to either find the fire lance and pick up the various ammo that's laying around on the ground, which you're not going to get very much from that, or you have to go through all of Broken Steel and then get the other Alien Blaster and the ammo that's there. And then once that runs out, you're done. You don't have any more ammo unless you want to cheat it in. So the ammo situation can be really rough. The other problem with the Fire Lance is that it's completely random as to where it's going to spawn in the world. It does spawn at any sort of random event, but that can be all over the wasteland. So you might find this right at the very start of the game, or it might be the final random encounter that you actually do find. It can vary heavily, and it's by far the easiest weapon to miss, because even if you know the location of where it actually landed, sometimes it can fall through the floor, sometimes it can fall through objects, and it's going to be about impossible for you to find it unless you have Dogmeat there. Dogmeat can find the Fire Lance a whole lot easier because you can tell him to go and search weapons, and he can find the Fire Lance. So as long as you know the general location, you can have him do that. You can also have him pick up the ammo too, which can be kind of useful if you want to get all of the ammo that you can out of this. There is also one perk that we should talk about with these weapons, and it's only really for the Fire Lance, but that's Pyromaniac, because the Fire Lance does count as a fire weapon. It's one of the few weapons it does, and giving it 50% more damage makes it the strongest out of all of these weapons. So in a Pyromaniac build, that one is the best, but that one comes with its own issues. So it can be good, but you may not want to be building for Pyromaniac if you're going to go with an energy weapon build. This makes it very difficult to actually rank the Alien Blaster and its unique variant, and for an overall rating, I mean, in terms of just stats, the Alien Blaster should be an easy S tier or broken tier. It is very strong, but since it has limited ammo, you can't refill that ammo. I would say it's a far less. I would probably put this into like C tier. It's okay. It's really good when you do want to use it, even if you're not using an energy weapon build, but you're just going to save it for special occasions. And if you are doing that, it's really, really good. So same thing goes with its unique variant, the Fire Lance. Like I stated, the Fire Lance is completely random as to where it shows up. Once you go to one of these locations, there will be an explosion in the air. You'll get some radiation. A bunch of alien cells will be flung across the ground. And then the Fire Lance will also be somewhere on the ground, assuming the ground doesn't eat it. Getting Dogmeat is the easiest way to get the Fire Lance. It's a bit more difficult to actually just find it and pick it up, especially in certain areas. So finding this one isn't a guarantee. The Fire Lance does 80 damage per hit, which is less than the Alien Blaster, but if you have Pyromaniac, you get 50% more damage, so it is higher. This also does 2 fire damage for 5 seconds. This burns any enemy that you hit. This one has 243 damage per second, still 100 times crit chance, 80 crit damage, which is still very good. Costs 20 action points, has 0 spread, holds 10 rounds in it, weighs 2 weight, and then it actually has far less item health at only 63. You can only shoot 63 shots through the Fire Lance before it breaks. So that's another really big downside, because you can't fix the Fire Lance with anything else besides Alien Blasters, which there's only 2 of, so you probably don't want to do that. You will probably end up using the Alien Epoxy to fix this up, or talking to a trader to fix this up. And if you do talk to a trader, this one is going to be really expensive. So Alien Epoxy is probably the way to go with this one. This one, again, can be even stronger than the Alien Blaster if you've built specifically for Pyromaniac, which is kind of, inconsistent if you don't get this weapon. So this is going to be another C tier, potentially even lower than the Alien Blaster, because at least those are in guaranteed locations. You can always go and get them. And the ammo is also guaranteed around them too. Whereas the Fire Lance, if you just find it and pick it up, you're probably only going to get 20-30 shots out of it, and that's about it. Let's move on to the other weapon that we have here, which is the Captain Sidearm. This one has the same model as the Alien Blaster and the Fire Lance, but this one doesn't use the alien power cells. This one uses the alien modules, which these ones are a lot more common. You're going to find a bunch of these on the mothership itself, and this is your reward for beating the captain of the ship and taking his gun. So this one works a little bit differently, because this one acts as a shotgun style weapon. It fires out multiple shots from this, which is pretty strong. Shotgun weapons are really strong, and when this one doesn't have the ammo limitations of the other one, this one is probably the best for practical use. This one does 35 damage per shot, which is pretty decent, 105 damage per second, which is also good, has a 1x crit modifier, does 240 crit damage because this is a shotgun. Every single pellet or every single energy ball from this gun can hit a crit, so you can stack up damage pretty high. This does have fairly wide spread though, so it's not as consistent as some other shotguns. This one costs 20 action points to use in VATS 2, which is fairly low. Has 3 spread, as you would kind of expect it as a shotgun, so it's got some spread to it. This one holds 30 rounds in it, but it consumes 3 ammo every time that you shoot it, so this is actually just 10. Meaning that it will eat through ammo faster than any of the other alien weapons. This one weighs 2 weight as well, and this one has 714 shots in it before it breaks. That is a whole lot better than the other weapons. It's a lot more durable. There is really nothing that fixes this up though, so alien epoxy is probably going to be the way to go if you would like to use this as a sidearm. And this one is really strong. Shotgun weapons in Fallout 3 are insanely strong. This one isn't as strong as some of them. This one's pretty much on par with something like the Protectron's Gaze, which is easier to get. So I'm going to put this into S tier. I don't think I'm going to quite put it up into the broken tier, because I don't think it's as busted as like the combat shotgun, Paulson's revolver, terrible shotgun. Even it's probably not even as strong as like the full-size double barrel shotgun, and certainly not the metal blaster. So it's one of the more fair shotguns. I rarely use this one. I mean, you already get Paulson's revolver from it, and I think that's a bit better, as well as the other alien weapons I tend to use more than this one. I just don't really like the way this one functions for me personally. I could see it being argued up into the broken tier though, because it is really strong, and if you're only hitting sneak crits with it, it's going to do really high damage. Taking a look at the alien atomizer, which is the pistol, the unique version of the pulverizer, the mesmatron, its unique version of the microwave emitter, the alien disintegrator, and the destabilizer. All of these are DLC weapons with the exception of the mesmatron. So first up, let's go over the alien atomizer. We'll go over the pistols first, and then we'll go over the rifle at the end. And these are a pretty common weapon to be finding on the Mothership Zeta DLC. A lot of the aliens tend to carry around the alien atomizer. It is probably their most common weapon, or one of the most common weapons in that DLC, and this one is pretty good. For stats, this one does 35 damage per hit, which is quite high for a handgun. This does 105 damage per second, also very high. This one does have travel time similar to like the plasma weapons, except for this one is less of a ball and more of just like a beam. So the beam isn't as fast as like the laser weapons, nor is it as accurate as them. It's more like plasma, but it has a smaller hitbox overall, so it can be a little bit awkward to be using this at longer ranges. This one has a 1x crit modifier with higher crit damage than it has regular damage at 40, which is good. This one only costs 20 action points. It is very good in a VATS build. This one does have 0 spread, but like I said, it does have travel distance, so you still have to lead your shot if an enemy is moving. The atomizers only weigh 2 weight. They are very lightweight, and this has 714 shots before it breaks. It is quite durable. So the alien atomizer actually has a lot going for it. For the general pros and cons of these weapons, and this is going to be more towards the alien weapons, they have good damage and good damage per second. They actually work really well as general purpose weapons, and they all take the alien power module, which is more common than something like the alien power cell. So you can carry around a whole lot more of them if you would like, which is pretty cool. This doesn't really go for the mesmatron or the microwave emitter so much, because they are a little bit more awkward in just the way that they work, as well as the mesmatron doesn't really do a whole lot of damage. It can do some damage, but it doesn't do a whole lot of damage. Major cons to almost all these weapons is that they are DLC related, with the one exception being the mesmatron, but that one is also quest related, sort of. So you do kind of have to go out of your way to get these, and that's about the only real problem with them. Other than that, they actually have pretty good stats all the way around. The alien atomizer is actually one of the most solid pistols in the game, and I'd probably put this one up into A tier for a rating. I think it's actually pretty good. Let's move on to the pulverizer, which is slightly different, and this one is probably one of the easiest to miss weapons in the Mothership Zeta DLC, because you can easily walk past the hallway that has this. There's a hallway with a locked door, you just go in there, and then this is found on a shelf. As well as this doesn't look any different than the alien atomizers that you've been picking up to this point. But this one is substantially better. So for the stats of the pulverizer, this one does 37 damage per hit, slightly more than the regular one, 111 DPS, which is pretty good. This one has a 2x crit modifier though, which is a lot better. Makes it so you're more likely to hit crits. Still does 40 crit damage, so still slightly above what its regular damage is, which is nice. This one, its main selling point though is its action point cost. This one only costs 12 action points to be using in VATS. You can shoot this one a ton in VATS, and it's really, really strong in a VATS build. And this one still has 0 spread, it still has a magazine of 20, which is quite a lot for a pistol, weighs 2. This one does have slightly less item HP though, at 676 shots before it breaks. So you will need to fix this one up more often. But for a VATS build, this one is pretty much like a top tier weapon. It is really, really good. So for an overall rating for this one, I'd put it all the way up into S tier. I think it's one of the best pistols in the game, and definitely one of the best VATS weapons in the game. Let's move over to the Mesmatron and its unique variant, and the Mesmatron's kind of a weird one. So you get this one at Paradise Falls, you just have to talk to the slavers there, and then they will give you this as well as slave collars, and you use this to tase somebody basically, and then put a slave collar on them if you'd like, or you can loot them. This does come with limited ammo. You actually only have the shots that come with the Mesmatron, and it is the only thing that uses the Messer cells, so you can't put them in anything else, which is fine. This weapon is mostly a quest item and mostly a utility item more so than a weapon, because for the stats, the Mesmatron only does 1 damage per hit and 1 damage per second. This also has a travel time. It's the same animation as like the Robo Brain's brain attack, where it has a very slow-moving projectile that hits, or the Mirelurk Kings can also do this. And when you hit an enemy with this, usually they'll get stunned, at least if they're a human enemy, they'll get stunned, and then you can talk to them. It doesn't matter what type of enemy they are. They could be raiders, they could be regular civilians. Usually this works to mez somebody, and then you can take their stuff if you would like. So it's kind of a cool interaction that way, but it does kind of have limited uses because of its limited amount of ammo. This does have a 1x crit modifier, although it can't hit any crit damage, so it doesn't really matter that it can hit crits. This one does cost a massive 65 action points to be using in VATS. You don't really need to be using this in VATS, but if you want to make sure that you hit, go for it. You're probably just going to be using this at very close range. This only holds 5 shots, although 1 shot is enough to stun somebody, so you probably don't need a whole lot of shots with this. This does only weigh 2 weight, and since this isn't technically a quest item, you can always put it away whenever you'd like, but 2 weight isn't that big of a deal. This does have a ton of health at 2,500 shots before it breaks, which you're never going to get to in the regular game. That's just gonna be super impractical, which is kind of nice because you can't really fix this one with anything else. So you're gonna need traders to fix it up if you want to fix it up. I don't think there's a need for it. Or you could use the alien epoxy, which would also work. And of course, this one does have the unique effect of mezzing people, so you can mez them, loot them, and then let them go. For an overall weapon, the Mesmatron is pretty bad, but as a tool, it's very fun and it's very unique. So I'm going to put this into D tier, but if you like using it, go for it, because it is pretty fun, especially for getting through at least the Paradise Falls quest. That can actually be pretty useful, because some of the people that they want as slaves, at least like the guy who tries to snipe you at the other place, that's usually the one that I take just so that I can get in there quick and early on, which is nice. Let's move on to the unique version, the microwave emitter. This one can be found in Point Lookout. This one you get basically at the very end of the main campaign, because it's located at the last location in the underground vault when you're confronting the brain. You can go there, and then it's just found on a workbench. This one does have stats, and this one doesn't use the Messer cells. Although you can actually find a few Mesmatron cells there for the actual Mesmatron. This one uses microfusion cells though. So same as plasma rifle, laser rifle, all that fun stuff. The microwave emitter for stats actually does quite a bit. This does 60 damage per shot and 62 damage per second. The damage per second is honestly not that good because of the slow travel time and the slow charge time of this. There is also another problem with these weapons, like the Mesmatron and the microwave emitter, and then they take up a huge portion of your screen, so it's actually kind of difficult to see what you're shooting at, and since the beam travels slow, it's really difficult to hit at longer ranges. This one does have a 2x crit modifier with 100 crit damage, so it actually hits crits really, really well. And this only costs 30 action points to be using in VATS, which is a lot better than the regular Messer. This one does have slight spread, which is weird, at 0.2, so it's not as accurate, where the other one is a whole lot more accurate. This one holds 5 rounds in it, just like the regular Messer, and has the same reload animation. This one does weigh a lot more at 8 weight, which is pretty much the same as like the plasma rifles, surprisingly. And this one has 375 shots before it breaks, which you're gonna need to fix this up with something like alien epoxy or getting a vendor to fix it up for you. So it does have limited life on it as well. This weapon I find exceptionally awkward. It is strong. If you just look at it based on the stats, it's actually quite good, but in terms of practical use, it's really awkward. I do not like this over a lot of the other energy pistols. This one is not really one of the best in my opinion. I'd put it up in a B tier, because if you are just using it at close range, basically as a energy pistol shotgun, and you don't want to go with a Protectron's Gaze, which would be better than this, it's okay, but even then it's still not really the best use for that, as well as you do have to get to the end of a main story, well, the DLC's main story, So it's going to take a little while, and you could rush better energy weapons if you really want to rush a weapon like this. However, if you just really like the look of it or really like the way that it functions, go for it. Now let's move over to the alien rifles, the disintegrator and the destabilizer. So the disintegrator is the more common one. This is the one that you're actually going to find the aliens using against you. And this one also uses the alien power module similar to the atomizer and the pulverizer. This basic rifle is actually really good. It's probably the best basic weapon in that DLC. So this one does 65 damage per shot, which is quite high, 130 damage per second. That's also really good. This has a 2x crit modifier, so it's very likely to hit crits with 50 crit damage. Less than its regular damage, but still a high amount of crit damage. This one costs 30 action points to be using in VATS, which makes it okay for a VATS build. This has one spread. It's not the most accurate rifle, but it's not too bad either if you're just going to be using this at close and medium range. This has a magazine of 100. It takes forever to run out of shots with this, and realistically, you're not going to be running out of shots in any sort of combat situation unless you've chosen to spawn in like 10 times the amount of enemies. And even then, you still might have more than enough ammo to kill all of them before you need to actually reload this. This weighs 7 weight, so not super heavy, about the same as most of the other energy rifles. And this one has 385 shots in it before it breaks. This one is fairly durable, so that's pretty nice. The reload animation on this is also kind of funny because you don't actually reload anything, you just smack the gun. And that reloads it somehow, so I do kind of like that about it. The disintegrator is honestly a really, really good weapon. If you want to rush Mothership Zeta just for this weapon, I totally understand, because it is probably one of the best energy rifles in the game for general purpose. You could argue that you might as well just rush the unique plasma rifle, which I would say is maybe a little bit better than this, but this one is still a very strong weapon. So the disintegrator I'd put all the way up into S tier. I think it's actually really good. And then we have the unique version of it, which is called the Destabilizer, which you get later on. And this one is kind of better and kind of worse than the last rifle we just talked about, because this one is the same rifle, but it has less damage, but it's fully automatic. So if you have an excess of ammo, it can be better. If you don't have an excess of ammo, then the regular rifle is going to outperform this one. This one does 30 damage per hit, quite a bit less than the regular rifle, but like I said, it is full auto, so you can shoot a lot faster because it actually exceeds the DPS of the other one at 135, which is nice. This one does have a lower crit modifier though, at just 0.44, which is quite high for a fully auto weapon, but it's still not that great compared to a 2x crit modifier. This does 20 crit damage, so less damage than its regular damage, which is a little bit odd. This one does cost less action points at 25. I honestly think the other one's better for an action point build though, because it's more accurate and you get more damage per shot, so just costing 5 more action points I think is worth it. This one actually doesn't have too much more spread at 1.5. It is more spread than some other weapons, but it's okay for a fully automatic weapon. This one has 100 rounds in its magazine, which is useful since it is full auto. You're probably going to be going through them a little bit quicker, but 100 rounds is still a lot. And this one, weirdly enough, has its own unique animation. Well, not its own unique animation. It's the same animation pretty much as like the Mesmetron, but it's on this gun and you don't just smack your gun. You like seem to reach in and grab something and then put something back into it, but there's no actual object that you're doing that with, so it's a little bit weird. This one still weighs 7 weight, and this one has a whole lot more item health at 1,000 shots before it breaks, which is very useful. It makes it so that the full auto version of this doesn't break nearly as quick. You can fix this up with the regular disintegrators too if you would like. This one can be good if you do like a full auto weapon or if you just have an excess amount of ammo, but I don't think it's as good as just the regular rifle. I would put this one high up into A tier. It's still a very good weapon. It's still very nice, and if you have an excess of ammo and you don't plan on using any of the other energy weapons or any of the other alien weapons, you might as well use this one because you can just run it through the ammo the fastest, and it's still really good for the DPS that it gives you, so it's really good at like indoor fights or close range fights. Today we're going to be taking a look at a very iconic Fallout weapon and just an iconic sci-fi weapon in general. We're going to be taking a look at the laser rifle. This is a weapon that's been in pretty much every Fallout game, and I see it continuing in every Fallout game. It's even been in other games like Starfield, where we effectively got multiple laser rifles in that one as well. The laser rifle in Fallout 3 does look a little bit different, and the laser rifle has gone through a couple different iterations throughout the Fallout games. It looks the most similar in this one and, well, Fallout New Vegas because they use the same model, as well as Fallout 4 has a very similar looking laser rifle. The original ones looked a little bit different. They looked more like a sniper rifle, but with a bit more metal on them to kind of make them look a little bit more lasery like, I guess. This one's generally a mid-game weapon that you're going to be finding laser rifles. You can find them very early on, especially if you plan on doing a lot of the main quest, because the Brotherhood has a whole lot of these, the Outcasts have a whole lot of these, The Enclave tend to use them as well, although they pretty much use every energy weapon, so finding any of these energy weapons is not going to be super difficult, which is fantastic for a weapon like this. For the stats of the laser rifle does 23 damage per shot, which is pretty good. That's pretty comparable to a lot of rifles, just regular ballistic rifles. A bit better than something like the hunting rifle, not quite as good as the sniper rifle. This one has 47 damage per second, which is pretty high. This one has an above average crit modifier at 1.5 times, so it's more likely to hit crits, which is really good. Although weirdly enough has slightly lower crit damage at 22 rather than 23. I don't know why that is. Doesn't really matter. It's still pretty close, so you're going to be doing good crits. This one only costs 17 action points to be using in VATS, the same as like the 10mm pistol, which is fantastic. It makes for a really good VATS weapon. This one has a big old 0 for spread, so it is pinpoint accurate. However, the lasers can kind of just go off on their own. That's just kind of a weird thing that's in the Fallout games, where even if you have perfect spread, sometimes the guns in this just don't actually shoot where you're aiming. I don't know why that is. I guess it's probably tied to the fact that this is more third-person shooting rather than first-person shooting, like how you do with the sniper rifle or with the 44, where you actually have the scope so you can kind of see. I just have to assume that it's something like that, or some weird quirk in the engine. This one holds 24 rounds in it, which is quite a lot. It weighs 8, and it has a big old 1,087 shots that you can fire from this before it breaks. The regular laser rifle actually has a lot going for it stat-wise. These are all really nice stats for a weapon. For the general pros of the laser rifle, this one has really good damage and really good damage per second. It's not the highest in either of those, but it's got consistent, so that's nice. Ammo is fairly common for this, and not super difficult to find. The microfusion cells are fairly common, and a lot of merchants tend to sell them. And this one has really long range. The range on the laser rifle is fantastic. You can shoot it at extremely long range and hit just about anything. It actually makes for a pretty decent like improvised sniper or somewhat marksman's rifle. So it has a lot going for it. The cons, I actually had trouble coming up with any major cons for the laser rifle. You don't get them right away. You do have to get somewhat into the story to get them, but that's really about it. You don't even have to get that far into the story. And if you know where they are, you can actually just run right to them at the start. Maybe ammo can be a little bit of an issue in the early game, but by the time you're getting to the mid game, not so much. So there's not really any major cons with the laser rifle. It's just a pretty good all-around rifle. And that makes it so, for me personally, on our tier list, I'd probably put the regular laser rifle up into A tier. It's very solid. There's not really a whole lot to complain about. There's nothing way broken about the rifle, but there's also nothing really wrong with the rifle, assuming that you are going with energy weapons to some extent. If you're going with ballistic weapons, then yeah, I guess that wouldn't be the best option then, but still a decent option regardless. Now let's move over to the two unique versions of the laser rifle and talk about them. So the very first one is called the Wazo rifle, which I hate saying it like that, but that is how it's written. That is how it's pronounced. So the Wazer you get from a kid named Billy. He's got it down in little lamplight. You do have to buy this from him. It's going to depend on how much you want to pay for this or how much your barter skill is. Because if you do pass a barter check, he's going to make it so it's less, but you still have to pay for it regardless. This is really the only annoying part about this weapon, and the fact that you have to say Wazo rifle. I don't really like saying that. It's definitely more difficult when you're talking in a normal conversation to somebody, or when you're trying to address something that somebody had questioned on stream. Like I've had this before when this weapon has come up, and it slows the conversation down. Not necessarily just because of how silly it is, but it's like you purposely have to say it the way that it's spelled. So besides that, the gun is actually quite good. Let's talk about the stats of the Wazo rifle. So the Wazer does 28 damage per shot, which is better than a regular one. This has 57 damage per second, same rate of fire. This has a 1.5 times modifier, same as the regular one, which is pretty good. This one does the same amount of crit damage though at 28, so that is pretty nice. Still costs 17 action points, still has 0 spread. This one does have a larger magazine though. It holds 30 rather than 24. Not a huge upgrade, but a nice upgrade to see. This one weighs 8, and this one has even higher item health at 1,552. So this one takes a very long time to break. This weapon, you're probably not going to be getting right away. You can run to Little Lamplight right away, talk to MacCready, and do their quest. So you run over to Paradise Falls, take care of the kids. Although, if you do that, then you may have to do some of the other quests for Paradise Falls, because there's a speech check there, but if you fail it, then you have to do part of their quest, which requires you to go get some people to enslave them, then take them back, then talk to the kids, then pay for the kids, or kill everybody there at Paradise Falls. It's going to take a bit for you to actually get them out. I guess you could also sneak them out too, because they also kind of have their own quest. Then you got to go find Billy, then pay for the rifle. So It's a lot of steps in order to get this, and you're probably not going to be rushing it very early on. You do need to go to Little Lamplight to finish the main quest, so it wouldn't be uncommon for you to get this one. It's just you're probably going to be getting it later into the game. That being said, though, this gun is pretty solid. It's just a better laser rifle, and the laser rifle is already quite solid. So I'd move this one up a tier, up into S tier. It's probably on the low end of S tier. It's not one of the craziest weapons, but it is just a very solid weapon to be using for pretty much every situation. The one major problem that I have with this gun is simply that you can get the unique plasma rifle so early on and so easily, and that gun is really good too, probably rivaling this. So even though I would say this gun is good and it's really nice to have, I would usually go with that one over this one just for the convenience of it. But if you're not going to go out of your way to do that quest, then this one could be a really good alternative. Now we still have one more laser rifle to talk about, sort of. It's more of a laser shotgun, which if you've seen some of my other videos about Fallout 3, you know how busted shotguns are. This one is arguably the most busted. This is called the Metal Blaster. This you find in the pit. Well, you don't really find it in the pit, you have to earn it in the pit. The way that you earn this one is that you have to collect 50 of the 100 steel ingots. And that's a pretty big task. It's either 50 or 60. I actually didn't look that up. I think it's 50. But that means you have to get at least half, maybe a little bit more than half, of all of the steel ingots that are in the pit. There's 100 in total. Some of them are pretty difficult to find laying around. Some of them are kind of in hidden areas. But if you get a large portion of them, you do get the Metal Blaster. And this one is one of the more obtainable endgame weapons. We talked about this not too long ago when we went over the assault rifles and talked about the perforator. That one takes 90, this one only takes 50 or 60, so it is a lot easier to get than that one, and this one is arguably the best reward that you get from the pit. So the Metal Blaster does 55 damage on hit, which is pretty high, a lot higher than the other laser weapons that we've already talked about. This one has 113 DPS, which is pretty good. This one still keeps its 1.5 times crit modifier for some reason, and that's kind of a problem because this one does 243 crit damage. That is a lot of crit damage. And the reason why it works this way is because every single beam from the laser rifle can hit a crit. That's how shotguns work in this game, at least most of them. The sawed-off shotgun's the exception. And same with the tri-beam lasers, the exception, because those ones actually count as individual lasers. These ones can hit crits on all of the lasers, so you can do a lot of damage whenever you are hitting crits, and with a weapon that has bonus crit chance, that's really strong. This one still only costs 17 action points to use in VATS 2, so it's really strong in a VATS build, which is another pretty strong build in Fallout 3. This one does have spread, because it is a shotgun. This one has 2.5 spread, so the lasers can go, yeah, they can break off a little bit, but not actually that much. The Metal Blaster is surprisingly good still at very long range. This one still holds 24 rounds in it, and it doesn't consume extra microfusion cells when you're firing this normally, which is really busted, and why would you ever want to use the tri-beam laser when this thing exists? This thing hits harder, it does more damage, it consumes less ammo. It has arguably better spread on it too, so this one kind of outcompetes that weapon, which is considered one of the better weapons. This one weighs 8. This one does have less item health though. This one only has 455 shots before it breaks. Not that that will matter, because a lot of the time you're just going to be one or two shotting things with this. This is one of the strongest, if not the strongest weapon in Fallout 3. So this one is going to go all the way up into our hidden broken tier. It's going to be our first weapon that goes up there, because this one is kind of problematic. Even if you're not going with a crit build, this one is still really, really strong, because sneak crits still count as guaranteed crits, and you're dealing double damage with them. You're already doing an insane amount with the crits anyway, so you're going to be able to one-shot a lot of enemies. Even if you're just at one luck and you haven't taken finesse or anything, whenever you do hit a crit with this weapon, it does so much damage that you can just chunk enemies so fast. And if you have built a full crit build, you're going to be killing just about everything without any trouble. This is really, really strong. It's one of the best weapons in the game. It's one of the weapons that I pretty much always carry on me regardless of the playthrough, unless I'm doing a challenge playthrough of Fallout 3. In which case then, you know, this one isn't allowed, but it's so strong. It clears up everything, even all the enemies that were added with broken steel that are even stronger than normal. This thing demolishes death claws, it rips apart ghoul reavers, it rips apart albino scorpions. Super mutant overlords don't stand a chance against this. They're arguably the only thing that kinda does, and that's if they get good spread with their tri-beam laser and can kill you faster than you can kill them. Because if they don't have good spread, you're going to win that fight every time. Today we're going to be taking a look at pretty iconic weapons in the Fallout 3 series and just the Fallout series in general. These are the plasma rifles, the regular plasma rifle and its unique variant. So the plasma rifle is going to be showing up throughout Fallout 3 quite a bit because it's one of the primary weapons of the Enclave. soldiers tend to either carry plasma rifles or laser rifles, and picking up a lot of plasma rifles is not very difficult once you get to the mid to late game of Fallout 3, assuming that you're doing part of the main story. And even sometimes, since there is a few weird places where Enclave soldiers can just sort of spawn in. I think that's some sort of rendering error or something like that. Some sort of bug in the game where there are a couple locations that I know of where for some odd reason there's just like an Enclave soldier that can spawn there. And that's not weird once the Enclave is in full effect, where there's usually patrols in those areas, but sometimes there's just like one guy wandering around there and you can fight him early on, so you might be able to get a plasma rifle fairly early on. But a lot of vendors don't really sell this. It can be kind of a rare weapon otherwise. So the plasma rifle for stats does 45 damage per shot, which is really good. That's actually really good damage for a rifle. This one has 180 damage per second. You can actually shoot at the plasma rifle really fast. This does have a travel time to it, but it's not terrible. It's not the worst travel time in the game, so it's not super difficult to hit things at a distance, assuming that they're not moving really fast. And this has a 2x crit modifier, so it's more likely to hit crits. Weirdly enough, does 45 crit damage, slightly less than its regular damage, but hey, more crit damage is awesome. This one costs 25 action points, so not very bad, about the same as most rifles. This one has 0.2 spread. The spread on the plasma rifle is not really all that much, and the projectile is a little bit bigger than what you would sort of expect, so the spread really doesn't matter a whole lot of the time, especially since this one you want to be using at like medium to short range. This has a magazine of 12, weighs 8, and you can fire 500 shots through this before it breaks. So the plasma rifle is a pretty solid weapon for just all of its stats. It's pretty good overall as a semi-automatic rifle that does pretty much everything that you'd want it to do. For the pros of this, it's got high damage per second, and it's got really solid stats all the way around. The only real con with this one is that its projectile speed is a little bit slow. So you will need to aim in front of enemies a little bit whenever you're firing this, but that's only really at long range. If you're at close to medium range, just kind of point it directly at them and you should hit them. Assuming that they're not moving around sporadically, which usually doesn't happen too much in Fallout 3, so the plasma rifle is actually a really solid weapon. For an overall rating for the plasma rifle, I'd put this one up into A tier. I think it's a really good weapon. Now let's move over to the unique variant, which is called the A321. Now this one you can get as a reward from a quest. This is from doing the Replicated Man quest, and this one you gotta run to Rivet City in order to do. You need to get like a file about this first. You can get this from Moira, so that's really nice. You can talk to Moira, then you can run down to Rivet City. You have to go to the other side of the boat and talk to the surgeon there. There are Mirelurks in that part of the ship, but you can avoid them for the most part. Then just talk to the doctor, and then you can go back to Harkness, the guy that you meet as soon as you get into Rivet City, because he is the Replicated Man. You side with him, then you get this weapon. And this weapon's really strong. So this weapon does 50 damage per shot, which is a lot, 200 damage per second, has a 2.5 times crit modifier, so it's even more likely to hit crits than the regular one. Does 50 crit damage. This one has the same spread at 0.2, holds 12 rounds in it, also weighs 8, and has slightly better item health at 600 shots before it breaks. This one is really good. This is one of the best weapons that you can rush early on because it's a pretty easy quest to do, and it's not going to take too many resources in order for you to do it, especially if you just want to rush to the doctor and then rush right back. So you can get this within like the first hour of actually playing Fallout 3, and you're pretty much going to be set for the rest of the game if you want to do that, because the microfusion cells that this one takes are not super difficult to find. If you plan on just doing the main quest, you're going to have plenty of plasma rifles to fix this up with, because you're going to run into the Enclave pretty early on, and it's going to make the rest of the game really easy, especially exploring, and this is like a really, really strong go-to weapon for the start of the game. Now during that quest, you do have to turn in Zimmerman into Harkness in order to get this, but you can get both rewards for this quest. You just have to talk to Harkness first, ask him if you can kill the people that are after him, and then he'll say sure and give you this rifle, which will make that job really easy. Go back down to Zimmerman and then talk to him and say that Harkness is the synth that he's looking for. Then you can kill both those guys, or you can just not and let them take away Harkness, I guess. And if you do that, then you get the Wired Reflexes perk too, which gives you better accuracy and VATS. So this can be a really strong combination, especially if you wanted to pump energy weapons early on. This is really, really good. This weapon I would easily put up into S tier. I think it's one of the best starting weapons that you can get in Fallout 3, and I think it's just one of the best general weapons that you can carry around. It's not overpoweredly broken, like some of the weapons we've talked about, but it is very, very solid. Today we're going to be taking a look at 3 very iconic weapons in Fallout 3, and just throughout Fallout's history. We're going to be taking a look at the Gauss Rifle, the Tri-Beam Laser, and the Tesla Cannon. All 3 of these DLC weapons, and all 3 of them being kind of unique weapons. Not necessarily one of a kind, although the Gauss rifle and Tesla cannon kinda are. Tri-beam laser you can find later on. So each of these are going to have their own separate pros and cons because they're all very different weapons, but let's just go over them starting with the Gauss rifle. So the Gauss rifle makes its appearance once again in Fallout. And it actually made its first appearance in Fallout 2, where it was a semi-automatic gun that held like 20 shots and was really good at everything. In Fallout 3, it's been toned down quite a bit, where it is now an experimental sniper rifle that the militaries were testing during the war in Anchorage. And that's where you get the Gauss rifle, is from completing Operation Anchorage. You can get 2 Gauss rifles inside of the simulation. You get the first one just in the very first area off of a dead guy, and then the second one you get from actually passing a speech check. You're going to need to do that if you want to get the unbreakable version of it, and you want to cheat that out. So the regular Gauss rifle can only be obtained by actually completing the DLC. It is found in the bunker at the very end, and this is a very powerful weapon. So the Gauss rifle for stats, this one does 100 damage per shot, which is really high. That is very high for a sniper rifle. This only has 31 damage per second though. The DPS is not very great with the Gauss rifle because this is a single shot weapon. You do have to reload it after every single shot. This has a massive 5 times crit modifier on it though, so it is extremely likely to hit crits. This does 50 crit damage though, half of its regular damage, although that's still fairly high by Fallout 3 standards, so it's not that bad, and this could be doubled if you hit a sneak crit, so that's good. This one costs 38 action points to be using in VATS, about the same as the other sniper rifles, nothing way crazy there. It's decent if you need to use it at close range, then VATS is a pretty good idea, but otherwise I don't really use this one in VATS because most of the time I'm using it to snipe off enemies at a distance. This one has 0 spread, and the projectile that it shoots is actually pretty big, so it is fairly likely to hit enemies. Now, there is something weird that I just learned not too long ago with the sniper rifle, with the 44, and with the Gauss rifle. I think it's with any of the guns that have scopes in Fallout 3, is that they actually have bullet rise at a distance. So if you go to fire at an enemy and it looks like your bullet just completely missed them, it might have actually completely missed them because the bullet would go up and over the enemy. This isn't a dramatic like sweep that it takes, but it is a gradual climb for some odd reason. I don't know why that is. It might just have to do with the engine limitations or something of Fallout 3. But yeah, if you're missing shots of the Gauss rifle or the sniper rifle or really anything with a scope, try aiming a little bit lower. I did test this out and it does seem to be the issue there, and I don't know why that is. This only holds 1 round in it, but the good news is that it uses microfusion cells, and microfusion cells are incredibly common, so this is probably the most ammo efficient microfusion cell weapon in the game. This does weigh 12 weight. The Gauss rifle is very heavy. It's heavier than the other sniper rifles, and this one has 375 shots before it breaks, which can be kind of an issue because this is a one-of-a-kind weapon. So the Gauss rifle, you're not actually going to get any more of them. There is just the one at the end, unless you cheat the simulation one out. There's also a unique effect that the Gauss rifle has, and that is that it has a knockdown on crit hit. So if you hit a crit and it doesn't kill the enemy, it will knock them down too, or at least has a high chance of knocking them down. This can be kind of useful, although I have had the same bug with this one as I've had with the Victory Rifle, where it seems to apply the knockdown before it applies the damage, and then the damage is significantly nerfed for some odd reason. Why that is with the Gauss Rifle and the Victory Rifle, I don't know. The last video when I was talking about the sniper rifles, other people had said that they had the same bug and they weren't entirely sure why it was that way either. I imagine it's just some sort of weird thing in their coding or something in Fallout 3 that has that happen. I really don't know. For the pros of the Gauss rifle, really high damage, very long range, very ammo efficient too. Major cons though, it's one of a kind. If you need to fix this up, you're going to have to go to a trader to fix it up, or you're going to need to get the alien epoxy from Mothership Zeta, which there's not necessarily a limited amount of epoxy on the spaceship. There kind of is, but you can always get more of it. It will be showing up later. This is probably a good use of the alien epoxy just to keep your Gauss rifle topped off. For an overall rating for the Gauss rifle, I'd probably put this one up into S tier. It is a fantastic sniper. It does a lot of damage. It's really good at long range. Now there is the simulation version of the Gauss rifle too, which you can cheat out of Anchorage. You're going to need to use the Gary glitch, or the body glitch, whatever you want to use. They're both actually the same glitch. Depends on how many bodies you want to stick in the pod with you once you get into Operation Anchorage. Then when you leave, you just try to interact with them, and then you place the Gauss rifle. You will need to pass the speech check in order to get the Gauss rifle, so make sure you do that beforehand. Otherwise, you can't really cheat the Gauss rifle out of Anchorage. And if you do that, then the simulation Gauss rifle has all the same stats as the regular Gauss rifle. However, this one is functionally unbreakable. It does slowly lose durability over time, but it's got so much item health that it's pretty much unnoticeable. It takes forever to break those type of weapons. And that one would obviously go up into S tier 2. That one's one of the best weapons because then you have a pristine Gauss rifle that doesn't actually ever break. And it's super ammo efficient, so you can always carry it around with you. Let's move on to the Tri-Beam Laser next, which is in the Broken Steel DLC, and this one's not a one-of-a-kind weapon like the Gauss rifle. This one you can actually find multiple of. These are carried by the Super Mutant Overlords, which are probably the strongest or one of the strongest enemies in Fallout 3. They are very tanky. These weapons do a lot of damage. They can do a lot of damage per second. They're very scary at close range. They can sometimes be pretty scary at long range too. The Tri-Beam Laser is random at long range. It's very consistent at close range, but at long range, sometimes it can still snipe you a ways away, and other times it can't hit you at all. So, totally depends on the RNG that you get. For stats, the Tri-Beam Laser does 75 damage. This is actually just 25 damage per laser. So, if all 3 lasers hit, that's still a lot of damage, but it's not an insane amount of damage. Same thing kind of goes with some of its other stats. This one does 205 damage per second. You can shoot this very fast. It has a 1.5 times crit modifier, so it's very likely to hit crits, which is nice. This one only does 45 crit damage, which is really surprising for a shotgun-style weapon, because this one doesn't really count as each beam being able to crit individually, like how the shotgun pellets do. This one is just, if you hit a crit, then you can hit a crit with all of the beams. And its damage actually isn't super high, which is good because this one's only 45. The regular combat shotgun that we've looked at before, just the regular one can do almost 250 damage on crit. So it's not that crazy. It's still gonna hurt if you get crit with it, but it's not as crazy as the other shotguns, making it a whole lot more fair. This one costs only 23 action points. The Tri-Beam Laser is surprisingly good in VATS, at least in terms of the action point cost. It can still be a little bit awkward at range because the lasers might split off. This one has 2 spread, so a decent amount of spread. I think that's 2 spread per laser, not necessarily 2 spread as the whole thing. I could be wrong though, because sometimes it seems like the Tri-Beam Laser is not very accurate and the lasers just go wherever and you just can't hit anything at longer ranges. At close range, it's not a big deal. But then other times when you're shooting at long range, it's just as accurate as a regular laser rifle. It's very weird. This one holds 24 rounds in it, just like a regular laser rifle. However, this does consume 3 ammo every time you shoot it, so you actually only get 8 shots. This weighs 9 weight. It's actually a bit hefty for a laser rifle. And this one has 333 shots before it breaks. Now that's 333 trigger pulls rather than just the amount of shots that you actually use, since this does consume 3 ammo every time. So the Tri-Beam Laser is okay on item health. It's not amazing, but it's not terrible either. Tri-Beam Lasers you can find kind of all over the wasteland once the Super Mutant Overlords start showing up, and they are a very reliable weapon. For the general pros of the Tri-Beam Laser, very high damage at close range, and sometimes pretty good damage at long range. Also a very common ammo, and you can fix this up. Those are all great things. Fixing them up is kind of standard for other weapons, but not so for the other weapons that we're talking about in this video. The major cons of the Tri-Beam Laser: it's not very good at long range, or at least it has the potential to not be very good at long range. It has the potential to be really good at long range too, so it's a bit of an awkward one. And this is pretty much just Super Mutant Overlord exclusive, so you're going to have to kill them in order to get this, and they are pretty tough. For an overall rating for the Tri-Beam Laser, I'm going to put this one also up into S tier. It is a very solid weapon. It's really good at doing just about everything. It's not as overpowered as something like the Metal Blaster. If you want a stronger version of this, just go to the pit and get the Metal Blaster. It's going to hit way harder than this. Then we move on to the Tesla Cannon, which this one isn't technically a one-of-a-kind item, so long as you're willing to bomb the Brotherhood. If you don't bomb the Brotherhood, then this is a one-of-a-kind item. So the Tesla Cannon you get at the very end of the Broken Steel DLC. And technically, you can actually get one at the last mission of Broken Steel. And then if you do choose to bomb the Brotherhood, you can actually get 2 additional ones, as well as Callahan's Magnum. You're just going to have to go to the Brotherhood place, dig it up. For the stats of the Tesla Cannon, this one does 40 damage on hit, and then it does an additional 80 explosion damage after that, and then it does an additional 20 electricity damage that ticks over 2 seconds on enemies. The explosion and the electricity can also trigger on you if you are close enough. So be careful with this weapon because it can hurt you. It's very similar to something like the missile launcher, but this does a lot of damage per shot. Damage per second is pretty low. This does 32 DPS. That's going to be better because of the electricity, so you are going to be getting a little bit more from this, assuming that you didn't already kill the enemy. And this can kind of splash to multiple enemies, so sometimes the DPS is better, but this is a single-shot weapon similar to the missile launcher. Does not have as big of an AoE as the missile launcher. This has a 2x crit modifier, so you're pretty likely to hit crits. This one does 30 crit damage. Why it's 30, I don't know. I guess because it's not 40, 80, or 20. It does more crit damage. It's cool that it can hit crits, though. This costs 37 action points to be using in VATS. This one's a little bit awkward to be using in VATS because you don't want to be using it too close since it is like the missile launcher, you can hurt yourself, but at longer ranges it's actually pretty effective. This one has a big old 0 for spread, it is quite accurate, and the beam from this is fairly big, so it's actually pretty forgiving if you're not hitting directly on an enemy. And this does have a magazine of only 1, although this does use the electronic charge packs, which it's basically just this and the Gatling laser that use that, and that's it. So you're probably going to have a ton of ammo for the Tesla cannon, which is pretty awesome, but you will need to reload it after every single shot. This one only weighs 8. Weirdly enough, the Tesla cannon is actually the most lightweight weapon out of these that we're talking about today, and this one actually has pretty good item health at 563 shots before it breaks. So you're not actually going to be breaking the Tesla cannon too quickly. Again, if you're not going to be bombing the Brotherhood, this is kind of a one-of-a-kind item, so you're going to either need traders to fix this up, or you're going to need alien epoxy to fix it up, similar to the Gauss rifle. But if you do want to bomb the Brotherhood, then you can get 2 more of these, and they can last you quite a while. This is a really strong weapon that's really good at dealing with pretty much everything for the general pros of the Tesla cannon. Long range, high damage, great ammo efficiency. Major cons, potential damage to yourself if you're using it at close range, and slow rate of fire because you only get the 1 shot and then you have to reload it. It is really good though with that 1 shot because it can 1-shot a lot of enemies. It's pretty likely that you can kill Deathclaws with 1 or 2 shots. You can kill Yaoguais in like 1 shot. You can kill Vertibirds in 1 shot with this, which is kind of cool. It's a very fun weapon. I guess the other major con is that it's at the very end of the final DLC, so you can't really rush it. You could if you just want to rush the main story and then just rush Broken Steel and then just get this. That would be fine because then you still have all the other side quests and all the other DLCs to do. But that's usually not the way I play Fallout 3. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's just usually I do the other DLCs and Broken Steel is at the end because it's after the main campaign. And then we're getting into like the post-game stuff after that. But if you want to rush it, go for it. Tesla cannon I'd also put up into S tier if I didn't already say that. It's a very good weapon. Today we're going to be taking a look at some melee weapons. Today we're going to be taking a look at the knife family. Not all the knives because again in this Fallout there's a lot of knives. So for this we're just going to be taking a look at the regular kitchen knife that you can find around the wasteland. It's a pretty common weapon. It's probably going to be one of the first melee weapons that you find just lying around. Sometimes it appears in crates or lockers or really anything. Vendors always have this. There's a lot of raiders that carry this as like a backup weapon, so finding it on them is going to be pretty common. This isn't really your first melee weapon in Fallout because the baseball bat is probably going to be that, as well as you get the police baton before this too. So you do have some other options there, and arguably better options, at least with the bat. But the knife is going to be one of the more common weapons, which is good. You can always fix it up with other knives. For the stats, the knife does 4 damage per hit, so pretty low damage per hit. This one does 12 damage per second. It at least attacks fairly fast, so that's kind of nice. This has a 1x crit modifier, regular crits, 4 crit damage, so same as its regular damage. This costs 20 action points to use in VATS, so not the most, but not the least either. This one weighs only 1 weight, which is very handy, and this does have quite a bit of item health, being able to hit 500 times before this thing breaks. So that's kind of nice. For the pros of the knife, this is an early game weapon, so you can find it all over the place, and fixing them up is going to be really easy, so you're pretty much never going to have a broken knife situation unless you're just not paying attention to your item's health, which can happen, but it's not going to cost a whole lot even if you can't find knives to fix this up from merchants, which is fine. I wouldn't recommend using the alien epoxy on this. That would be much better used on other weapons than just a common knife. And this has decent item HP. The knife, mostly because you're going to be finding so many of them, does not break very quick, so that is pretty nice. The major cons of the knife, though, is that it does have low damage and low stats across the board. It's not really that great of a melee weapon. Like I said, you can get the bat right away in Vault 101, and that one is just better than this in pretty much every way. It's got longer reach, it's got higher damage. I think it's got higher item health than this one, but that one just seems to be better than this, although it is more rare to find bats than knives. That's not saying a whole lot, but it is saying something. And the other con is that this one is going to fall off, and it kind of falls off immediately because you do have the bat, because you can run and get certain melee weapons right away if you would really like to, or certain unarmed weapons. Unarmed in the early game for Fallout 3 is actually really strong because you do have a perk associated with it with Iron Fist, and in Fallout 3 you don't really have any melee related perks outside of like Ninja, which is good. It's still really nice to have, but it also benefits unarmed weapons, and it's kind of just for the whole unarmed and melee set, making it so that the knife really doesn't stand out, and the knife is going to go to our D tier for rating. It's not really that great of a weapon. Yeah, it's better than nothing. Maybe. It's honestly not even better than nothing, because your bare hands, if you took Iron Fist, are going to be stronger than this, since they can have a base 15 damage, or 16 damage, because I think they have 1, so 5, 10, 15. Your bare hands would actually out damage a knife with just 1 level of Iron Fist to this. So it's not good when a melee weapon is worse than nothing. Let's move over to the other unique versions of it, because we actually have quite a few. Our first one is called the Ant Sting. The Ant Sting is interesting. You get this one as a quest reward if you side with the antagonist during the Superhero Gambit quest. So you have to side with them, and then they will give you this as a reward. For doing this, then it locks you out of the Protectron's Gaze, which we talked about just the other day, which is the unique laser pistol. And the laser pistol is definitely better than this one, mostly because it's a shotgun-style weapon, and shotgun weapons in this game are insane. The knife actually isn't too bad, though. For the stats, this one does 4 damage on hit, plus it does an additional 4 poison damage per hit that deals damage over 10 seconds. So you do actually get a decent amount of damage and a decent amount of damage per second from the poison just being applied to this. For the DPS, this one has 16, although you still have to account for the poison that's being stacked onto the enemy, so you can rack up the DPS fairly quickly with this one. This one has a 1x crit modifier with just 4 crit damage, so crits aren't really going to matter with this one too much. This one costs 20 action points to use in VATS, same as the regular knife, weighs 1, and has a lot more item health at 1250. This one is substantially better than the knife, but when we talked about how bad the knife is, this one isn't too much of an upgrade compared to other melee and unarmed weapons, so I would move this one up a tier higher into C tier. It is pretty good, but I still feel like you can get better melee weapons by the time you're getting over to Superhuman Gambit, unless you're just going to be rushing that quest, and in which case you might just want to rush for the Protectron's Gaze anyway, because that one is legitimately really good. The Ant Sting is okay, but it's still probably going to get outcompeted by other melee weapons fairly early on. Then we have 2 knives that you can get from the Point Lookout DLC. The very first one is called the Ritual Knife. In order to get this one, you have to complete the quest, or at least do most of the quest for the Necronomicon. I don't remember what it's actually called in that one, but you have to do that, and you have to go down to the Hillbillies Sanctuary site and pick this up. I do think you need to start the quest in order to do this, because I think that's the only way you get the key in order to go there. And this knife is rather interesting, because this one does 6 damage per hit, so it is higher damage than the regular knife is. Has 18 damage per second, so it still attacks pretty fast. This one has a 3x crit modifier, which makes it so hitting crits with this is actually pretty legit. This one does 18 damage on crit, so quite a bit more than the other knives that we've talked about so far, and it makes it so for a crit build, this one is actually pretty decent. This one only costs 12 action points to use in VAT, so it's actually really action point efficient. This one weighs 1, and this one has even higher item health than the Ant Sting at 1333. This one's actually pretty decent as a melee weapon, especially if you want to rush this quest early on. That might be kind of difficult because you still need to go to Point Lookout, so it's going to cost you money to get there. This is still associated with like the hillbillies that are out in the woods, and they actually do pretty high damage and have fairly scary weapons if they end up having double barrels or lever actions. So it might not be worth it. And another kind of problem with this knife is that if you are going to go to Point Lookout, you can potentially just find axes over there that are kind of better than this, at least for general purpose weapons. This one's still not bad though, because knives are super common, so if you want to rush this early on, it will actually prove to be a decent knife throughout the game, and I'd put this one up into B tier. I think it's actually okay. Then we have another Point Lookout knife. This one's more of a gimmick one. This is called the Toy Knife. This one can be found at the very north end of the map near the prison camp. It's not actually in the prison camp though, it's out in the woods, and it's just kind of a hidden Easter egg where it's found on a box next to a hockey mask. Whether this is a reference to Jason or Michael Myers, I'm not entirely certain, or it could be both. Since we don't have like a machete in Fallout 3, maybe this was supposed to be a stand-in for that, or it could just be a reference to having a mask and having a knife like Michael Myers, so it could be read as either one of those. This one's got different stats too, so this one only does 1 damage per hit. It has the lowest damage, I think, out of any weapon, besides your bare hands, which also have 1 damage per hit. Again, your bare hands, though, can be affected by Iron Fist, so they're automatically better than this. This deals 3 damage per second, same attack speed as the other ones, just much lower damage. This has a 1 crit modifier, although weirdly enough, this one has 10 crit damage, so it actually does 10 times the amount of crit damage that it does regular damage. Which would be impressive if this wasn't single digits, but it is. This one only costs 10 action points to use. I think it's one of the most efficient action point weapons in the game, which is weird. This only weighs 1, and this has a very low 200 swings on it before it breaks. This one is just more of a gimmick weapon. It's kind of a cool little reference, and it's just to add to your unique weapon collection. You're probably not going to be using this as a weapon because even the standard knife is better than this, and the standard knife is pretty bad, so this one's also going to go into D tier. This one would probably be the very bottom of D tier. Out of all the weapons in the game, it's really not good, and it doesn't really serve any purpose other than it's just kind of a cool little reference. And then we also have one other knife that we need to talk about that's technically in the game, but it's only in for a certain time period. And funny enough, I wasn't aware if you spawn this in with the console commands, it would lock you into using it. So this is the slasher's knife. This is the pint-sized slasher knife that you get at the end of the simulation. This one has substantially better stats than a regular knife. For its stats, it does 50 damage per hit, which is actually really good. This has 115 damage per second. Weirdly enough, it actually swings a little bit slower than regular knives. This one cannot hit crits. It has a big old 0 for crit chance, 0 for crit damage, so even if it does hit crits, it wouldn't matter. You're not going to be doing any extra damage. This has 0 action points associated with it, but you can't use it in VATS normally. If you're in the base game, I guess you could, which is... I mean, you're already going to cheat this one in, so it'd be cheating even further with that. This one weighs 1 weight, but again, in the simulation, that doesn't matter. It would only matter outside of this. And this one says it has 400 slashes in it before it breaks, but when I was using it, I never noticed the item health actually going down, so it's probably just infinite item health and only supposed to be 400 item health inside the simulation, but there's never going to be a time where you have to have more item health than that for your weapon, since it's at the very end of the simulation, and it's just used to kill people. So this one, I guess I'd put up into A tier, because statistically it is the best of the knives, but you can also only use it for one mission, and if you do spawn it in, you lock yourself into using only it. It's kind of the same thing with the rolling pin, although I don't know how these would interact if you spawn both of them and which one would be equipped over the other one. Or maybe it might freak out and try to equip both of them. Might crash too, I don't know, I didn't try that. Today we're going to be taking a look at multiple shanking implements of Fallout 3. These aren't technically all the knives, but they're most of the knives because we've already talked about the regular knife and all of its variants. So in this one, we're going to be taking a look at the Switchblade, its unique variant, and all of the variants of the combat knife, of which we have quite a few. So let's begin with the Switchblade, since the Switchblade is a blade that you can get pretty early on. This is a blade that raiders sometimes carry around with them. It's not very expensive to buy these. It's not going to be difficult to fix these up if you do find them. You can also just find them in random crates laying around the wasteland. They are actually a pretty common weapon. The Switchblade for stats has 5 damage per hit, which is not very high, but it's okay because this at least attacks fairly fast at 15 DPS, so fairly quick hits with the Switchblade, as you would kind of hope. This one has a 2x crit modifier, so it's actually pretty likely to hit crits, which is good. And it actually does more crit damage than it has regular damage at 9, which is decent for an early game weapon. This one also costs very little action points at only 18, so in a VATS build, it's not too bad for the early game either. The Switchblade also only weighs 1 weight, so they are incredibly lightweight. If you see them around, you might as well grab them because at least you could sell them. And the Switchblade has decent item HP at 400 hits before it breaks. That's not too bad. This still isn't incredible by melee weapon standards or really by any weapon standards, but it's not terrible, and if you find Switchblades early on, they can prove to be kind of reasonably good. For the general pros of the Switchblade and most of these blades, they do have pretty good DPS, at least in the early game. They will fall off a bit later, sometimes early on if you're comparing them to other builds like an Unarmed build, where Brass Knuckles and Spike Knuckles will beat these out pretty fast. They are lightweight though, and they have pretty good item HP. Fighting them in the early game and keeping a Switchblade fixed up is good. The Switchblade is also technically one of 2 weapons that you can actually sneak into the pit. It depends on which you want, either this or a 32 pistol. The main problem with taking a Switchblade into there is that you pretty much immediately get an auto axe, which is going to be a much better melee weapon if you want to go with that. So the 32 pistol I think is a little bit of a better option, not an amazing upgrade over it, but a little bit of a better option than this. Even though I would say that this one is probably overall better than the 32 in the grand scale of Fallout 3. The major con to the Switchblade and some of these other blades that are coming up is that they do kind of fall off compared to other melee weapons. you're really not going to want to have a switchblade into the later game, or even potentially a normal combat knife into the later game. You're probably going to swap these off for some other weapons. Something like the Vampire's Edge comes to mind, with it also only weighing 1, but having way longer reach, much higher damage, and much higher DPS than pretty much any of these weapons. So for an overall rating for the Switchblade, I'm going to have to put this one into low C tier. It's an okay weapon in the early game, but it does fall off later. The unique version of the Switchblade you actually get to see right at the very start of the game, as this is Butch's unique weapon, which you can have him as a companion, or if he dies, or if you just want to take this off of him, you can use the Switchblade yourself. So Butch's Toothpick is a little bit different in terms of stats. This one does 10 damage per hit, which is actually pretty decent, although you can't get Butch as a companion right away if you want to be having him with this, because you will need to clear out Vault 101 and get about halfway through the main story before you can go back to Vault 101, in which case then you can have Butch join you there. This one has 30 DPS, so same swing speed as the regular Switchblade. It's pretty decent. This one has a 2.5 times crit modifier, so it's even more likely to hit crits, which is good. This one does 13 crit damage, which is more than its base damage. This one costs still 18 action points. Weirdly enough, this Switchblade weighs a lot more at 5 weight. I don't know why that is, but this one weighs 5 times the amount of a regular Switchblade. This one also has less item HP too. This only has 300 hits before it breaks. So Butch's Toothpick you're going to have to fix up more often. Not that that's super difficult, because Switchblades are fairly common, so fixing them up isn't going to be that big of a deal. This one is an upgrade over the regular Switchblade, but it's still not really a melee weapon I go for, just because you can go for some of the combat knives and they're a bit better. So Butch's Toothpick I'd also put up into C tier. It's better than the regular one, but not by too much. Now we move on to the 4 variations of combat knives we have. So first up, we have the regular combat knife. The regular combat knife you're probably going to be finding anywhere from the early to mid game and definitely into the late game. Mercenaries tend to carry this around, as well as sometimes raiders carry combat knives around. For the damage, this one does 7 damage per hit, which is okay, 21 damage per second. This attacks just as fast as the Switchblade and just has higher stats than it. This one has a 3 times crit modifier, so it's very likely to hit crits. Does 13 crit damage, which is better than its regular damage. This one only costs 17 action points, so it's one of the best melee or unarmed weapons to be using in VATS. The combat knife only weighs 1, and the combat knife has a ton of item HP at 1286. So you have a lot of hits to go through before this one breaks. The combat knife is actually a pretty solid melee weapon in the game. It's nothing way crazy, and you're probably going to swap it out for some other weapons later on. But if you get a combat knife early on or into the mid game, go ahead and use it. I would put this one up into B tier. I think it's actually pretty decent. There is 3 unique versions of the combat knife as well. First one is called Octum's Razor, and this one you're going to have to get from the Outcasts. This one does 10 damage per hit, 30 damage per second. This attacks at the same speed. They all attack at the same speed. This one has a 3 times crit modifier, which is still very good, does 13 crit damage, costs 17 action points, weighs 1 weight, and this one only has 1200 hits in it rather than the 1286 that the regular combat knife has. So this one does break slightly faster. You're probably not going to notice it. This one is just higher statted than a regular combat knife. You do kind of have to go out of your way to get it, and I don't know if it's really worth it, because this isn't a massive increase. You just get 3 more base damage, so your DPS is a little bit higher. It is an upgrade though, so I'm going to also put this one into B tier, higher up into B tier, but still a B tier weapon if you want to take it. Then the next combat knife is called Stab Happy. Stab Happy, you kind of get out in the middle of nowhere. You get it off of some raiders that are in an unmarked location, and Stab Happy is probably the best of these weapons we're going to talk about today, because this one has very similar stats to the previous knife, but a little bit better. So this one also does 10 damage per hit, which is pretty good, 30 damage per second. This one has a massive 4 times crit modifier though, which I think is the highest of any of the melee weapons, so you are very likely to hit crits with this. This one does 15 crit damage, the highest out of these weapons. This one also costs 17 action points, weighs 1, and has 1200 hits into it. This one's pretty easy if you just want to rush it, and it's a pretty decent melee weapon. It's still going to get outshined by other melee weapons, like the Vampire's Edge I think would be better than this, Shish Kebab's going to be better than this, Katana, Jigwee's Shock Sword too if you want to take any of those. Those are all kind of better than this weapon, but if you want to rush this and just use it right at the very start, you can absolutely do that, and it's pretty good. So I'd put Stab Happy actually up into A tier. I think it's a pretty good weapon overall. And then our very last version of the combat knife is the Trench Knife, which the Trench Knife you get as a reward for completing Operation Anchorage. And that's actually the only way you can get it. You can't actually cheat out a Trench Knife from Operation Anchorage, I don't believe, because you can get a Power Fist, but not this. You get this at the very start of Operation Anchorage, and then once you go to the second area, it gets taken away as well as all the other gear that you got. So you can't really cheat this one out and have an infinite health Trench Knife Although you really wouldn't need to do that because you can fix these up with regular combat knives. So it's not even a unique weapon that has no other variants that you can actually fix it up with. So the trench knife is basically the same as the regular combat knife. In terms of stats, it's exactly the same. It does 7 damage, 21 damage per second, has a 3 times crit modifier, does 13 crit damage, costs 17 action points, weighs 1, and has 1,286 hits in it before it breaks. The only difference between this and a regular combat knife is the way that they look. The trench knife looks a little bit cooler because it's got like the knuckle guard and it's got some spikes on it and stuff. I do like that look a bit more than the regular combat knife, but it's really weird that they didn't give it any additional stats. It's just the same as the regular combat knife. So I'm going to put it into B tier. It's, I would use it over a combat knife because it looks cooler, but there's not really much to say about it. It's the same as the combat knife, just it's DLC exclusive, which is weird. Today we're going to be taking a look at all the swords in Fallout 3, of which we have 5. There is quite a few variants of the swords, so we're going to be taking a look at the Chinese sword and its unique variants, the samurai sword, and the shish kebab. So first up we have the Chinese officer's sword. And this is a sword that you can find throughout the wasteland. It's actually not too uncommon to find. A lot of the Chinese ghoul soldiers that were left over from the war still have their swords, so you can take them off of them. They also tend to have the Chinese pistol, Chinese assault rifle, and other Chinese gear. So the Chinese sword, for the stats, does 10 damage per hit, which is actually pretty decent. That's pretty good for a melee weapon. This one does 23 DPS, also nice. Has a 2 times crit modifier, so it is very likely to hit crits. This has 15 crit damage, so it actually does more than its regular damage, which is good. This one costs 28 action points, which isn't too high. It's about what we've seen with a lot of other melee weapons. This one weighs 3, and this one has 1,000 hits in it before it breaks. It is actually quite durable. The Chinese officer sword is really good for being a pretty strong early to mid-game weapon that you can just keep using without having to worry about it breaking. For the general pros of the Chinese sword and kind of all these weapons, they do have pretty good damage and pretty good damage per second, and the Chinese sword specifically has really good item health. 1,000 hits in it is a lot. You're definitely going to be able to find more swords to fix up yours with before that really becomes an issue. The major con, at least to the Chinese sword, is that it does kind of fall off later. The unique variants, not so much, and the other swords that we're going to be talking about, not really. But the Chinese sword isn't the strongest melee weapon in the game. It does start out pretty good. It starts out fairly solid, but it does kind of fall off a little bit later. There is some perks that we should talk about with this. Ninja is a really good one since it will just get you more crit hit chance and you get more sneak damage, so that one's fantastic on any sort of melee or unarmed build. And Pyromaniac specifically for the shish kebab. This isn't going to help with any of the other weapons, but that one does count as a fire weapon, and that is probably the strongest weapon and the major reason why you're going with Pyromaniac, unless you want to be using the heavy incinerator. In which case, I understand that too. For an overall rating for the Chinese officer sword, I would probably put this on the very high end of C tier or maybe into the low end of B tier. It's honestly a pretty solid weapon. It rivals a lot of the early game melee weapons that you can get. It's just that I don't find these super early on. I tend to end up going with like the baseball bat or the lead pipe early on if I'm going to go with a melee build. And then usually I'm running somewhere. If I run to a DLC, I probably have some better melee weapon from that one. If I go to the pit, I got the auto axe. If I go to Anchorage, I have the next sword, or one of the next swords that's coming up. Let's move on to the unique version of the Chinese sword that's in the base game. This is called the Vampire's Edge. And the Vampire's Edge is kind of Vance's sword, sort of, because he also has a shish kebab. So he'll use the shish kebab, but you can get the Vampire's Edge in the area where the vampires are, the cannibals. And this one is just stronger than a regular Chinese officer sword. So this one does 15 damage per hit, which is pretty nice, 35 damage per second, has a 3 times crit modifier, which is really good. That's one of the highest for melee weapons. This one does 20 crit damage. It stays with the theme of doing more crit damage than it does do regular damage. This one costs 28 action points. This one only weighs 1 weight. It's very lightweight, and this still has 1,000 item health to it. This one is just a straight upgrade to the Chinese sword, and I think that this one is definitely worth going out of your way to get if you're going to go for a melee build. This one is quite strong, and even if you don't really intend on using it that much, 1 weight doesn't really matter. You can just toss it onto any loadout, and then, you know, if your other weapons are getting broken, you can just pull this thing out, and it's probably not going to break for a while. I would put this one higher up than the Chinese officer sword just for the utility of it. I'd put it up into A tier. I think it's actually a really solid weapon for Fallout 3. Then we have one more Chinese officer sword, which is the unique variant that you get at the end of Operation Anchorage. You get this one once you've opened up the vault. This is Jigwee's shock sword. I don't know if I'm saying that word right either. Not sure if it is actually Jigwe or maybe it's Jigwe. Either way, you get his shock sword, which this one is really strong. This one does 35 damage per hit, and it does an additional 2 damage for 5 seconds because of that electricity. So you're doing damage over time. And that is a lot of damage for melee weapons in this game. This also has 83 damage per second, which is one of the highest. This one has a 2x crit modifier, although this one only has 25 crit damage, so it is less than its regular damage, but still more than the other officer swords. This one also costs 28 action points, also weighs 3. This one does have substantially less health, though, at only 486 hits before it breaks. So you get a less durable weapon that does much higher damage. That is a good trade-off, and if you want to rush Operation Anchorage right away, which is probably the easiest DLC to rush right away, and it gives you the biggest advantage at the start, this weapon is really, really good for a melee build. For a rating for Jigwee's Shock Sword, I'm probably going to put this one up into S tier. It's really good early on, it's pretty good later on. The item health is kind of less than it, so it's a little bit not as useful then, but it's still a very solid melee weapon for melee builds, so it's going to go up there. Alright, let's move on from the Chinese officer swords to the samurai sword. This is the sword that you can get inside Mothership Zeta. You can actually get this in the cargo hold or in the trash chute, it's one of the two, and then you can give it back to the samurai if you would like. If not, you can keep it and use it as a regular weapon. So the katana does 24 damage per hit, which is quite high. This does 55 damage per second, which is also really good. Has a 2x crit modifier, also very nice. Does 40 crit damage, a lot more crit damage than it has regular damage. Only costs 19 action points. This is one of the lowest costing action point melee weapons, which is really, really good. This weighs 3 weight and has 833 damage per second. This is really good. This is actually really nice, especially if you want to rush Mothership Zeta. It is arguably one of the strongest melee weapons. It's pretty much on par with Jigwee's Shock Sword in a lot of ways, where it's better for a VATS build, it has better HP, less damage per second, but if you're building for a crit build, you'll probably be able to match the Shock Sword. So this one I'm also going to put up into S tier. Then the last weapon we got to talk about is the Shish Kebab. This weapon you do have to make, although there is at least Vance that carries a Shish Kebab around, so if you kill him, then you can take his Shish Kebab. So the Shish Kebab is a flaming sword that you have to make at workbenches. In order to do this, you're going to need to have a schematic, and you're going to need to have the parts. The 3 schematics that you can get from this, one of them you do get from Vance himself. If you do his quest and you complete Blood Ties, then he will give you this, which is pretty awesome. You can buy one from a trader called Lucky Harith, who is a traveling merchant. You can just buy from them and you'll get this one. And the other one that you can get is from an unmarked Brotherhood Outcast shack that's near a antenna array towards the north of the map. You can get it in there. So actually getting that one is pretty easy. If you know where it is, you can just rush right to it. Then you don't need to buy it or do a quest for it. And you can make these right away. If you want to be making shish kebabs, this will require 1 motorcycle gas tank, 1 motorcycle handbrake, 1 lawnmower blade, and 1 pilot light. This isn't super difficult to find items, so you can actually make a shish kebab really early on. And for stats, the shish kebab is quite good. This one does 35 damage per hit, as well as it deals an additional 2 damage for 5 seconds because of the fire on it. This one has 81 damage per second, one of the highest out of any of the melee weapons. I think it actually is the highest, at least if you have Pyromaniac, because this one does get stronger than something like Jigwee's Shock Sword. This one has a 2x crit modifier, so it's more likely to hit crits. Only does 24 crit damage, though. It actually does less crit damage than kind of what I would expect. This one costs 28 action points to be using in VATS, same as a lot of the other swords, weighs 3 weight, and this one has 429 hits in it before it breaks. So quite a bit less than some of our other melee weapons, although you can make multiple shish kebabs, so you can always be fixing these up. The shish kebab is probably the strongest melee weapon in Fallout 3, with a few exceptions. There are some other ones that can kind of compete with it. Some of the other ones that we talked about here, like the Samurai Sword and Jigwee's Shock Sword, can be pretty strong too. So I'd put this one high up into S tier. I think it is the best of these swords that we've got. Today we're going to be taking a look at some point lookout weapons. This time we're going to be taking a look at the shovel, its unique variant, the axe, and its unique variant. All of these you can get in the DLC, and that's actually the only place where they show up. So if you're going to need to repair them, you're probably going to have to run back to the DLC to get them. Luckily, these weapons are very cheap compared to some of the other weapons that you can find in Point Lookout, as well as basically every enemy there can have them. The locals, the hillbillies have these weapons, as well as the tribals have them too. So let's talk about the shovel first, and then we'll go over the rest of these. So the shovel is kind of the weakest of these weapons, but it's still actually pretty good. For stats, this one does 12 damage per hit, which is fine for a melee weapon. This one has 17 damage per second. This one attacks fairly quick, but not super quick. It is a 2-handed melee weapon. This one does have a 3x crit modifier though. So it is very likely to hit crits, which certainly helps it because it actually has much higher crit damage than it has regular damage at 20. which is pretty good. You do hit crits pretty often with this, and it can do a lot of damage. This one also costs 20 action points to be using in VATS, so not a whole lot. It's kind of on par with a lot of melee weapons, or a little bit lower than most melee weapons. This one weighs 3 weight, and this one has 500 swings in it before it breaks. So the shovel is quite durable too. It also has a pretty good sound effect when you're actually hitting things with it, so I do like that. That is something to add on to the shovel. For the general pros of the shovel and the axe, these ones both do good damage and good damage per second. They are fairly solid weapons just all the way around. The only major cons with these weapons is something I brought up at the start of this, where they are DLC weapons. You are going to need to go to Point Lookout and get them at least first, and then you're also going to potentially need to go there to fix them up. You can fix them up with alien epoxy. I don't know if that's really worth it. And you could also fix them up by just talking to traders and having them fix them. So it can be a little bit annoying, but not the worst thing in the world. For an overall rating for the shovel itself, I think I'd put this one into B tier. It's pretty solid. It works really well. If you want to rush Point Lookout early on, you're pretty much guaranteed to grab these or the axes early on. Even if you don't plan on doing any of the quests there, even if you just want to go search around the town, you're going to be able to find shovels and axes around it. So it could be a really worthwhile endeavor if you are going with a melee build. The unique version of this is called the Fertilizing Shovel, and you get this one from talking to one of the tribals after you completed part of the main quest. This one you have to talk to and pass a speech check, and then you get the shovel. And this shovel's actually pretty decent. It's probably the best of the poison weapons, which there's not a whole lot of in Fallout 3, but this one kind of is better just because of its stats. So this one does 15 damage on hit, slightly more than the regular shovel. However, this one does 4 damage of poison damage over the course of 10 seconds. So you can actually rack up the DPS fairly high with this, especially if you hit things multiple times. It's better than something like the ant sting that we talked about, the unique poison knife. This one just has higher base damage and it has longer reach too, so that's kind of good. This one does 25 damage per second. That's not counting the poison damage over time, because the actual damage per second could be potentially higher than this, depending on how much poison you end up stacking on an enemy. This one still has a 3 times crit modifier, which is really good. This one actually has really good crit damage at 30 damage a hit, so that's very nice. This costs 20 action points, still weighs 3, and this one has slightly more item HP than the regular shovel. This one can hit 533 times before it breaks. Not a substantial amount more than the regular shovel. You could argue that the health goes further on this. If you're more patient, you're willing to wait for the poison to tick down on enemies. I still don't think it's one of the best melee weapons, which is why I'm going to put this high up into A tier, but it is still a very solid weapon. If you want to run around with a shovel, it's actually a pretty decent weapon. It's surprisingly good in both this and in Fallout New Vegas. You wouldn't really think like a shovel would be a fantastic weapon, but in Fallout New Vegas particularly, it's like a top tier weapon for the early game for melee. Assuming that you're not rushing particular melee weapons like Chance's knife. Let's move on to the axe next. So the axe is also carried by the locals. It can be found all over the place throughout Point Lookout. And this one is also pretty solid in terms of stats. So the axe does 20 damage per hit, which is really good. 29 damage per second. Also fine for a two-handed weapon. Has a 2 times crit modifier, so it is still more likely to hit crits. This one, again, does more crit damage than it does regular damage, doing 30, which is very good. Costs 30 action points. The axes aren't as good in VATS as something like the shovels were, but they're still decent enough. This one weighs 6 weight, so kind of heavy, and the axe has the same item health as the shovel, so it has 500 hits in it before it breaks. This one, I would just say, is an upgrade over the shovel most of the time. The shovel can technically hit more crits, but since they hit about at the same rate, the weight is fairly similar. I guess the action point cost is a little bit less, and they're pretty similar to one another. I just think the axe is stronger overall. You're going to generally get more damage, especially if you're not going to the crit build. Then the axe is going to beat the shovel most of the time. So the axe, I think I'd put it a tier higher than the shovel, put it up into A tier. I'm not sure if it's as good as the fertilizing shovel, because that one has the damage over time, and if you're into that playstyle, then that one could be one of the better weapons. And then we have the unique version of the axe, which is called the Dismemberer. This one you get as a reward after completing a quest, Plink Safari. So you have to go to Plink Safari, which is actually another place where you can get the Ghoul Ecology perk, which is a really good one. That one actually just gives you plus 5 base damage for everything. It's supposed to only give you 5% more damage towards ghouls. That's not how it works. It's actually bugged. So you can do that, and then you can also enter the Safari, assuming you got enough caps. And then if you manage to survive against all the ghouls, which hopefully you would, then you get this as a reward. And the Dismemberer is kind of a unique weapon. So for stats, the Dismemberer does 25 damage per hit, which is the highest that we have so far. This one does 36 damage per second, which is also pretty respectable. Has a 2x crit modifier, does 40 crit damage, so its crits are very good. Still costs 30 action points, weighs 6, and then this one has 480 hits in it before it breaks, so slightly less item HP than the regular axe, but not by too much. This one also has its own unique effect of basically giving you bloody mess on the weapon itself. So anytime that you kill an enemy with this, there's a very high chance that it gets dismembered and just kind of ripped apart, which can be kind of fun. It's kind of cool that the dismemberer does that. If you already have bloody mess, then this one, I guess, will trigger it more often, since bloody mess is also a % chance of triggering. But yeah, that's kind of cool that you get that addition to it. I don't think that addition alone makes it way crazy, but the Dismember is probably one of the better melee weapons throughout the game. So I'm going to put this one into low S tier. I was debating between low S tier or high A tier for this one. Same thing goes with the Fertilizing Shovel, but I do find myself liking this one more often in a melee build. So that's kind of my feeling on it. Tell me your guys' feeling on the shovel and the axe and both the unique variants of them. I feel like both of them are pretty good and both of them are pretty solid, and if you want to run there right away, they're good options for melee weapons. So actually pretty good options there for melee. Today we're going to be taking a look at the Auto Axe and its family of axes, because we have 4 of these to talk about. So the Auto Axe is unique to the pit, and this is what the slaves use in the pit. They use them to chop up cars and chop up other bits of steel so that they can smelt them down. So this weapon is really good at chopping up people too, if it can chop up cars. And this weapon, as well as all of its variants, are quite strong. So let's talk about the regular Auto Axe first, because this is the first one that you're going to get when you're in the pit. Which is kind of funny, because one of the weapons you can sneak into the pit is a Switchblade. But why would you use a Switchblade over this? The Switchblade is nowhere near as strong as the Auto Axe, nor does it have the reach of the Auto Axe, which is pretty awesome. So the Auto Axe does 30 damage per hit, as well as 30 damage per second. This is just a full auto weapon similar to the Ripper, or full auto, I don't really know how to explain it. It is an automatic weapon, and it works similar to the Ripper, as well as like the chainsaw that you get in New Vegas, the Thermic Lance, weapons like that, where you just hold them out in front of you, and it just keeps hitting. That's all the Auto Axe does, and it's pretty good at that. This one has 0 crit chance and 0 crit damage. You can't actually hit crits with these, or if you can, it's going to be a low crit hit, and you don't actually get any extra damage from it, because I've seen conflicting numbers on this one, where it might be 1, it might be 0, but if it does 0 crit damage, it doesn't really matter. This one costs a massive 65 action points to use in VATS. It has a huge action point cost, which makes it not way great for a VATS build. You're not going to be able to hit a whole ton of times with this in VATS, even when you completely max out your VATS and everything, so it's not the best for that. This one does weigh 20, it is very heavy, and this one has 457 health. I don't know if that's hits or hits per second, or what it is with the Auto Axe as to how that counts. But either way, it doesn't break too fast, and at least in the pit, it's fairly easy to get more saws to fix this up. Outside of the pit, you can't find them, so you might need to have traders fix these, or get alien epoxy to do it, or go back to the pit and collect some of these axes that you might have missed. For the general pros of the Auto Axe, high damage and high damage per second, these are really good. And it makes it so the regular Auto Axe is really nice as a general purpose melee weapon. The cons of this though, it's heavy. All of these weigh 20. They're all really heavy and you don't really want to be carrying around multiple of them. And they have a ton of action point cost. They're just not really good for VATS. For an overall rating for the Auto Axe, I'd probably put this one up into A tier. I think it's actually quite strong. It's really good for chopping through just about anything. Let's move on to the other versions of the Auto Axe now, with our first one being the Steel Axe. The Steel Axe is actually just a downgrade to the Auto Axe. It's worse than it in pretty much every way, and it's a weapon that the slaves carry, although the slaves can also carry Auto Axes. So this is just a weaker variant, and I don't know why they didn't just give you this once you first arrived at the pit. You think that would make the most sense, but instead they do give you an Auto Axe, so you get the better version of it. The Steel Saw does 16 damage per hit, 16 damage per second, 0 on crit, 0 on crit damage. This one also costs 65 action points to use in VATS, weighs 20, and this one has much lower item health at only 200. So you can break this one a whole lot quicker. You're just going to probably be using this to cannibalize into your other Auto Axes. They're just better than this. So this one has to go a tier lower, although it is still quite strong. It's still a very good weapon, but I'm going to put it into B tier since the Auto Axe is just a straight upgrade and you get it earlier. Then we have 2 unique variants of the Auto Axe. The first one is called the Man Opener. The Man Opener is found inside of the Steel Yard. You just have to find it on a slave. Now, the Man Opener actually has the same stats as the Auto Axe, where it also does 35 damage per hit, 35 damage per second, 0 crit chance, 0 crit damage, 65 action points, 20 weight, and 457 hits before it breaks. The main difference between this and the auto axe is that this one ignores damage resistance. So this one is potentially stronger against armored enemies, and it would just be a straight upgrade to the regular auto axe. It's pretty nice if you are fighting armored enemies like Deathclaws, or if you're fighting Rad Scorpions, if you're fighting Raiders with particularly strong armor. Whatever it might be, the Man Opener is just an upgrade over the auto axe. So I would put this one a tier higher up into S tier. It's actually pretty good. And then our last auto axe is called the Mauler. This one is a unique reward that you have to earn from getting 80 steel ingots in the pit. So you do have to get a lot of them, since there's only the Perforator and the Power Armor that's rewards after this. And this one does the most amount of damage out of any of the auto axes. This one does 45 damage per hit and 45 damage per second. This one still has 0 crit chance and 0 crit damage. This one does cost less action points, but it's still quite a lot at 50, so that's kind of nice. This one still weighs 20, and this one has slightly less item health than an auto axe, but not as bad as the Steel Saw. This one has 357 hits in it before it breaks. This is the best version of the auto axe, besides maybe the Man Opener for armored enemies. This one's going to just be a straight upgrade, and if you get all those steel ingots, this one is a pretty nice reward, especially if you're going to be taking that right into the fight in the gladiatorial pits. So the Mauler, I would also rank higher than the auto axe and put that one also up into S tier. These weapons are quite good, they're very strong, although I don't usually use them all that much in a melee build, mostly because they can break, and I don't want to be using up like alien epoxy because I just like hoarding stuff. And I don't usually talk to traders for repairing things. If you don't have either of those problems, though, then these weapons are actually pretty solid overall, and they're really good inside of the pit. Melee and unarmed are particularly strong in the pit, especially after they take your weapons away, as you would kind of expect for those type of builds. These weapons just make that even better. So tell me your thoughts on the auto axe and its family of axes and saws. It's got quite a few. They're very interesting. Today we're going to be taking a look at the Rippers, which are some of the more gnarly weapons that have appeared in multiple Fallout games. This is a handheld chainsaw. We're also going to be taking a look at the shock batons from the Alien DLC, mostly because they're kind of the last two melee weapons, and even though they don't really go that much together, they go together better than the rest of the weapons we need to talk about. So first up, let's talk about the Ripper. The Ripper is a pretty rare weapon. It's actually a weapon that's more used from the Enclave, where it's like an officer's secondary, where they usually have plasma pistols and sometimes a Ripper, which is an interesting combination. Rippers are fairly rare though, and they are pretty cool. They've also been in multiple Fallout games. They've been around since the start of Fallout, where they are just a little handheld chainsaw to be used. Very sci-fi and very intimidating. I don't know how well they would actually work as a legitimate combat weapon. I feel like they might run into issues there over something like a regular knife. And funny enough, in the older games, the Ripper actually took ammo too. You had to load this up with energy cells, similar to the Power Fists. Those also did as well. But in this one, you don't. So the Ripper for stats does 30 damage per hit and 30 damage per second. This is a automatic weapon, an automatic melee weapon. You just hold it out and stick it into enemies, and you just chop them up with it. This doesn't have any crit chance, though. You can't hit crits with the Ripper, and it doesn't do any crit damage, so that kind of sucks, but not such a big deal. This one does cost a ton of action points to use, though, at 65. It is not very action point efficient. This would stay the theme in like Fallout New Vegas as well. The Ripper just isn't great for that, but it is really good outside of that, so that's pretty nice. Ripper is also a little bit heavy for a one-handed weapon. You would kind of expect that from a chainsaw at 6 weight, so not the heaviest, but still heavier than most of the other one-handed weapons. And this has 400 hits in it before it breaks. So the Ripper actually has pretty good item HP, although you still might be running into the issue of having to have somebody else fix it up for you, or using alien epoxy to fix up the Rippers, because they're just that rare. The general pros of the Ripper: it has good damage and good damage per second, and the health of this is actually not that bad, so you do get to use it fairly often. The major cons, though, are that it does have very high action point cost. You don't want to really be using this in VATS, and no crits. No crits kind of sucks, especially considering we talked about the auto axes not too long ago, and the auto axes also don't have crits, but have higher base damage than something like the Ripper, making it so if you want to rush to the Pit DLC, the Ripper kind of gets outclassed right away. So that is a little bit awkward. That's not to say the Ripper's not good, though, because you're comparing it to some of the best melee weapons in the game, so for an overall rating for the Ripper, I'd also put it up into A tier. I think it's actually pretty good. Now, there is a unique Ripper, too, that you can get. This one you get in the Deathclaw caves, and this one you have to find on a body in there, and this one is called Jack. Jack the Ripper actually does hit crits, funny enough. For stats, this one actually has the same stats as the regular Ripper, so it does 30 damage and 30 damage per second, although this one has a 1x crit chance, and it has 15 crit damage, so you can actually hit crits with this, which is pretty good. especially considering how often this one hits, making it a pretty decent weapon, especially for doing a lot of DPS on a high crit build, which makes it so something like Ninja works even better for this type of build. This one still costs 65 action points, still weighs 6 weight. This one does have better item HP though, at 533 hits before it breaks, so that's really good. And Jack also gets another bonus, which is 1.5 times limb damage, so you're more likely to cripple limbs with it. So Jack is just a straight upgrade to the Ripper. And honestly, a pretty decent weapon. It's probably one of the best melee weapons in the base game, aside from something like the Shish Kebab. So for an overall rating for Jack, I'd probably put this up into S tier. The only thing kind of holding Jack back is, well, the lack of Rippers, and also that you have to rush the Deathclaw Sanctuary, which is not going to be easy. Maybe with a Stealth Boy you can sneak in there and get it? Potentially, but it's still going to be a kind of a rough proposition for you to actually go in there and get Jack. Jack does have more competition though once you start factoring in DLC weapons though, because you could just go with something like the Man Opener or the Mauler that we've talked about with the auto axes. One of them ignores armor and the other one just has higher damage and higher damage per second, so those weapons still would beat out Jack. But Jack is more lightweight and you can potentially find Rippers and you can't really find auto axes, although they're both fairly rare, so I don't know if that argument really holds that much water, but it is a little bit better in that regard. Let's move over to the shock batons now, which you can get from the Mothership Zeta DLC. You can get these from the aliens. They regularly have them, and these are probably going to be like the first weapons that you really get from that DLC, where you kind of have to use this to beat up some of the guards, and they're actually pretty decent melee weapons. So the regular shock baton does 20 damage on hit, which is pretty good for a melee weapon. This also deals 2 damage of electricity damage that lingers for 5 seconds, so you can hurt enemies over time. This is nice. This isn't affected by anything. It's not like Pyromaniac where you can actually get more damage because this is electricity damage. This one has 48 damage per second, which is quite good for a melee weapon. This one has a 1x crit modifier, only 4 crit damage though. It does very low crit damage, so its crits aren't that impressive. This one costs 19 action points to be using in VATS, still pretty low, so it's actually good for a VATS build. The shock batons only weigh 2. You can carry around a lot of them, which is pretty awesome. And this has 250 hits in it before it breaks. Not the most amount of item health, but on the ship itself, you're probably going to find a bunch of these, so fixing it up isn't going to be that big of a deal. This is a decent weapon, and if you want to rush this DLC, Melee actually has a pretty good start. So I'm going to put the shock baton into B tier. The lack of crits kind of hurts it, but its regular base damage is good enough, and so long as you're just on the ship, you shouldn't have a problem fixing these up and keeping it in high health. There is one unique variant of this too, called the Electro Suppressor. This one you also get on the Mothership, and this one is a little bit different and quite a bit better than the regular shock baton. So this one does 25 damage on hit, although this one doesn't have electricity damage, so it doesn't do damage over time, which is fine. That shouldn't really matter that much. This one has 58 damage per second, so slightly higher than the regular one. Still a 1x crit chance. Still only 4 crit damage. However, this one has a unique effect on crit hit, though, where if you do get a crit hit, you knock enemies down, which is really, really useful for melee weapons. If you've ever played Fallout New Vegas and you've ever taken a melee build with Super Slam, you know how strong that is. It is very powerful because any other melee enemy that you're fighting, or even gun enemy, if it can't fight back, you pretty much automatically win that fight. It doesn't matter how much damage you have, you can just bully that enemy to death. This one actually has even less action point cost too. At only 15, this is one of the best action point weapons in the entire game. This one still only weighs 2 weight, but this one has even less item health at only 200 hits before it breaks. This makes it really awkward because if it had higher item health, this would be an amazing weapon for pretty much every job for melee. The main problem is this one really bothers me that it breaks so fast, because it's really good so long as you got item HP. It's really good so long as you're carrying around other shock batons or alien epoxy to fix this up. As soon as you don't have that, you get to use it for a couple fights and then it feels like it's completely useless and you don't want to use it anymore. So when you do get to use it, I would say that this thing is probably S tier on our ranking. It's really good just because you can bully literally anything to death in the game with it. However, you do need to keep it repaired. You do need to keep it in good health. Otherwise, it's going to fail you, and it's going to suck when it fails you. So the Electro Suppressor is not really a melee weapon that I go for, but it is undoubtedly a very powerful melee weapon. Tell me your thoughts on these shock batons and the little handheld chainsaws. They are very cool. Today we're going to be taking a look at 3 different blunt weapons in Fallout 3. Well, plus another one because one of them has a unique variant. These ones are all kind of low-leveled blunt weapons that you find throughout the wasteland. Raiders tend to carry them, and they're fairly common throughout. For this, we're going to be taking a look at the lead pipe, the police baton, and the tire iron. So some of these you can get right away. Actually, pretty much all of these you can get right away. The police baton is literally in Vault 101, so you can get this one right at the very start. It's probably going to be your second melee weapon after the baseball bat. And then the tire iron, as well as the lead pipe, is not something that's super uncommon for raiders to be carrying around, or for you just to be finding laying around in the metro tunnels, or really anywhere that you explore. They're kind of all over the place. Let's talk about the lead pipe first, and then we'll move on to the other ones. So for the stats of the lead pipe, this one does 9 damage per hit, which is honestly pretty decent. It's not bad for a melee weapon in this game. This one does 21 damage per second, which is also pretty decent. It attacks fairly fast, as you would sort of hope for a weapon like this. Has a 1x crit chance, although weirdly enough, this one actually does double crit damage at 18, so that's twice as much as its base damage, which is really good. This one costs 24 action points to use in VATS, which is actually the lowest of the weapons that we have here. This one weighs 3 weight, which does make it not really that awkward. You can carry around a lot of lead pipes, and they're pretty common, so you should be able to fix these up, and they're not going to weigh it down too much. And then this thing has 667 hits in it before it breaks, which isn't the most for a melee weapon, but it's not that bad either. And with how common these are, you're probably never going to run into a situation where you break your lead pipe unless you're just not paying attention to the health. So it's honestly not that bad of a weapon overall. For the pros of these weapons, generally they're all really common. Police batons, lead pipes, and tire irons are not hard to find at all, so it's not going to be hard to fix these up. And they generally have pretty decent DPS, at least with the lead pipe pretty much having the most out of these weapons. The cons, though, is that pretty much all of these weapons fall off. They're not that great as one-handed melee weapons, and they're not the best blunt melee weapons in the game. You do get access to better ones than this, so they're okay in the early game, but not so much later on. For the lead pipe in particular, for a tier list, I'd probably put this one into like B tier for melee weapons. It's decent. It's not bad by any means, and with how common they are actually a pretty decent starting weapon, especially since raiders tend to carry them around, and if you don't want to be using up your ammo right away, carrying around a lead pipe can be a pretty good option, especially if you end up like beating up your baseball bat a bit much and you just don't have a way of fixing it up. The lead pipe is a decent replacement for that. Let's move on to the baton now, which the baton is substantially weaker. The baton does 4 damage per hit, which isn't super high. This does 9 damage a second, which is also not very high. Has a 1x crit chance, only does 4 crit damage. It's the same as its regular damage, but that's still pretty low. Costs 25 action points to use in VATS, which isn't that bad for a melee weapon. This one weighs 2 weight, so it is lightweight. And this one has 1,250 hits in it before it breaks. The baton is actually quite durable, and that's kind of the only thing it really has going for it, is that it's not likely to break, so if you do want to use this right out the vault, it's pretty good then, but you're probably going to discard this once you start getting some of the better melee weapons, or you're only going to keep this around to really smack rad roaches and mole rats and stuff. Nothing that's really worth your time. This one is a substantial downgrade from the pipe, and I would probably put this one into our D tier. It's just not really worth using, and you're probably better off picking just about any of the other melee weapons. Up next, we got the tire iron. Again, another pretty common raider weapon, and a pretty early game weapon in general. This one you can also find in like the locked boxes that the fire hoses come in. Tire irons are often usually in there. Same with lead pipes, funny enough, so you can get either of those there. This one does 6 damage per hit, 14 damage per second, so still not really high on either of those. Has a 1x crit chance, does 6 crit damage, the same as its regular damage. Costs 27 action points to use in VATS, a little bit more than these other ones for some reason, I don't know why. This one does weigh 3, and this has the same item health as the pipe at 667. This is just a worse lead pipe. It's pretty much worse than it in every regard. It requires more action points, it does less damage per second, it weighs the same, and it has the same item durability. You really shouldn't be taking this, and I would put this down into D tier. The lead pipe is substantially better than this, with its higher damage and higher crit damage in particular. There is a unique tire iron, though, interestingly enough, which this one is called the Highwayman's Friend, and this one you get at the town where the Superhuman Gambit is going, Canterbury Commons. You can actually run right over there and go into the building that this is stored in and just pick it up right away. So this is a really early, unique weapon that you can get if you know where it is, and this one is better than a regular tire iron. This one does 10 damage per hit, so that's okay. 23 damage per second, still swings, it swings faster and it hits a little bit harder than our lead pipe, which is kind of nice. This one has a 1x crit modifier. This one only does 10 crit damage though, so it is a little bit, maybe not as good as lead pipes, in my opinion. Still costs 27 action points like the regular tire iron. This one for some reason weighs more at 5. I don't know why that is. And this one has 1,000 hits in it before it breaks. This one is good, and if you want to run and get it at the start, it's pretty decent because it's going to be an okay melee weapon to be swinging around. I don't really think that it's better than the lead pipe though, even though it has slightly more damage and slightly better DPS. If you hit a crit with the pipe, you're still going to be doing more damage, and this one does way more. The item health doesn't really matter between the two of them because they're both about as common as one another, so you're likely going to have them both in pretty good condition. And it does take more action points than the pipe, so I'd actually put this one a tier lower than the pipe, into C tier. It's an okay melee weapon, but that's about as far as it goes. And that'll do it for this roundup of 4 melee weapons. None of these are incredible by any means. Lead pipe is actually decent enough. It's an okay melee weapon throughout at least the early game, and even somewhat later on if you just want it to smack smaller enemies that you're not going to be using your bullets on. But none of these really stand out like some of the melee weapons can. Today we're going to be taking a look at some sticks. The repellent stick in particular, which is a really interesting and unique weapon to Fallout 3, as it doesn't appear in any of the other Fallout games for some reason. As well as we're going to be taking a look at the rolling pin, because it's the most stick-like of the other blunt weapons, and I felt it would be kind of strange to just have the repellent stick here. So the repellent stick you can actually get during a quest. This is one of Moira's quests, where it is for the Wasteland Survival Guide. She gives you this repellent stick, and tells you that it's supposed to be used for mole rats. When you smack them, then they should run away. This doesn't happen though, because this has the unique effect of when you hit a mole rat twice with this, their head explodes. And you do need to test this on multiple mole rats to get the most data from it that you can, which is interesting. You can find mole rats just hanging around Megaton. If you just walk around the perimeter of the actual city, you should be able to find some, as well as Moira does point you in a direction to where you can find some of them, so be sure to use this during that quest. The repellent stick for stats deals 5 damage per hit, so pretty low damage, 12 damage per second, not the fastest attack speed, but okay. This one has 0% crit chance, although I'm pretty sure I had seen it hit crits when I was recording, so if it does, it's below 1, but above 0, somewhere in there. But it doesn't really matter because this one does 0 crit damage, so hitting crits doesn't actually give you any more damage than the repellent stick already has. This one costs a big old 40 for action points for some reason. I don't know why they made it cost so many action points. It's a lot for a melee weapon, especially a weapon that doesn't do very high damage. This one weighs 3, so not too heavy, and this one has a big old 2,000 hits in it before it breaks, which, I mean, is good. That's a lot of item health, especially since you can't actually fix this with any other item, so you're going to need somebody else to fix this for you, like a vendor, or you're going to need to use the alien epoxy to fix this, which I don't think this one's a great use of that unless you're doing like a repellent stick only run, in which case it could be kind of useful then. For the pros of the repellent stick, this one does have insanely high item HP. 2,000 health is a lot, especially for a melee weapon. It also is very unique, as it's the only weapon that can make Mole Rat's head guaranteed to explode. There's that. The major con, though, for this weapon is that it does have very low stats all across the board. Outside of beating mole rats to death, it's really not useful for anything else, and arguably it's not even the best at that, because something like a super sledge can already one-shot them on pretty much any difficulty. An axe can do the same, so there is just better melee weapons that do more damage, and even have longer reach than the repellent stick for pretty much every job. Yeah, there's not really a whole lot to talk about the repellent stick other than that it is rather unique. It also has a weird sound effect whenever you're hitting something, and you do notice the steam or chemicals coming off of something when you hit them with the repellent stick. It also has its own unique sound effects when you're hitting stuff, which is kind of gross. It's not really a great weapon. I'd put it down into D tier. It's just sadly more of a gimmick weapon, or more of a weapon just for this one specific quest, and even during the quest it's still not the best weapon for that. Let's move over to the rolling pin now, and kind of its unique variant. So the rolling pin can be found throughout Fallout 3. It's pretty rare, like the rolling pin usually is in the Fallout games for some odd reason. I don't know why that is, because it's not super strong. The rolling pin does a big old 3 damage on hit, so it's even worse than a repellent stick. 5 damage per second, it swings slower than it too. This one also has 0% crit chance, although that might not be true. It might be below 1, but not quite to 0. But it doesn't matter, because this one also does big old 0 for crit damage. This one costs 24 action points, a lot better than the repellent stick. Still not good for melee standards, but okay. This one only weighs 1 weight, which is kind of nice. And you get 667 hits with this before it breaks. This one is arguably worse than the repellent stick in pretty much every way. It doesn't even have the unique effect with it. And this just really isn't that great of a melee weapon to be picking up early on. Knives are better than this, and they're already pretty bad. The baseball bat that you can get right at the start is better than this. I think the police baton's even better than this. So all of these weapons that you can kind of outcompete pretty early on are still out competing this weapon. That's fairly rare. So the rolling pin is also going to go into our D tier. It is one of the worst melee weapons in the game. Now there is one unique version of the rolling pin, or sort of unique rolling pin, and that is the simulation rolling pin that you get during the simulation. This one does have better stats, but it is locked to the simulation, so you can't use it outside of there unless you spawn it in with cheats. And if you do that, you're actually locked into using it because the game won't let you unequip it. It was the same thing when I used the pint-sized slasher knife, where that one also is locked in place. So if you are going to spawn it in, you have a rolling pin for, well, ever, I guess, until you decide to swap it off or reload your game. This one does 20 damage per hit, which is actually pretty good. 46 damage per second, which is also pretty good. 0% crit chance, 0 crit damage again. This one costs 24 action points to use. This one does weigh 2 for some odd reason, a little bit more. And this one says it has 100 hits in it before it breaks, but since it's outside the simulation, if you cheat it in, then it's just going to have infinite item health. So that's kind of something. And if you are using it in the simulation, you're not going to hit stuff enough to actually go through 100 hits. So this one is better. It's still not an amazing melee weapon, even if you could get it in the regular game. I would probably put this one into B tier. It is quite a bit better than the regular rolling pin and the repellent stick, but that's not a high bar at all. So yeah, B tier seems fair for this one. Today we're going to be taking a look at some of the two-handed blunt weapons. This one in particular has been requested a lot by one viewer wanting to see the Board of Education, which I understand. That is a fantastic name for a weapon, but rather than including just the boards on this one, I wanted to include some other weapons. So today we're going to be taking a look at the baseball bat, the pool cues, and the nail boards. Starting off, let's go with the baseball bat because this is the very first weapon that you get access to into Fallout 3 besides the BB gun. This one is the second weapon that you get access to right in Vault 101, and you get a perfectly conditioned one, which is pretty awesome. This is also better than some of the other early game weapons that you can find for melee weapons too, which is nice. Weapons that you can find within the vault, like knives and like police batons, which just aren't as good as this weapon, and it is still comparable to quite a few other weapons once you get onto the wasteland. So let's go over the stats of the baseball bat. Baseball bat does 9 damage per hit, which is okay for the start. It's not incredible and it will fall off later, but 9 damage is fine. This has 13 damage per second. The baseball bat doesn't swing super fast. None of these weapons really swing all that quick. Most of the two-handed melee weapons in this game really don't. This one has a 1x crit modifier, which is normal, does 9 crit damage, pretty normal for most weapons. Costs 25 action points to be using in VATS, which is okay. That's actually not that bad. It's not one of the best for melee weapons, but it's decent. This one weighs 3 weight, so it's not too heavy, and this one has 889 swings in it before it breaks, which is pretty decent. That's actually pretty good item health, and it's not super difficult to be finding baseball bats. Raiders tend to carry them around, so fixing them up isn't going to be too big of a deal. You can also buy them from shops, and they're going to be pretty cheap. Most of the early game melee weapons like this are pretty affordable in really every way. For the general pros of these weapons, the one major pro that they all kind of have is that they're early game weapons. Any of these you can get without too much trouble, and even the unique versions you can run right to if you would like to. And they do give you some reach for a melee weapon, which is kind of nice. Major cons to all of these weapons, though, is that they all do fall off later. None of them are really that great compared to other melee weapons, whether they be other one-handed or two-handed melee weapons. And in Fallout 3, it doesn't really matter if a weapon is one or two-handed, since there isn't any perks that directly help one or the other. So you're probably going to ditch these later on, unless you just want to keep them around just for smacking weak enemies like rad roaches, mole rats, rad scorpions, stuff like that. In which case, then it's perfectly fine. For an overall rating for the baseball bat, this one is okay. It's going to fall off later, so I'm going to put it into C tier. I think it's perfectly fine for the start, and it tends to be the weapon that I use all throughout the vault because I don't want to be wasting my 10mm rounds. Let's move over to the pool cue next. And the pool cue you can find all throughout the wasteland. It is super common. Raiders always have these things. You can also just find them laying around. Pool cue does 3 damage per hit, which is very low. That's one of the lowest amounts of damage that we've seen so far on these lists. This one does 4 damage per second. It also doesn't swing very fast, which is not good. This one has a 0 crit chance modifier, so you can't hit crits, and even if you could, this does 0 crit damage. This one costs 27 action points to be using in VAT, slightly more than the bat, but the same as all the rest of these weapons. This one only weighs 1. That is something nice. The pool cues don't weigh very much. And this one has very low item HP at 333 swings before it breaks. The pool cue, there's not really a whole lot to talk about. It's just a bad melee weapon, and you really shouldn't be using it. There's better melee weapons that you could pick up. Even just picking up like knives or switchblades or something would be better than this, since at least they attack faster. Lead pipes are pretty easy to get. Tire irons are pretty easy to get, and they're better, and those weapons aren't amazing. The pipe is decent, but the other one's not so much. So pool cue has to go down into D tier. It's just not really that great of a weapon. The unique version of the pool cue is called the break. You can find this in Paradise Falls. You can actually just run there right at the very start, and you do have to do a quest for them or go through a speech check or have the money to get in. But once you get in there, the pool cue can just be found on the pool table outside. Once you pick this up, then you can use it. The break is slightly better than a regular pool cue. Well, actually, it's quite a bit better than a regular pool cue. This one does 6 damage per hit, double that of a pool cue. Too bad they're still single digits, so it's still not that good. This one has 9 damage per second, still swings slow. This has a 1x crit modifier, so it can hit crits, and it can do 6 crit damage, which is a lot better than the pool cue, but again, that's not really a high standard. This one costs 27 action points, which is okay. Only weighs 1, same as the regular pool cue, and this one has double the item health at 667 hits before it breaks. The break is still not good, though. You're probably not going to go out of your way to get this because the baseball bat that you can get right at the very start of the game is better than this weapon. This is really only a collectible item to collect all of the unique weapons. This one's a pretty easy one to get. It's not too difficult to just run in and pick this up or murder everybody and then pick this up on your way out. Whatever you'd like to do. The break is also another D tier weapon, it's just not really that good. Now we move on to the nail board. This is a common weapon that you'll see super mutants carrying, usually low-leveled super mutants. Higher-leveled super mutants, even brutes, generally don't carry around wooden boards. They can, but a lot of the time they'll be carrying around sledgehammers, and later on super mutants are going to be carrying around super sledges, which are a far better weapon than this weapon ever could be. So the nail board does 8 damage per hit, also fairly low, not as low as the pool cue, not as high as the baseball bat though. 11 damage per second, this attacks at the same attack speed. This has a 0 for crit chance and for crit damage, so you can't hit crits with this one either. Cost 27 action points, the boards weigh 4 weight, so they are a little bit heavier than something like the bat, and the nail board only has 150 item HP. That is one of the lowest amounts of item HP of any weapon. That's only 150 hits, that's not total health, which makes it so the nail board is in a very awkward spot, and it's basically going to be really unusable for most players. There's not really a reason to be picking it up unless you're playing like a gun game version of Fallout 3, or you have a mod that randomizes your weapons as you pick them up. In which case, then maybe, but that's about the only time you're going to be using the nail board, because again, the baseball bat is just a straight upgrade to this. It does more damage, it can hit crits, it has better action points, it has far better health than this. There's really no reason to be using the nail board, so this one would also go down into D tier. It's pretty bad. And then we move on to the unique version of it, which is called the Board of Education, which, for a name, that is pretty top tier. Board of Education as a weapon is an awesome name. I do really appreciate that. You have to get this in a super mutant shack. Funny enough, this one is towards the north end of the map, and you can rush right to there and grab it if you would like. I don't think it's a unique weapon that would be worth rushing out of your way to get, but if you want it, you can have it. And I mean, if you just really like the name and you just want to have a meme of running around and teaching everybody with the Board of Education, sure, that would be a fun run. The Board of Education does 12 damage per hit, which is pretty good. That's actually the best amount of damage that we have so far. This does 17 damage per second, still doesn't swing super fast, same swing speed as all these weapons, has a 1x crit modifier, so you can hit crits. Does 12 crit damage, which is still not great, but it's okay. This one costs 27 action points, this one weighs 4, but this one also suffers from low item health too for some reason, only having 250 swings in it before it breaks. That's kind of rough. Now, nail boards aren't hard to find, and you can fix this up fairly easy, and it's going to be super cheap if you need to pay for people to fix this up, but it's still not an amazing weapon. It's better than the nail board. It is definitely better than that, and it might be better than the baseball bat, but not by a significant amount, and going out of your way to pick this up over just using the baseball bat probably won't be worth it to you unless, again, you're just doing this for fun, which is fine. The Board of Education, I'd put a tier higher up into C tier. It's an okay melee weapon, but that's about as far as it goes. And that will conclude all of these weapons. Nothing way crazy here. The only weapon out of these that I really use is the baseball bat. Pool cues I never use. I mean, they don't even have the same niche that they do in New Vegas as they do here, because at least in New Vegas they are really, really good for repair fodder. Not in this. You can only use them to fix up other pool cues, and that's not really going to help you out. It's not going to get you a ton of money, nor is it going to get you a good weapon. Nail board's kind of the same problem with them. The baseball bat's really the only one that stands out here of being decent because it's such an early game weapon, and it's pretty good for just saving you ammo to start out with. Today we're going to be talking about hammers. So today in Fallout 3 we're going to be going over how good are the hammers in Fallout 3. This will include the sledgehammer, the unique sledgehammer, the super sledge, and its unique variant as well, which you can't usually get, but you can cheat it in, so I'm going to be including it on this list. Starting off with the sledgehammer, this is going to be a fairly common weapon that you'll see super mutants have. Super mutants tend to either carry the boards, which are generally either the brutes or the regular super mutants carrying those around. the Sledgehammer, which is usually the brutes carry these around, and then you can always go up to the Super Sledge, which usually the Masters and the Overlords will be carrying around. As well as sometimes you can find this on Raiders. Sometimes they'll carry around Sledgehammers as well. The Sledgehammer actually is pretty solid in Fallout 3 for stats. This one does 20 damage per hit, which is quite good for most melee weapons. This does 29 damage per second. Not the highest because it doesn't swing super quick as you'd kind of expect. Has a 1x crit modifier. Weirdly enough, the regular Sledgehammers actually do less crit damage than regular damage. So this one does just 10 crit damage. That's still going to be more if you are hitting crits because this is just added onto your damage. But it is strange that it's cut in half. This one costs 38 action points, and actually all the hammers do. They do cost quite a bit. They're not really the best for a VATS build compared to other melee weapons that you would have access to. Sledgehammer does weigh 12. These are fairly heavy, especially if you want to be carrying around multiple of them. But they do have very high item HP as you would kind of expect a Sledgehammer to have. So this one has 500 hits in it before it breaks. It's not the highest amount of health that we've seen. I mean, we just talked about the Chinese sword not too long ago, and that one had double this. But Sledgehammers are probably about as common as Chinese officer swords or somewhere around there. For the general pros of the Sledgehammer and all these hammers, they do good damage per hit, and they have good item HP. They don't break super quick, and they're not super difficult to find. Even the Super Sledges aren't difficult to find in Fallout 3, because later on, the Super Mutant Masters and the Super Mutant Overlords have them all the time. And the major cons to the Sledgehammers, though, are they are heavy. There's no getting around that. And they do have fairly high action point costs. They're not the highest of the weapons that we talked about, but they're still fairly high, so they're not way great for that. For an overall rating for the Sledgehammer, I'd probably put this one into like B tier. I think it's an okay weapon, and it can serve you pretty well throughout the early to mid game, but you are just naturally going to ditch the regular Sledgehammer for a Super Sledge if you really like that playstyle. Or some of the other weapons, like the axes or the dismember that you could find in Point Lookout. They're kind of just better weapons than the Sledgehammer just all the way around, so you're probably not going to hold on to this, but it's something that's not bad to take early on. The unique version of this is called the Tenderizer, and you can get this in the Anchorage War Memorial. You just have to go into the locked room in order to get it, and this one is just found on a shelf. So the Tenderizer does 30 damage per hit, which is one of the highest in terms of regular damage out of any of the melee weapons. This one has 43 damage per second. It also does okay. It still swings the same speed as the regular Sledgehammer. This one has a 1x crit modifier with 15 crit damage, so still going with the theme of cutting its crit damage in half over its regular damage. This one costs 38 action points to be using in VATS. This one weighs 12, and this one has 500 hits in it as well. This one is just a bonus to the Sledgehammer. If you like the Sledgehammer, you can easily rush this because the Anchorage War Memorial is going to be on your path to go to quite a few quests throughout the main story. So if you just want to run there and grab it, you absolutely can. And it's going to be a pretty decent weapon. This one's just a better Sledgehammer, so I'm going to put this one up into A tier. I would say it's probably on the low end of A tier compared to some of the other melee weapons we've ranked, but it's still good. Now let's move on to the Super Sledges, which you're going to find on Super Mutants and likely Brotherhood. They're going to be pretty much the only two that are carrying around Super Sledges. So for the stats, the Super Sledge does 25 damage per hit, which is more than the Sledgehammer, less than the Tenderizer. This one does 36 damage per second. Still swings about the same speed. I think the Super Sledge is slightly faster, but not by that much. This one has a 1x crit modifier with 25 crit damage, so this one actually has better crits than the other Sledgehammers. Still costs 38 action points. This one weighs even more at 20 weight, and this one has more item health at 600 hits before it breaks. The Super Sledge is a pretty solid melee weapon. It really has been in really all the Fallout games. This one, I don't think it's really one of the top tier melee weapons, especially since we just talked about the auto axes and its unique variant. I think they're kind of better than the Super Sledge in most ways, but the Super Sledge is still a standout weapon, so I would put this one up into A tier as well. And then we move on to the last one, which is Fox's Sledgehammer. So you can't really get this one, or at least I never get this one, because Fox doesn't really die. He's basically immortal in Fallout 3. He can 1v1 almost anything in the game, and he makes for a super fun companion. He's one of my favorites from the Fallout series. So Fox's Super Sledge is just a step up from a regular Super Sledge. This one does 32 damage per hit, 46 damage per second, has a 1x crit modifier, does 32 crit damage. This one still costs 38 action points. This one does weigh a little bit less though. It weighs 2 less weight at 18 weight. And this one does have a little bit more item health, giving it 625 hits before it breaks. This one is just a slight upgrade over the regular Super Sledge. I don't think I can put it up into S tier because I don't think it's quite as good as some of the other melee weapons that we've talked about and have put up into S tier. I still think something like Jigwee's Shock Sword is going to be better than this. The Shish Kebab, the Katana, the Auto Axes, I think are all better than this one. But if you just want a big two-handed hammer to hit stuff with, this is probably the best option. So this one's going to go up into A tier, but it's going to go on the very high end A tier. I think it is one of the best melee weapons, just maybe not the best melee weapon compared to all of them. So that'll do it for all of the hammers. They're pretty solid options throughout most of the game, especially if you want to rush the tenderizer early on. You're probably not rushing super sledges because it's more tied to level. If you can rush levels, then I guess you could go farm masters or wait for overlords to show up and take it off of them. That's an option, but even then you're still probably going to be fairly high leveled. So the tenderizer is probably going to be the easiest one for you to run and get right away if you really want it. You know, get yourself a combat shotgun, go to the war memorial, kill all the mirelurks, open that door, and then take the tenderizer, and instead of using the shotgun, use that, I guess. Today we're going to be taking a look at the brass knuckles and the steel knuckles that you can find in Fallout 3. These are probably going to be amongst your first unarmed weapons. They're technically not your first because you always have your bare hands if you just need to punch stuff. And unarmed is actually pretty strong in Fallout 3 because they do have a particular perk that really helps them out. But brass knuckles are probably going to be your first unarmed weapon that you find, unless you end up getting lucky and finding spike knuckles, which are just an upgrade to these. I'm not going to be covering spike knuckles right now. I'll be doing that in a future video, probably pairing them with also the Deathclaw Gauntlet, since they're all kind of pointy. And I don't think the Deathclaw Gauntlet would go as well with these or with the Power Fist, and that's all the unarmed weapons in Fallout 3. So the brass knuckles, you can find pretty much everywhere in the game. Sometimes you'll find them in boxes, sometimes you'll find them in lockers. You'll find them on raiders pretty often. They usually have them as a backup weapon, something like this, or the switchblade, or knives. These are arguably the best of those weapons to find, unless they have spike knuckles, in which case that's, again, just another upgrade. For the stats of the brass knuckles, these ones do 6 damage on hit, which is pretty decent. It's nothing crazy, at least initially, but it can be in the future. This one does 9 DPS, which is pretty good. Has the standard 1x crit chance and 6 crit damage, same as its regular damage, so nothing crazy there. This one costs 18 action points to be using in VATS, which is pretty good, and you can punch with these 667 times before they break. The brass knuckles are a pretty solid starting weapon, and they're not too bad of a weapon to be finding because you will likely want an unarmed or a melee weapon just to kill lower leveled enemies a little bit faster, and so that way you're not using up the ammo in the early game. For the pros of the brass knuckles, these are an early game weapon. You can find them all over the place, so that is really good. They're also pretty durable, so fixing them up isn't too bad. And you're probably going to find more brass knuckles in order to fix them up. And this one actually does have pretty good damage and pretty good damage per second, at least for the early game. The major con to the brass knuckles, like a lot of these starting weapons, is that they are going to fall off later in favor of other weapons. Like I said, the spike knuckles are just a straight upgrade to these. They just do more damage, have very similar stats, weigh the same, and are just a little bit better overall. So you're likely going to just swap off of them, unless again you're just doing like a brass knuckle only run or something. There are some perks that we need to talk about with these ones though, because unarmed actually does get a few perks. The main one being Iron Fist. Iron Fist is really good as it's a very early game perk. You can get this as early as level 4. You can get this 3 times, and each of these levels gives you +5 to your base unarmed damage. That is really big, especially for weapons that don't have high damage to start out with, like the brass knuckles that have 6. So as soon as you put 1 point into these, they go up to 11 base damage, and then up to 16 damage, and then up to 21 damage. And suddenly 21 damage per punch is really good in the early game, especially since it's at level 7. Unless you're rushing other unique weapons, you're probably not going to find other reliable weapons that match that amount of damage. There are a few. You could go with like the rocket launcher within those levels. The combat shotgun obviously could. But there's not a whole lot of weapons that really compete with this, which is actually pretty nice besides something like spike knuckles. On top of that, at level 20 you can also get the perk Ninja, which is really strong for unarmed and melee because this gets you even higher crit chance. So a crit unarmed build or crit melee build is really strong in Fallout 3 as well, particularly for unarmed if you have the Deathclaw Gauntlet, but we'll talk about that in a later video. For an overall rating for the brass knuckles, these are actually quite solid, especially if you want to be going with the Iron Fist ability. I'd put these up in a B tier. I think they're arguably one of the better early game melee or unarmed weapons. They don't break that fast, they're pretty common, they don't weigh very much. They're just solid all around weapons, even if you're not going with a dedicated unarmed or melee build. Even if you just throw 1 point into Iron Fist just so that you can have something just to be punching the smaller enemies like rad roaches, mole rats, and maybe low level raiders. You know, this is a good way to save on ammo. Now there is a unique version of this though too, which is called the Steel Knuckles. The Steel Knuckles are in the Pit DLC. You do need to earn these, but luckily enough you're guaranteed to earn these because these ones only require you to find 10 steel ingots, and that is the minimum that you need to find in this DLC anyway to progress the story. So once you find 10 of these, you turn them in and you get the steel knuckles. The steel knuckles are just an upgrade to brass knuckles. They're arguably just an upgrade to spike knuckles too, since they have similar stat lines but are just kind of better in a couple ways. So the steel knuckles do 9 damage per hit, which is pretty good, 14 damage per second. They have a 1x crit chance with 9 crit damage, same as its regular damage. These ones only cost 14 action points to be using in VATs. They're actually really good in the VATs, and that's particularly good in the pit, because a lot of the trogs are on the ground, so if you punch them and knock them down, you can use the stomp VATs attack in it, and that actually gets you extra damage on them, which is really cool. At least I think it works that way. It works the same way in Fallout New Vegas, but that one you can actually initiate a stomp on smaller enemies. These ones also only weigh 1, and these ones have even higher item health at 1111. So you do have a lot of item health there, which is good, as well as they're easy to fix up. Rushing these early on in the pit is actually a pretty good idea, because if you are going with an unarmed or melee build, they are really strong in the pit. You get some pretty strong weapons there, particularly unarmed, because you just go right in, you pick like the switchblade that Werner gives you, and then you just head on in there, build up Iron Fist. You're going to have it pretty much maxed out by the time you're actually getting to the steel yard, and then you get your steel knuckles right away. You can go right back into the yard and just beat the crap out of everything there, keep all the ammo there, collect whatever else you need there, get the metal blaster and have a really overpowered weapon, and you'll have a really solid start throughout Fallout 3. So that's actually a really good option. The steel knuckles, even though I wouldn't say they're the best unarmed weapon, they're a reasonably good one to go for early on. So I'd put these up into A tier. They're probably on the low end of A tier. Main problem with these is just if you get spike knuckles, they're very similar to it, and this requires you to go out of your way to a DLC in order to get. You are guaranteed to get these during that DLC, but still, you do have to go out of your way to a DLC. And you could also just rush the unique spike knuckles, which are better than these. Brass knuckles, actually really solid early game weapon, and pretty solid mid and even late game weapon if you want to be carrying around just to punch smaller enemies. Usually I get rid of them towards like the mid or late game because I'm getting better ones. Spike knuckles or a Deathclaw gauntlet or something like that. But if you don't have those, these are a really good alternative. So today we're going to be taking a look at the spike knuckles, their unique variant, and the Deathclaw gauntlet. Main reason why all these are kind of going together is because they're all sort of the pointy, unarmed weapons. We already talked about the brass knuckles, and we still need to talk about the power fists, but there's enough of them to kind of have their own video. So we're going to be just containing it to the pointy, unarmed weapons that you can get throughout Fallout 3. So first up, we have the spike knuckles. And the spike knuckles, you can actually get fairly early on. It's not very uncommon for raiders to actually have this as a backup weapon, or even as their primary weapon. And this is just going to be a straight upgrade from brass knuckles, because these just have higher stats overall. And best part about these is that you can use brass knuckles to actually fix them. It goes either way, but you really shouldn't be fixing brass knuckles with spike knuckles unless you're doing like a brass knuckles specific playthrough. So for the spike knuckles, their stats are 9 damage per hit, which is pretty good for unarmed, and this can be buffed even higher with Iron Fist, which is fantastic. We'll talk about that when we get to the perks that help out these weapons. We've got 14 DPS, which is also pretty decent. These attack just as fast as pretty much all the unarmed weapons like this. All of the brass knuckles, spike knuckles, they do the same. Has a 1x crit modifier, does 9 damage on crit, which is perfectly fine. Costs 19 action points to be using, which isn't too high. Most of the unarmed weapons really don't have too high requirements there. This only weighs 1 weight, and this has the item health of 667 hits before it breaks. That's pretty good, especially considering you can fix this with either spike knuckles or brass knuckles, and those are fairly common weapons for raiders to have, or even mercenaries to have. So regardless of who you're fighting, you're probably going to have spike knuckles that are in decent repair at the very least. For the general pros of the spike knuckles, good DPS and good item HP, as well as just very common weapons and early game weapons. So they've got a lot of pros to them. The cons to this is that there's not really a whole lot of cons to the spike knuckles. There is a con to the Deathclaw gauntlet, and that's that you have to craft it, so I will include that one here. But for the spike knuckles themselves, they are pretty much an above average unarmed weapon and an above average early game weapon, especially considering the Iron Fist perk. So for the perks, Iron Fist is definitely going to be the big one here, which this one gives you plus 5 more base damage each time you get it, and you can get this 3 times. So 15 more damage on top of your 9 damage. 24 damage a hit is really good, especially with how early you can get that perk and how early you can max it out. That's going to be really, really strong for an unarmed build, and unarmed builds pretty much stay strong all throughout Fallout 3. They start out pretty good because unarmed is not very hard to find weapons for early on. Brass knuckles and spike knuckles are fairly common, and Iron Fist is available super early on, that it allows you to rush just about anything. If you want to rush any of the DLCs, I guess besides Broken Steel, unarmed actually has a really good chance of doing it very easily. The other major perk here would be Ninja. Ninja is really, really good because it gives you bonus crit hit chance with unarmed weapons, And that makes it so the Deathclaw Gauntlet coming up later actually has an over 100% chance of hitting a crit on every hit, not even just on sneak hits, on every single hit. Well, it always has a 100% chance on sneak hits. It's particularly strong for them because normally you can get up to 18% crit chance just by going with maxed out luck, taking finesse, and doing the Wasteland Survival Guide. With Ninja, that adds another plus 15 to it. So it goes up to 33. Which, I mean, 33% crit chance on anything is really good. For an overall rating for the Spiked Knuckles, assuming that you're building for them, I see no reason not to put these into A tier. They are very solid throughout the early game. They're very solid throughout the mid game. They do kind of fall off later because you can get better versions of these. But, I mean, up to that point, they are very, very good. Let's move on to the unique version of the Spiked Knuckles called Plunkett's Valid Points. I think that's how you say it. And this one you have to get, actually, from having a perk, weirdly enough. This is one of the few weapons that actually requires you to have a perk to get it. So in order for you to get this, you do have to have the perk Lawbringer, which means you're going to need to be at least level 14 in order to get this, because otherwise this doesn't actually spawn in the raider that has this. The raider spawns out where you would get the luck bobblehead, and if you kill him, then you can take these off of him. These are just stronger Knuckles and pretty much good all throughout the game. So these ones do 12 damage per hit, which is quite nice, 19 damage per second. These ones have a 2 times crit modifier on them. So if you have Ninja and everything maxed out in luck, that's 66% chance of hitting a crit. This one does 12 crit damage, which is quite good. This one only costs 15 action points to use in VATS. It's really good for a VATS build. Only weighs 1 weight, but it does have low item health at only 333 hits before it breaks, which is a little bit weird. I don't know why it's half as much. It still shouldn't be that big of an issue because you can fix these up fairly easy. And if you want to rush this for the mid game, it is really good. For an overall rating for this one, I debated on putting this into S tier because it is really strong by itself, but I think I'm going to put it into A tier because you do need another perk. You need Lawbringer, which isn't an amazing perk in Fallout. It's not bad by any means. There's just better perks than it, but you do have so many perks that you could argue that you just want it just for this, and that would be fair. And again, it does kind of fall off a little bit later into the game, since you can only really get this in the mid game and then carry it throughout the rest of the game. And at that point, you can get things like the Deathclaw Gauntlet or the Power Fists that are generally stronger than this. Let's move on to the Deathclaw Gauntlet now. So normally you would need to make the Deathclaw Gauntlet. There is actually one of these that you can get normally though, and that is in the Pit DLC when you fight the Bear Brothers. If you kill them, one of them is guaranteed to have a Deathclaw Gauntlet on them. So that's kind of cool, but that's the only guaranteed Deathclaw Gauntlet. All the other ones you're going to have to make. I guess you could just have this one and still be able to fix it up from traders or fix it up from the alien epoxy, but those would be the only options. The 3 schematics that you can get for the Deathclaw Gauntlet, one of them is in Rivet City from an unmarked quest that you have to talk to Bannon for, and you have to side with him, and then he will give you this to you, which is kind of cool. Another one is at the F. Scott Key Trail and Campground. I did have to look that up because I couldn't remember the name of this thing. This is on the southern part of the map, southwest part of the map, and then the schematic is found on a dead Wastelander in there. There is almost always a Deathclaw wandering around the area too, so you could potentially kill it to get its hand, because you will need that to make one of these. And then the very last one that you can get is from a random encounter where there's a wounded Deathclaw and a dead Wastelander next to him. You have to loot the Wastelander, and then you can pick up the schematic from them. That one can just appear anywhere. Anywhere where there's random events, you can get it there. Once you have the schematic, then you can make one of these at a workbench. This requires 1 Wonder Glue, 1 leather belt, 1 medical brace, and 1 Deathclaw hand. These aren't super difficult things to find. You can find them kind of laying all over the place, and funny enough, all of this separate doesn't weigh as much as the Deathclaw Gauntlet does, which is fantastic because the Deathclaw Gauntlet is really strong. For stats, this one does 20 damage per hit, 32 damage per second, which is perfectly respectable. This one has 30 crit damage. It's actually higher than its base damage, which is interesting, so that's nice. This one has a massive 5 times crit modifier on it though, so you only need to get to 20% crit chance, which is pretty easy to do. Assuming that you want to take Ninja and you have at least 5 luck and or a way to get 5 luck. Or you did the Wasteland Survival Guide and had between 1 and 3% there and made it up with the rest of the remaining luck. Or you don't even need to do that, you could just take Finesse. Finesse and Ninja are all that you technically need. You could still have 1 luck and still max out the crit modifier on this thing, which is pretty crazy. This one costs 26 action points to be using in VATS, which is kind of high compared to some of the other unarmed weapons we've talked about, but it kind of makes sense for this one. This one does weigh 10, it is the heaviest unarmed weapon in the game, and this one has 600 item hits in it before it breaks, which is quite a bit of health, especially considering every hit that you can hit with this can be a crit. So you can rush one of these early on, and they're pretty much the best late game unarmed weapon in the game. They are very strong, they're very good against pretty much every enemy, And this one is going to go all the way up into our S tier. I don't think it's quite going to go up to the broken tier, because I don't think it's busted, but it is very high into S tier. It's like on the higher end over there. So yeah, all three of these weapons that we talked about today are fantastic. They're all really good. Today we're going to be taking a look at the Power Fist and its unique variants. And the Power Fist has been in pretty much all of the Fallout games. It's changed a bit because in the original games it actually took ammo in this one, and every Fallout after this, not so much. And the Power Fist is generally going to be considered like the end game unarmed weapon for most of these games. Not so much in Fallout 3 because we already talked about like the Deathclaw Gauntlet, and that one is probably the best. But the Power Fist and its unique variants are very good too. And there are some places where you can rush and get these right away if you would like. So first up, let's talk about the regular Power Fist. The regular Power Fist does 20 damage on hit, which is the highest out of any of the unarmed weapons, besides its one unique variant, so that's good. This one does 22 damage per second. This attacks at kind of a regular speed that you'd expect it to. Has a 1x crit modifier, does 20 crit damage. This one costs 28 action points to be using in VATS. That's the most out of any of the unarmed weapons besides the Deathclaw Gauntlet. Pretty much any of the unarmed are pretty good in VATS. This weighs 6, so it's the heaviest of any of the unarmed weapons besides, again, the Deathclaw Gauntlet. And this one has 500 hits in it before it breaks. The Power Fists are actually pretty durable overall. For the general pros of the Power Fist, good damage and good damage per second are things to look forward in this weapon. There's not really going to be a bad time to get a Power Fist with an unarmed character, so you're kind of always going to be okay with them at the very least. Cons are that they're kind of rare. You're not going to be able to find a whole bunch of them. If you know where they are, you can always go and get them. And later on into the game, you can certainly buy these from certain traders. So they're not going to be like impossible to find. But if you do get them early, it might be kind of a pain to fix them up. We should talk about the Iron Fist perk. This one's really good on any sort of unarmed weapon. 5 more damage per level, all the way up to 15 base damage. That's almost as strong as the Power Fist is regularly. So stacking that on top of the Power Fist makes them really, really good. And that is just kind of a theme with unarmed builds, is that they do have that one perk, and also you could argue ninja, that really sets them apart from some of the other weapons, where this is really good if you stack everything on it. And for an overall rating for the Power Fist, I would say this one's probably a solid A tier. It's a good weapon. It's a good unarmed weapon. It's not quite up into S tier, but very solid regardless. Now, there is 2 unique variants of this. The first one that we have to talk about is Fisto. Fisto makes well, I guess he makes his first appearance here and then another appearance in New Vegas. They knew what they were doing with this joke, and same with the second Power Fist that we need to talk about. So Fisto, you can actually get fairly early on. It's about in the middle of the map, and all you have to do is just kill your way through a decent amount of ghouls, and then you can just pick this up off of a table. Once you kill those ghouls, which usually there isn't too many crazy ones in there, there's almost always like a glowing one. So early on this might be a little bit of a challenge, but once you have like Iron Fist maxed out, you got some like spiked knuckles, it should be pretty easy regardless of what difficulty you're playing on. Assuming that you don't go there really late, but then you probably already have good gear, and maybe there will be some ghoul reavers. That can kind of be an issue. Fisto for stats does 25 damage on hit. This is the highest out of any of the unarmed weapons, so that is nice. This one does 27 damage per second. This one does have a higher crit chance at 1.5 times, so more crits is always good. Does 25 crit damage. This one only costs 25 action points. The unique versions are actually better for a VATS build than the regular Power Fist. This one also weighs 6 weight, and this one does have slightly less item HP, coming in at 480 hits before it breaks. So Fisto is a little bit more fragile, but he does more damage, and he also has a higher crit chance. Fisto is probably the best of these Power Fists for general purpose use against everything, and so long as you can keep it repaired, you're going to be good to go. So Fisto I'm going to put up into the S tier. I think it is one of the best unarmed weapons. I wouldn't say it's nearly as good as the Deathclaw Gauntlet, because that one is just so far above all of the other unarmed weapons, but if you're not going for a Deathclaw Gauntlet, if you're not going for crafted weapons, then this one is a pretty good option too. Then our last Power Fist, or second to last Power Fist, because there is still one more we need to talk about after this, is the Shocker. Now the Shocker you find in the flooded metro tunnels towards the south of the map. You have to fight your way through that usually because there's raiders nearby. There's also a random event that can happen at the metro, and there's the Mirelurks down there. So you're going to have to fight your way to get this, but this one can be pretty strong. This one actually has very similar stats to the regular Power Fist. So this one does 20 damage on hit, does 22 damage per second. This one has a 1x crit modifier, does 20 crit damage. Slightly better action point cost of 25 instead of 28. Still weighs 6 and has 100 less hits in it than the regular Power Fist, so only 400. This one does have a unique ability though, where if you're hitting a robot, then you do an additional 25 damage on top of it. So this is similar to like the pulse grenades, pulse mines damage. It isn't as damaging as them, but it will be better against those very specific type of enemies. Kind of the problem with that though is that robot enemies aren't the most common enemies in the game, and certain types like turrets you might not even be able to hit with unarmed, so that kind of makes them a little bit awkward. But at least for all the other robots, you will have a weapon that deals extra damage towards them, so carrying this around on your person might not be a bad idea. So this one I would also say is like an A tier weapon. Too bad you can't dual wield these and have the Shocker and Fisto in one character and be running around with the Naughty Nightwear, because I'm sure that would be a meme. They knew what they were doing with all that stuff. I'll just say that. There is technically another Power Fist too that we should talk about, which is the one that you get from Operation Anchorage, or the one that you can cheat out of Operation Anchorage. That one is the exact same as a regular Power Fist, it just has infinite item health. It's probably going to be one of the more fair weapons that you can honestly cheat out of there, because some of the other ones are kind of crazy, like an unbreakable combat shotgun. The Power Fist isn't going to be that crazy to cheat out. It will be nice having an unarmed weapon that basically is unbreakable, but if you wanted that, you could honestly just go with like the spike knuckles, and you kind of get the same job. It has a ton of item HP, it's very easy to find other spike knuckles or brass knuckles to fix it up with, and it works just fine against everything. The Power Fist is going to be a little bit better than that in most cases, but you're still probably not going to go to it as like your big powerful weapon for your build, because that'll probably be reserved for the Deathclaw Gauntlet, which just does way more damage since it hits crits on every hit. And that'll do it for the Power Fist and its unique variants of questionable naming. We'll see how this video does, see if YouTube picks it up for any reason in particular. Hey, you made it to the end of the video. Here's all the rankings of all of the weapons in Fallout based on where I put them. Some of these have moved around slightly, just based on my own opinion. Like the pulse grenade, I've moved up a tier from where I actually put it on the list, because I think it is a little bit more useful than what I gave it credit for. But for the most part, here's all the rankings of the Fallout 3 weapons. I'm also probably going to be putting these on their own separate lists, like ranking all the pistols from worst to best, all the rifles from worst to best, because this list is a bit much, and I think that will be a little bit of a shorter, quicker video. So if you're looking for that, be on the lookout for those videos in the future. I'll probably do the same thing for like New Vegas sometimes in the future as well. Thank you guys again so very much for watching all of this. I really do appreciate it, and I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.